Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education work session is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. Tonight, the administration will be presenting information to keep you up to date on our strategic plan. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Rogiles and Marty Ramirez. Thank you for taking the time to join us tonight. We'll begin, as we always do, with a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Board members, item 3 on our agenda is agenda review and approval.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to add an item, maybe as 8G, in case other questions don't get covered, just a COVID general conversation.
Board members, is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Mr. Raven, that we add an item 8G, a general COVID update. Is there any discussion?
This is a general update from discussion from the board members, just going to clarify what the discussion's about.
I would assume it would be from board members, and if staff has anything that they'd want to update, it would just be general discussion. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. There's a motion to amend the agenda. It's been seconded. Any further discussion? Mr. Sue, with everyone in person, do we need a voice vote because our faces are covered?
No.
We can simply do we need to do a visual? Just normal?
You don't need a roll call, you just raise hands or however you like to do it.
Okay. All in favor of the amended agenda, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The agenda is amended. Board members, item 4 is the board work session minutes from August 12th, 2021, which we have reviewed in our packet.
I move approval of the work session minutes from August 12th, 2001.
I second.
It's been moved by Ms. Lewis, seconded by Ms. Umstead. Do we approve the minutes? Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The minutes are approved. Board members, item 5 is general public comment. We do not have any in-person comment. We have 46 public comments submitted. Given the breadth of that, I think it's important that we hear a little from everyone as opposed to deeply from a few. So Mr. Suttereth, if you would do 45 seconds per comment, that'll get us to about an hour, half an hour.
Absolutely. Yeah, if Ms. Smith will give me a timer. We do have 46 public comments. One of them was made in Spanish, and 12 of them, I'm assuming, came from a teenager who was testing the limits of their vocabulary. So we're going to skip those because that was all they were, was testing the limits of their vocabulary. All right, we will start with a comment from Elizabeth Van Voorhees of Branchwood Drive. The scientists from the ABC Science Collaborative presented at the school board meeting on Tuesday, August 31st, and reiterated that for children too young for vaccinations, universal masking and outdoor eating are the two most important strategies for reducing COVID-19 transmission in the schools. Outdoor eating is particularly important this year when the majority of children have returned to in-person learning during Delta. This year, schools are in the position of providing in-person instruction for twice as many children in the context of a variant of COVID-19 that is twice as contagious as the previous variant. The strategies that worked last year will be inadequate this year, as the clusters at year-round schools like Easley and Pearsontown have already begun to demonstrate. Partial indoor masking in the form of removing masks indoors for breakfast, snacks, and lunches are ineffective in the current situation. The next comment is from an anonymous DPS parent in 27705. I am a parent of a DPS first grader. The benefits of in-person school for her are apparent after just two weeks. Thank you for all your efforts to make this possible, including universal mask requirements. The evidence is clear that additional measures can significantly increase protection of our students who are too young to be vaccinated and help ensure continued safe in-person learning. I urge the school board to take action on 1, requiring outdoor eating at all DPS schools. We are lucky to be at a school with space and equipment to make this possible today, but still eating outdoors is inconsistent across classes. As you know from the ABC Science Collaborative, eating outdoors is a critical risk reduction strategy. Please provide the means and requirement that all eating take place outdoors district-wide immediately. 2, requiring vaccination. The next comment is from Beth in zip code 27705. Please move tonight to mandate vaccination for all teachers and school staff. It is imperative that we keep schools open for kids this year. My kids aren't eligible for vaccination yet. They need the adults around them to do the right thing. The next comment is from Catherine Henderson of Tryon Road. I'm writing to you as a concerned parent of 2 DPS students to ask that the Board of Education make outdoor eating the default for all Durham public schools. I sincerely appreciate DPS's leadership in protecting our community from COVID. It means so much to our family that our kids are back in school in person this year, largely thanks to the fact that DPS is taking COVID safety seriously. Yet we can, and unfortunately we must, do more to prevent COVID outbreaks at our schools. Outdoor eating is a highly effective, evidence-based, relatively low-cost intervention. Duke's ABC Science Collaborative lists this as the #4 most important intervention to reduce the spread of COVID-19, way ahead of more expensive strategies like ventilation infrastructure. See the attached top 10 graphic. But the next comment is from Amina Bradford of Curly Road. I'm writing out of great concern that some of our elementary schools and DPS are not requiring lunch outside. If we want to slow the spread, let our hospitals catch up and keep our kids from risks of long-term COVID and acute COVID. We cannot have them indoors unmasked. I understand that this right now is left up to individual teachers and schools and that some do not like being outside. My thought is these are pretty dire times. Hospital workers are suffering. This is a basic move that will move the needle in a positive direction. It is low-hanging fruit and should not be left up to preference. If my child were in a school not requiring outdoor eating, they would still be suffering in Zoom school. But we are a family who has the privilege of that option. Many don't have this option. The next comment is from Brandolyn Lemon of Twin Leaf Place. Outdoor eating is a highly effective, evidence-based, relatively low-cost intervention. Duke's ABC Science Collaborative lists this as the #4 most important intervention to reduce the spread of COVID-19, way ahead of more expensive strategies like ventilation infrastructure. While eating in the classroom may have worked last spring, we have twice the density of children in the classroom and a Delta variant of COVID that is twice as dangerous. What we did when we reopened last spring will not work now in light of the Delta variant. Eating indoors is putting teachers and staff at risk too, even if they are wearing masks. Ultimately, this is an equity issue for our students. Several of the richer public schools in the DPS system, those with more resourced parents, are offering their own time and resources to create DIY outdoor dining spaces. This patchwork approach without district guidance and policy support. The next comment is from Catherine Pfister of Barini Drive. I have an 8th grader at Brogden. Being unmasked inside with groups of people is dangerous in the Delta variant, COVID-19 reality that we are living in. For that reason, having our children eat inside is dangerous. Please follow the CDC guidance and science and have our children eat outside at school. Next is Abby Ratliff of Poplar Street. How soon will DPS schools have outdoor lunch as an expectation? Is this going to be left to the individual teacher to decide if their students will eat outside or not? We have a kindergartner at Spring Valley, and thus far that class has only eaten outside once since the start of school, even though parents in the class supplied yoga mats plus extras for any students needing one starting on the first day. There have been a number of days with decent temperatures during the scheduled lunchtime where they still ate inside 10:15 to 10:45. This is very important for decreasing risk of COVID transmission, especially with Delta variant. Thank you. Next comment is also, there are two more comments from Abby Ratliff from the same person. I'm going to move ahead to Joanna, to the next speaker. These comments are all available on the Durham Public Schools website. This comment is from Joanna Exux of Yorkfield Court. Outdoor eating is a highly effective, evidence-based, relatively low-cost COVID intervention. While eating in the classroom may have worked last spring, we have twice the density of children in the classroom and a Delta variant of COVID that is twice as dangerous, twice as contagious. Eating indoors is putting teachers and staff at risk too, even if they are wearing masks. In my daughter's second grade classroom, the teacher plays videos while they eat indoors. I think that's in order to prevent unmasked talking. Fresh air, sunshine, and nature are certainly preferred to more screen time as a safety measure. I encourage you to make outdoor eating the default policy. Next is Carrie Powell of Strolling Way. I'm writing to you today as a DPS teacher and as a parent of two children in the DPS system who have chronic medical conditions. My husband and I are very concerned, as is our pediatric cardiologist, that the district has not yet placed a high level of importance on eating lunch and snack outside. Studies conducted at Duke University have shown that having layered risk mitigation strategies in place that include unmasked eating taking place outside 6 feet apart drastically reduces the risk of in-school transmission of COVID-19. Furthermore, given the increased transmissibility of the Delta variant, the possibility of breakthrough infections among the fully vaccinated, the extensive number of COVID-19 cases in our community, and the lack of a vaccine for children under the age of 12, it is imperative that DPS mandates all unmasked eating times to be outside for students, just as they have in Orange County schools. Next is Michael Belcher of Branchwood Drive. I write to you with grave concerns regarding the safety of our children during mealtime while they are at school. Research demonstrates that transmission of the SARS-CoV-2 Delta variant is much higher indoors, especially when individuals are unmasked. I ask that you please institute the ABC Science Collaborative Lunch Protocol. The best practice is to eat outside distance greater than 3 feet. Limit time with masks off. If eating inside, aim for 6 feet of distance. It is imperative that Durham Public Schools make this an official policy so that all children in DPS can have a safe environment in which to eat their meals, including breakfast, lunch, and snacks. Many private schools and other districts are already requiring outdoor dining as the default option because it is the safest way to stay nourished while attending school in person. As a matter of justice and equity, all children deserve this protection. The next comment is from Gabriella Panayiotti of Lanier Place. It looks like it's been cut off early, so I will make sure that that is corrected on the online. It says, I write to you with grave concerns regarding the safety of our children during mealtime while they are at school. The research demonstrates that transmission of the SARS-CoV-2 Delta variant is much higher indoors, especially when individuals are unmasked. I ask that you please institute the ABC Science Collaborative Lunch Protocol. The best practice is to eat outside. Next is Sarissa Bletcher of Pickett Road. For the safety of our kids, especially for those in elementary school who are not yet eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine, please make outdoor lunch mandatory. Please take all steps necessary to reduce the risk of spreading COVID through our community. Next, Kathleen Malley of Brander Mill Drive. There are several COVID-19 mitigation strategies that would be useful to make sure that all schools have access, namely the ability to eat outside and testing for both vaccinated and unvaccinated persons. Given the transmissibility of the Delta variant, it's important that we put as many strategies in place as possible. Not only do schools need access to materials such as mats, tables, blankets, shelters to be able to have kids eat outside, but they also may need volunteers or extra time during the day to transition to an outdoor space to eat lunch. Other counties around us, example Orange, and some Durham schools have already made this possible. Please confer with these schools and see what resources can be utilized to make this a reality for all schools. In addition, testing would be an extremely useful measure to implement, particularly for our children who cannot be vaccinated. Thank you. Next is Heather Nottingham of Centerway Drive. Please mandate outdoor eating for all schools, K-12. Besides wearing masks, eating outdoors is our best protection against the spread of COVID and increases the likelihood that schools can continue to operate on a normal schedule for this school year. Please allocate emergency money to schools to purchase items needed to make this happen and reach out to businesses in our communities that would be willing to help. Many PTAs are already working to make this happen at their schools, but we need a district-wide policy and district-wide support, financial and otherwise. Mary Elizabeth Hankey of Marina Place. Thank you, board, for considering the best ways to keep our students safe during COVID. Please help our schools to ensure that every student is able to safely eat outside. The current policies and practices are haphazard, inconsistent, and inequitable. Outdoor eating is an effective, evidence-based, low-cost intervention. Outdoor eating is number 4 on Duke's ABC Science Collaborative list of interventions to reduce the spread of COVID-19, ahead of more expensive strategies like ventilation infrastructure. Eating indoors is not only putting teachers, staff, and students at risk, it places students in unnecessarily stressful situations. Don't talk. Pull your mask back up every time you're chewing, when they could instead be experiencing the benefits of outside time. And yet again, some of the better resource schools in our districts have rallied to provide a better eating experience for their students. Next is Patrick Nally of Lakeview Road. At the last BOE meeting, I felt uneased listening to the superintendent talk about what percentage of vaccinated staff would be acceptable. It only took one teacher in California to infect 24 of her students. My hope is that the board will insist that all eligible staff are vaccinated, and they do it now. Next is J.A. Simo of Montebello Parkway. Thank you for your continued efforts to help our children learn and grow during especially difficult time in our community. I hope the district will address the need for all of our students, regardless of which DPS school they attend, to eat meals outside. This seems to be a relatively straightforward and necessary mitigation measure to help keep our students, faculty, and staff safe from COVID transmission. Thank you. Katie Rudd of Carlton Crossing Drive. My daughter is too young to be vaccinated, but her teacher is not. We've had numerous students and at least one teacher test positive at our elementary school. Please vote to require DPS teachers and staff to be vaccinated. Everyone has had plenty of time to consider vaccination data since teachers were offered the shot this spring. Now it's time to do the right thing. Next is Philip Stafford of West Club Boulevard. I applaud many aspects of the district's plans for COVID safety. However, we are still deficient in the essential areas of COVID testing and vaccine requirements. For testing, I encourage the board to consider a test and stay approach to minimize loss of classroom time for students, while also doing all we can to ensure the safety of our kids. The Massachusetts Department of Education has a model program described on their website, link provided. Additionally, routine screenings should be instituted and vaccines should be mandatory for all eligible people entering the school buildings. The board should also consider setting some guidelines for schools regarding how much notification to give parents about cases in the school. While contact tracing and testing of potentially exposed close contact students is important, it would be helpful to notify all parents of a classroom. The next comment is from Craig Clement of Friendship Road. Would like to request that the school board mandate outdoor eating whenever possible at DPS schools in order to reduce the risk of COVID spread during the time children are unmasked. We are very concerned for the safety of our kids, and eating outside versus in a closed classroom has been shown to reduce the risk of COVID spread. Thank you so much for your help and support with this issue. Next is Anonymous from DPS Principals. DPS Board of Education members, please set up individual and confidential conversations with each DPS principal to discuss the current reality of leading and teaching in our schools. It is not professionally safe for us to express our concerns without anonymity because there would be retaliation from cabinet members. The information you are being given about what is happening in our schools is not accurate, and our voices as principals are being ignored. For example, you will likely be told tonight that DPS principals were asked for feedback on COVID testing at our school sites and how best to handle that testing. Principals gave feedback stating that we don't have staffing to allow for school-based personnel to take this on. We are past staff capacity at the school level. Despite this feedback, you will likely be told tonight that school-based staff will be responsible for the initial implementation. Never mind the fact that it is not possible. Next is Allison Lallier of Landscape Court. I would really like to see outdoor lunches in DPS schools as much as possible. Eating lunch outside, where transmission of COVID is much less likely, would be a great step to keep students as safe as possible. Thank you. Next is Lisa Pierce of Butternut Road. Good evening, and thank you for all you do for the children of Durham. I have a daughter in the 4th grade at Creekside Elementary. The staff and teachers are doing an amazing job of keeping our children safe. I write to ask that the district mandate and resource one more tool in the fight to keep our children safe, and that is eating outdoors. The evidence is clear. Behind mandated masking, eating outdoors is the second most effective way to reduce the transmission of COVID-19. Currently, students are removing their masks indoors during mealtime. This puts everyone at risk needlessly. With the district's remaining pandemic funding and family fundraising at many schools, the resources seem to exist. Now, in this critical moment of the Delta surge, we need the will. I strongly encourage you to direct resources and clear guidance in the form of a mandate for outside meals at schools. Thank you again for your service. Next is Kenia Mariquin of Sundial Circle. The comment was submitted in Spanish. The translation is, our children and us need help with tutoring and transportation and after school. The situation is very difficult. Next is an anonymous DPS parent from Lake Vista Drive. DPS board members, outdoor eating is a highly effective, evidence-based, relatively low-cost intervention. Duke's ABC Science Collaborative lists this as the #4 most important intervention to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Why is it not mandatory for all DPS schools to eat outdoors? We should stop overthinking this. We don't need anything complicated to make it happen. Kids can eat using a beach towel, yoga mat, cushions, or similar. In the meantime, the schools come up with a more comprehensive plan. If kids go to recess in the heat and in the cold, they can eat outdoors daily. I'm very disappointed that the board is having this conversation at the beginning of September, 1 week before year-round schools start fall break. Have you forgotten that DPS has year-round schools, which started July 19th? This topic should have been discussed back in at least May or June. You had all the time in the world to plan this. Next is Teresa Blackington of Duke Street. It is urgent that we receive answers to the following questions. What is the status of a vaccine mandate for teachers? Why do we continue to delay while other districts act? What is the status of COVID testing at the schools? This should already be happening. It should, in fact, have been in place the day the year-round schools began. It is deeply disappointing to witness how ill-equipped DPS was for this year and how the district continues to drag their feet and not take decisive action when the data are so clear and so many other school districts have already illuminated the way. These issues of health and safety demand our full, urgent attention. We want action, not more talk. Next is Narjas Farahi of Wilson Street. 1, please adopt and implement the ABC Science Collaborative recommendation for meals, including breakfast and lunch. This is essential to protect our children by minimizing the highest risk situations, indoors and unmasked. 2, please implement high-frequency screenings at all schools for students and staff. We are in a surge and need testing in place immediately. This is an effective mitigation strategy that reduces infections and, if done frequently enough, can reduce absences and the need to close down classrooms. One successful example is this test and stay program, and a link is provided. 3, vaccine mandates are still an urgent priority for reducing COVID-19 infections in children and staff. Next is John Rubline of Tudor Place. I'm concerned about 2 COVID-related issues. 1, I believe the DPS definition of a close contact is not accurate given the current lunch situation. If a child is unmasked for lunch in a classroom with a newly diagnosed individual, they should be considered a close contact and the family should be notified, regardless of proximity of desks. I have little confidence in the messages that new cases at my children's schools do not put my children at risk because I do not believe I have a way to know if cases were unmasked for lunch in my children's room. 2, I do not understand why DPS has not been more aggressive in implementing outdoor lunch given the increasing risk of the Delta variant and the lack of 6 feet spacing in classrooms. I believe the data support that the only way to maintain a safe school environment is if unmasking only occurs outside or when children are at least 6 feet apart. Next is Eric Johnson of Regiment Way. I'm writing to request that the DPS take additional measures to reduce the risk of COVID-19 spread in schools. Specifically, I would request that DPS provide the resources necessary for schools to have lunch outdoors when weather permits. Students cannot wear masks while eating, and mealtimes in enclosed spaces is a high-risk activity for transmitting COVID-19. Individual schools are running GoFundMe campaigns to try and purchase picnic tables, But this is really an initiative that should be widely supported by the district using existing COVID-19 relief funds. Thank you. Next comment is anonymous from 27713. The reason DPS is short-staffed with bus drivers, cafeteria staff, before and after school staff, classified and certified teachers is due to how they treated their employees during the start of the pandemic. Either you had to work in a different department, resign, or retire, not caring about our health or safety, and most people did resign because of the lack of care from DPS. Now you plan on giving raises and bonuses to new hires, but what about the devoted workers who have been working nonstop since the pandemic? Do they get a raise for working during the pandemic? Nope, we get overlooked and overworked as usual. The superintendent and board should vote on giving incentives to the dedicated workers since the start of the pandemic. Appreciation goes a long way. Look out for the workers who've been there, not just veteran workers with 20 or more years. DPS has to do more. Next is Mary Harrison of Duke Street. I think the superintendent and board members should focus on incentives and bonuses for the employees that have been working since the beginning of the pandemic. How do you expect to retain employees when you don't appreciate the dedicated ones who never stop working? I know that bonuses are coming at the end of the month, but why tax them heavily if it's a bonus? DPS has to do better. Next is Shirley Long of Guest Road. Greetings, board members. My name is Shirley Long, and I work as a bus monitor for DPS. I have been with DPS for 7 years, and I'm writing on behalf of bus monitors. We want to express our deepest concerns regarding the compensation, support, and awareness of the bus monitor role. In addition to the bus driver role, bus drivers and monitors work together as a team. However, it appears that the same situation that occurred back in September 2017 is taking place again. An annual increase and other possible benefits are being discussed for bus drivers. As bus monitors, we are concerned that we will not receive an increase in our compensation or benefits. Bus monitors are not being acknowledged for all that we do to support the bus drivers to ensure that children are transported safely. The bus monitor role is a vital team player that supports bus drivers as they are driving the school buses. Next is Melanie Perry of Doc Nichols Road. Good evening, board members. My name is Melanie Perry. I'm a bus driver with DPS, and I have been with the district for 15 years. Over the years, I've recruited at least 10 people to work at DPS. We used to get a recruitment bonus for getting new drivers to work for DPS. However, that bonus stopped. Teachers received a bonus for virtual learning this summer. We worked in person and did not get a bonus. We don't feel that was fair. Most drivers don't receive 8 hours a day. If drivers were to get 8 hours a day, that would help boost morale. The morale for bus drivers is at an all-time low, which is creating a lot of turnover. The majority of us are working 2 to 3 jobs and having to rush to get from one job to the next. Increasing the pay on the pay scale for senior drivers is a great start, but there is more that could be done to retain drivers, such as providing 8 hours per day, being equitable with bonuses, and providing a recruitment bonus. Next is Cherie Garrett of Markham Avenue. Greetings, school board members. My name is Cherie Garrett. I've been a school bus driver for 18 years and make $18 an hour. I feel it's not fair that drivers coming in the door are making close to what I make after 18 years. I'm a single parent and trying to make it, but it's getting harder because the cost of living has increased, but my pay has not kept up. My day starts at 4:15 a.m. and I have to get my daughter up at 4:50 a.m. to get to work at 6 a.m. When I get to work, I'm doing double runs per school with no additional compensation. It would help out greatly to be compensated when we have to do extra runs. We are overworked and not being compensated fairly for the work we are doing. Many of us are working additional jobs because we are not making 8 hours and working 12 months. I don't want to leave DPS, but many drivers are finding jobs that are 8 hours and pay more per hour. We are all scared of catching COVID. The next comment is from Martha Figueroa. DPS and the board are not responsible for COVID. I don't envy the decisions you are having to make as public servants. In education, we are called to stand for what is right, knowing others may disagree. I'm doing everything within DPS policies to keep my students and staff safe. I am questioned and challenged for enforcing these policies, and yet our cases continue to rise. On August 26th, district leadership talked about convening groups to discuss vaccines and testing. On this same day, we were informed of a COVID cluster in our year-round school. Testing and vaccination should have been considered before year-round schools began on July 19th. This board unanimously expressed the urgent need for a vaccine mandate on August 26th. The survey to request information from staff isn't due until September 13th. We need to move faster to counteract the virus that is rapidly spreading. Next is Rhonda White of Russell Road. Good evening, board members. My name is Rhonda White. I'm a 15-year bus driver with DPS. Due to the driver shortage, I'm currently covering 5 routes in the morning: Carrington, Eno Valley, Riverside, Riverside PLCC, and Holton, and 4 routes in the afternoon: Carrington, Eno Valley Route 1, Eno Valley Route 2, and Riverside. Some of my students are on the bus for an hour and a half in the afternoon. My bus is full and my monitor has to sit with other students. We transport hundreds of students per day. Providing bus drivers and monitors additional compensation for the routes we are covering would be greatly appreciated. Next is James Hawkins III of Kendall Drive. I have been with DPS for 7 years. I drive 2 loads both morning and afternoon at my elementary and just 1 load at my middle and high school. I do at times have to cover other routes in the middle of doing my own, which causes the kids to be late to school sometimes by 20 minutes or more. There are times when where the parents have no clue to what bus is coming to pick up their child due to late messages being sent out. I receive multiple calls wondering what time I will get to this stop or that stop before I get a chance to get my regular kids to school. It can be very draining to have to cover for someone else when you find out last minute, especially early in the morning while you're still home preparing for work. I feel there should be some type of extra compensation for having to fill in for someone when they are not at work. There are times when I filled in for someone and parents are wondering, why are you so late? It doesn't make any sense. Y'all need to get it together. Next is Rebecca Lewis of Durban Place. With the rise of COVID cases still continuing, why is DPS not looking at hybrid models of learning versus building outdoor learning centers? Why are parents of children not being asked for input on what we would like for our children? Why aren't the older students being asked? I feel as though many of us, if we had the option now, would switch to virtual learning with the COVID variants showing up. Next is Rachel Wells of Angus Drive. Good evening, Chair Umstead, Superintendent Mabinga, and board members. My name is Rachel Wells. I'm a representative of the Teamsters Union. We represent classified employees in DPS and other schools districts across the state. As a result of the continued lack of state funding to increase the wages of classified school employees, DPS and school districts across the state are struggling to recruit and retain classified employees. The state pay scale for classified employees is extremely low, and for years, the Durham County Commissioners have been providing additional funding as an attempt to cover for the lack of state-funded pay increases. The problems facing DPS and other school districts are not new, but reaching a breaking point. The shortage of bus drivers, SNS, and other critical classified employee positions is at an all-time high. Next is from Nicole Torres of zip code 27703. Can the board address the specific questions? How is the vaccine protecting how children, when getting the vaccine, lessens the symptoms and makes you an asymptomatic carrier? Is this not causing the vaccine to spread unknowingly? The CDC says that the vaccinated carries just as much viral loads as the unvaccinated. Please see the link and comments from the CDC website. Today, some of those data were published in CDC's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report, demonstrating that Delta infection resulted in similarly high SARS-CoV-2 viral loads in vaccinated and unvaccinated people. High viral loads suggest an increased risk of transmission and raise concern that, unlike with other variants, vaccinated people infected with Delta can transmit the virus. This finding is concerning and was a pivotal discovery leading to the CDC's updated mask recommendation. Next is Greg Whitaker of Cottonwood Drive. All of the good work that Durham County Schools has done to reduce the chance for COVID spread in the classroom is undermined if students eat breakfast, lunches, and snacks indoors. According to the Journal of Infectious Diseases, the risk of COVID infection spreading is almost 20 times higher indoors than it is outdoors. If we allow students to remove their masks to eat indoors, even for a few minutes, we're endangering their health as well as the health of their teachers, their families, and their community as a whole. Furthermore, outdoor eating must be a policy, not an unforced guideline. Without a firm policy in effect, it is too easy to forego outdoor eating due to inconveniences like heat and humidity. We can't allow comfort and convenience to get in the way of making sure that we're protecting the health of our community. Next is John Jones of Mangum Street. I have a few questions that I think you should all ask yourself before mandating an experimental vaccine. One, if the vaccine is as safe as we are being led to believe, why have the companies that created and manufactured the vaccine been given full immunity from any legal liability from any adverse effects that it may cause? Two, if the whole purpose of the vaccine was to stop the spread of COVID-19, why are we now being told that even after being vaccinated, you can not only still contract and carry the virus, but also spread it? 3, why are you going to mandate a vaccine that we do not understand the long-term effects of, nor do we understand how the virus will further mutate into many more variants as it already has? Remember, we were told in the beginning that if you were vaccinated, you no longer needed to wear a mask. That's when variants came. There was no such thing as variants before mass vaccinations. And then final comment is from Jennifer Gearsich of Cottonwood Drive. Members of the DPS Board of Education, I'm writing to you to act swiftly and create a district policy of eating snacks and meals outside. While many board members, administrators, and school principals have voiced that eating outdoors is a priority for DPS, a priority without a policy is fraught with a lack of consistency and fidelity to a best practice that is evidence-based and highly effective in reducing the spread of COVID in schools. Just imagine if wearing masks was a priority and not a policy. Leaving this up to just a local school-to-school decision leaves our principals in a tight spot with no district policy to guide the swift implementation of this evidence-based COVID risk mitigation strategy. Please do not let a perfect solution be the enemy of a good solution to implement this policy across the district. Moving meals and snacks outside is a low-risk and low-cost way to keep COVID out of our schools. Board members, that is the last of our public comments. And I have just been handed a list of 3 comments.
Great.
2 of them.
Online public comment that you just read?
Yes.
But they're here.
But they're here.
Yeah. Okay. I believe our policies, and I'm going to read an information section about in-person public comment, but we're going to have folks wait in the hallway until it's their turn. So the public comment rules are to please state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Speakers are asked to present their comments in a specified time that will be 3 minutes today. When the yellow light comes on, you have 15 seconds left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. And because we've had online public comment from 2 of the 3, if you all would please end your remarks right on time, that would be appreciated. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in discussion with speakers. So with that, I will invite Dr. Elizabeth Van Voorhees to the podium to make comment.
Hello. Thank you very much for considering my comments. I'm not going to talk to you today about the science behind indoor eating because you all heard it from some of the preeminent scientists in the world directly to yourselves. You know that outdoor eating is the most important thing besides universal masking that can be done to protect our children. You heard it from the scientists themselves. And I'm not going to tell you that it's the will of the parents because you have heard comment after comment saying that it is. What I am going to say is that it is time to act today. Delta is not waiting. So what I would like you to do, if you decide not to act today and mandate outdoor eating, is to go home and look in the mirror. And you keep looking in the mirror as you hear about the case rates rising in children in our district. And you keep looking in the mirror as you hear about children getting sick, ending up in the hospital, ending up in the ICU, ending up on ventilators. And you keep looking in the mirror and you say, who could have done something about this? Who could have made it a policy that our kids are protected, that the science that was conducted right here in our district was implemented? You ask yourself, who could have done something? And if you haven't done something, you remind yourself, you are the ones that could have done something. And I hope that whatever bureaucratic barriers are in your way right now are cold comfort to you as you see those children in the hospitals. Thank you.
Thank you. Our second speaker is, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing this, Kalia Palsy Flowers.
Good day, board members. I'm coming to you guys as a concerned parent, grandparent, and community member of the Durham Public School System. I would like to just make some suggestions about the outside eating. I think that is, first of all, a great idea. I think that the children would enjoy eating outside as well as the staff members. And it's also a good opportunity for them to learn and enjoy the weather. Wearing these masks, for me personally, constricts my breathing. And I think that's a big concern for a lot of parents when their children are in school for the large number of hours that they're there, as well as the staff members. And so I suggest that possibly the board mandates outside eating for the children, as well as allowing them to not wear their mask for certain periods of time during the school day by allowing breaks where they can go outside in small batches and take their mask off and stand 6 feet apart and just breathe and be in nature and allow them to be children, and also ask them how they feel about COVID, about how they feel about wearing masks, and how they feel about online virtual learning. And I would like to thank you for that. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Our third speaker is Dr. Jennifer Gurich. Forgive me.
Don't worry, it's German. It's very hard to pronounce. It's Girish. Hey, thank you so much for hearing us out today. I think you heard an overwhelmingly positive parent support for outdoor eating of snacks, breakfast, and lunch. The evidence is clear, and we need to act swiftly. This is imperative. The year-round schools were the canary in the coal mine. There are already significant clusters in our year-round schools. They were eating inside. Every day, I go to school to pick my kids up and take them outside to eat every day, because they are not allowed to eat outside in a place where we have prepared for them, because our principal is supportive and she tries to implement this. But if you all don't make it a policy, if you don't make it a policy district-wide, it won't happen. If it's a priority, but not a policy, it will not happen. You read my lovely comment, but I want to say it again. Imagine if masks were a priority, but not a policy. How many people in this room would be wearing a mask? How many people in our schools would be wearing a mask? This needs to be a policy. It needs to be a policy that's enacted right now. Please, please, please act now to keep my children safe and your children safe and all the people who have submitted comments safe. We need to act now. We have principals who are behind this, but you are putting them in a pickle. You are not backing them up by saying this is a priority, but then not giving them the policy and the guidance to act on this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Board members, with that, we conclude our public comment. Item 5. We will move on to item 6, the consent items, the consent agenda. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're missing D. 5 items for consideration. Is there a motion or discussion? And for the public, we review the consent items ahead of time, and items may be pulled off if further information is needed.
I would move approval of the consent agenda.
A second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Umstead, that we approve the consent items. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The consent items pass unanimously. We're moving on to item 7, Chief of Staff, new board policies regarding face coverings.
Good evening, board members. Dr. Mabanga, community members. This policy is an option for the board to adopt. So wanted to make sure that the board Chair Sears, I would be happy to kind of take your guidance on if the board is interested in adopting this policy and hearing it presented, or if you would prefer to not adopt it and rely on the vote that you had previously mandating mask. It is your option. And Mr. Sue, is there anything that you would like to add?
Just that, of course, you do now have to reconsider your policy. You already have a policy, and that's masks are mandatory. The School Boards Association put out this rather complicated and involved policy as part of their service to make sure that everybody has a model for adopting things. But if you're satisfied with your simple masks are required, then that's what you need. You do have to reconsider it now every month. So it'll have to be reconsidered, not necessarily at this meeting, but at least by your business meeting.
Okay, if they're understanding that we have to revisit it monthly anyway, if there's common consent, we can allow the administration to present, but if there's discussion at this time, do you have an item?
Just a point of clarification. So we have already voted on this and it's already, but what we got the guidance from the state is that we have to revisit it every month. Are we going to make a decision about where we want to do it every month? Or I just want some clarification on what we're actually.
I think we're doing several things. So if I'm understanding correctly, there is new law that we have to reconsider our mask policy every month. This could be this time for this month. I think that could be a goal. And the School Board Association has produced a new policy that we could review and perhaps adopt or stick with our existing policy. Do I have that correct, administration?
That is correct. And it is on for first reading because it was done so quickly. The law was just passed last week, maybe. And so we worked together, administration, very quickly. And so we did not want it to waive any second reading. I don't believe the communities even had really much of a chance to provide any feedback, but I have a PowerPoint. I'm happy to at least share it with the board for their consideration.
Yep, unless there are objections, I think we'd like to hear the administration's presentation, and this can be first reading. It doesn't require action. And then at our second board meeting, we can consider it.
Yes, thank you.
I would just say in reading through it, it is messy and it has all kinds of things about student discipline that it does not feel like a very Durham-centered policy. So I think it's going to need some significant work if we do get to the point where we need a policy in this realm.
Mr. Sue?
I mean, my view is that you've got administration that is administering your policy of mandatory masks, and that as Natalie says, this policy may be an ill fit to what's happening. And I mean, I think you could either, if you wanted to address the policy mandate now, you could just go ahead and vote today to reaffirm your mask mandate. And if administration decides that this policy is helpful to them in administering that mandate, they can bring it back to you at the next meeting or in October.
With our currently what is in place, does this policy strengthen that at all, or is it what we have in place pretty strong at the moment?
It clarifies some of the information for the community and visitors and staff and students. So I did think, Mrs. Byers, I did think the same thing regarding the discipline. I saw the disruptive behavior language and thought of you when I saw it. So I do think that it could be helpful for the board to hear it, and then we can receive feedback from our principals, our staff, and our community. Because as I said, this hasn't been 7 days that this has all happened. So, but we did want to offer the board the option of considering it. So to answer your question, Chair Umstead, the mask mandate that you have now is just mask are required in all Durham public schools. I think it's on our doors. It's like one sentence. So this does clarify it and could provide some additional information and clarity to staff, students, and families on what that mask mandate looks like. But to Mr. Sue's point, and to my point, actually, there's no action. That's simply for information. And we're in compliance arguably with the statute. So if it turns out at the board meeting at the end of the month, or at the board's pleasure, you don't want to bring it back, that's completely fine. But I think the consensus of the board is to at least kind of hear where it is and then give some feedback. And maybe you'd be able to make a decision on if this is something that is where Durham wants to be, and or if not, what edits could potentially need to be made. So if we could, are we okay to pull up the PowerPoint or?
One comment. I mean, one of the things is that we have local government also, having a mask mandate. I mean, at the local level, our mayor, our local government has already made that a requirement. And so I would imagine that this, policies is more like if there were places where that was not, I would imagine that's where this kind of comes into view. So I agree that we can hear it, but I think what we have already in place based on local government and the fact that we've already made it required already addresses what this policy would try to cover.
So perhaps an expedited overview, given that we've reviewed it also, and we're going to check it again in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Absolutely. If you could pull up the PowerPoint, please. So as indicated in the précis and the initial comments, this was a result of a law that the governor signed on August 26th, stating that there was a lot of things in, next slide, please. There were a lot of things in SB, I think it was 654, I don't know the exact number, but there were a lot of things in there. And one of them what mandated that boards adopt a face covering policy. So we did make some changes to the language from the School Boards Association. Next slide, please. And one of those was the, next slide. Thank you. So this is just kind of the preliminary language indicating pretty close to what we already have, that masks are mandated and must be worn. I think we did clarify regarding crowded outdoor settings and during activities with sustained close contact with other people, even if outside, which is again to the point of kind of clarity and making sure people really understand what that means. Next slide, please. It does list out exempted employees and students. And just again, I don't want to, overstate this, but this was done extremely quickly to get something in front of the board for your consideration pursuant to the new law. So children under 2 years of age are automatically exempted. I think that's obviously in line with the CDC. And then we list out the other people that may be exempted based on approved exemptions, including medical and or religious. So for medical exemptions, for students that would come from the Durham lead nurse, and for employees from human resources, and for religious exemptions, that would come from the superintendent or his designee after consultation in those situations with legal counsel. Next slide, please. So this just simply lists out all of the exempted situations that are included in the policy. For example, like swimming, and just fairly clear things, just making sure that people realize that there are situations we understand where masks may not be, or face coverings may not be amenable to the actual work or activities that are being undertaken by the staff or the student. Next slide, please. Oh, 1 second. Can you go back real quick? I'm sorry. And at the bottom, if you'll see it, we do indicate principals are encouraged to arrange for eating meals outdoors if possible, reflecting our boards, the comments that the board shared in the last several meetings. Next slide, please. Proper face coverings. This kind of explains a little bit just to clarify what a face covering is. So because it's not mask, I know there was a lot of conversation regarding like what is a mask, what is a face covering, what is an appropriate face covering. So this gives a little bit of guidance about nose wires, not mandating them, but just explaining how to use them. Next slide, please. This is completely different than what is in the school board associations. Theirs indicated it was it was quite restrictive on what exactly a mask would be. This is verbatim from Durham County's or language or their mandate regarding face coverings. So that is what we are governed by, and it would be my recommendation that we use the Durham definition of face covering and not the North Carolina School Boards Association face covering. Next slide, please. This is the part that obviously has caused some consternation regarding failures to wear a face covering. And I would say that I know that our administration has worked with our principals extensively and has consulted with me extensively regarding discipline for masks. So yeah, I think that this definitely does need some tweaking and some work, and is not, I don't think we have a punitive mindset with regard to these masks, I mean, at all. So I see Dr. Hardy nodding her head. If you would mind sharing with the board some of the work that we have done on that.
Thank you, Ms. Giovanni, and thank you to your support in working with student support services as well as with our principals. We have provided some recommendations and guidance in terms of redirecting and supporting our youngsters in the appropriate wearing of masks, knowing that there are times, today the mask that I have on is a little bit tighter fitting, but there are times when a mask can become a little bit lower when you're talking quite a bit, and making sure that we're providing that support to our students. So in a very restorative manner. If we do have students that are struggling, and it is a regular situation that they are working with their counselors, their assistant superintendent that supervises them to make sure that we can have restoration instead of punitive measures. At the same time, making sure that we recognize that wearing our mask is keeping our students safe, because we want to make sure that students have the ability to access learning. So we'll continue to look forward to the board's direction and guidance as we work with our principals. And as we've been out in schools, and I know you all have visited, our students are doing a really good job in wearing their mask, and often many of them are coordinating them in a manner of self-expression as well.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Again, we just covered that. Next slide. Regarding employee face coverings, I'm going to ask Dr. Lesane to share a little bit on this as well. But again, we have worked with our employees. They have requested, various accommodations and or exemptions. We have worked with them. Dr. Lesane, if you could share with the board some of the work we've done on that.
Good evening, everyone. We have had to work extensively with employees. By far, the majority of our employees have exhibited the ability as well as the willingness to wear face coverings. We have had a few situations where employees have applied for accommodations around face coverings, and we have handled all of those through our process. Some have been approved with other safety measures taken into consideration, and we would still like to, of course, utilize that process and look at each case individually. There are some situations where we do not have record of a valid reason that someone should be exempted from wearing face coverings, and we have dealt with each of those on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you, Dr. Lesane. And the last portion is visitors. Administration's recommendation is that visitors not be allowed into any school building or school vehicle without wearing a face covering. Next slide, please. And the last portion is just of the policy indicates that building principals, and that would be school sites and the building principals over central office sites, would be instructed to provide notice of the policy and assistance regarding how to use, wear, remove, and clean face coverings. So the policy is making sure that we want to make sure that people are wearing them properly and taking care of them appropriately. And as we indicated earlier, the law requires that you revisit the face covering requirement once a month at one of your monthly meetings, and affirm or modify the mask mandate as this board may see fit. So I believe that is all there is, and we just wanted, you said, to do it quickly and just for information. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giovanni. Board members, are there any questions or direction we want to give to the administration to prepare for the next meeting?
When you talk about the next meeting, we're talking about a second reading, or we're just talking about continuing the discussion of?
We're talking about potentially a second reading if we were to adopt with edits, or go in another direction.
I think with what we have in place right now, masks are required. Now, we do the outdoor, there's provisions for masks being optional if outdoors and being able to separate, to be able to social distance. And I think that we're complying already with this. I think that the part that is tricky, I have to second my colleague about, the discipline provision. It's a violation of code. I think that there's already enough of how buildings are already implementing that, where applying this policy right here as it is, including the discipline piece, is definitely not a Durham value in that way. We want to be able to support, everybody to stay safe. And I think that that's the only difference. I don't really see much of a difference. We're definitely complying with this, with our own policy.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I can interject a little bit and looking at our attorney Kansu, just a question that was asked before. With our current policy that we have as far as masking, is that sufficient?
In my opinion, it's sufficient if it's clear that the board has given administration the power to regulate and administer the policy. If the board wanted to be a little more specific, you could say that masks are mandatory in compliance with the recommendations of the Strong Schools NC Toolkit, but I think you've done what you need to do. You do have to do it again this month, and this would be that moment if you wanted to. So if you want to just put the policy aside or say to school administration, if you guys want the policy, bring it back to us. Otherwise, you have authority to administer the mask mandate that we have passed and that we are renewing this month.
Thank you. Back to you, board members. I think it's your pleasure. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. If what we have is enough, I think we'll make it just simple.
That's what I would be hoping for is your recommendation as to what would be best for our schools. Ms.
Okay.
Meyer?
Well,
Yeah.
I just wonder, even if it needs to be in policy to this level of detail, or whether that could be in procedures in the future. I mean, this is a very unusual thing. We're doing it because the General Assembly says we have to continue to vote on it. I'm most interested, Dr. Mabenga, in you getting procedures from, that work with feedback from our principals and teachers, but it seems nitpicky for us to have this level of detail of policy, and unnecessary.
I'll agree with that. With that, I think I'll ask Tony Giovanni to pull that policy. And then I think what we have in place based on the advice of our attorney, I think we should be fine. If you guys can support that.
I think I agree, but also just have some clarifying questions. But what we have currently, this would go in our policy handbook online. It's very clear. What we have currently, kind of where is it housed? How do we refer to it? I do like the fact that we have definitions of what a face covering is. We're clear about who is required to that comes out of this policy. So I'm just wondering, how can we take what we currently have, if that's better, and put it in a place where it's really clear and easily accessible? So if we do run into issues, we are pointing to, this is the policy here.
And I believe that most of those definitions are in the toolkit. Certainly, again, with administration implementing it at the school level, at the district level, explaining to people what our expectations are within the authority of administration. If you're comfortable saying, please make it clear to people for administration to do that. Regardless of how you go, of course, this month, you will have to make a decision. And if you want to make a decision now to continue the face covering policy and ask and make it clear that administration has the authority to administer it and add whatever requests you have for specifics like that.
So my perspective is that what we're doing is working. We're not having any issues in the application. And it seems as if the state is now catching up. So us reconsidering, making changes to what's always already working towards or for us, I don't see the need in that. I mean, I'll support whatever the rest of the board is interested in. But I think if what we had is working, I don't see any reason to change it at this point.
May I just want to say that to I don't know what you're, to Ms. Umstead's point, I think that we can obviously show people, or even have a clip where the board did vote, or have a blurb on our website, mask, stating that the Durham Public Schools Board has voted to require mask in all of its public spaces, et cetera, and just kind of flesh that out. And then once we work with our principals and teachers and support, operations staff, get feedback from them on, because this is all sites, it's not just schools, so it's everybody. So get feedback from them and then kind of codify those procedures so that it's not a board, the board's done what they need to do, but then administration, we can have it so that people aren't worried like, oh, well, Ms. Giovanni says I have to do this and Dr. Monk says I have to do that. So we have it codified. So with Dr. Mabenga's permission, I think that would be my recommendation. Okay. And there we go. Thank you.
Administration, thank you.
So
The discussion?
did we want that motion today? Was that the question you also had?
Before that, I think we have additional comment.
I didn't have comment. I was going to go ahead and make the motion that we vote to continue to follow our original mask mandate policy.
Okay.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Lewis, seconded by Ms. Byer, that we, for this month, approve our mask mandate. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. And administration, thank you for bringing that, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks on that. Board members, item 8 is Operations Services, A, Elementary F, Commissioning Services.
All right, and good evening, Board of Education, Dr. Mabenga. As you're aware, we are in design for Elementary School F, soon to be named hopefully next month. And as a part of the design, we want to go ahead and include commissioning services in that. Now, typically commissioning is done at the end of the project to make sure that the equipment that was designed is going to operate like it's supposed to. Our staff is very good at this, and I'm joined by Mr. Dan Snitzer, who is our project manager for sustainability. They've come up with a really good and unique way to address our HVAC portions of our projects, and then involving the commissioning early on into the design as well. And so what we have today is an enhanced commissioning request to allow us to negotiate a contract with this particular company. Mr. Snitzer will walk you through the selection process, and we'll be able to answer any questions about commissioning if you have it, as well as how they went through and selected the firm. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Snitzer.
Thank you, Dr. Monk, and board, and to our staff and community. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. As Dr. Monk mentioned, Elementary F is currently in design. We've had 2 very successful community meetings, one in person and one online. And we're moving forward with the design process that includes commissioning. As Dr. Monk mentioned, we're going to take a unique approach to commissioning, this enhanced commissioning process. And I'd like to highlight, before we go into the selection process, the 2 unique items. The first is getting the commissioning agent involved early so they can be part of the design process and catch any issues before the building's actually built. Traditionally, commissioning comes in at the end and they find the problems now that things are built. Return ducts in the wrong place, vents not sized correctly. By getting them involved early, they can catch these things early on in design and make sure the problems don't exist. The second piece of this commissioning process that is unique is a focus on the building envelope. While not always the most exciting part of any building, it is the most important when it comes to longevity of the building, moisture issues, as well as efficient HVAC systems. It's also one of the most expensive parts where if it gets done wrong, replacing it, taking apart all the windows and replacing those pieces is incredibly expensive. So making sure that the commissioning process, not only through design, but through construction happens early is absolutely essential to meet our aggressive energy goals. Next slide, please. So we have solicited, I apologize for the title on that slide, but we have solicited qualifications from local commissioning agents, and 4 were received at the end of June. Qualifications were reviewed and scored in light of the specific and unique needs of elementary F. And as you'll see in a moment, Systems Works, based out of Charlotte, but with an office in both Raleigh and Carrboro, came out with the highest score to meet the unique needs of elementary F. Next slide, please. The proposers were scored by clarity of their proposal, comparable experience, again, specifically with aggressive energy goals, MWE capacity internally or with their partnerships, and their capacity to do the job. With capacity, it's not just staff, it's longevity. So they will start as soon as we reach a contract, and they will work with us over the course of the next couple of years, plus while the building is designed, constructed, and throughout the first year of operation. So these will be partners for a long time, and we need to make sure that these companies are well rooted and have the opportunity to last with us over this time. Next slide, please. All four of the companies that we looked at or that responded, we've worked with historically and have relationships with, and Systems Works scored the highest out of all of them. So next slide, our recommendation tonight is to approve the staff to begin negotiations with Systems Works for our enhanced commissioning for elementary school F. And the last slide is for any questions or comments.
Ms. Lewis.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Snitzer. Can you tell me more about the MWBE exploration in this rubric?
Yeah, three of the four respondents did not have strong any MWB status or strong representation within their current companies. One is a female-owned business. And so Systems Works is one that does not have MWB status. And we've expressed that to them as they look for partners for testing and balancing, that we'll have an expectation that they look for MWB partners.
And then I look at the one that is only 1 point below the Systems Works CX is MVP, and they have a higher rating with MWBE. How much of a disruption would it be? Or what is the difference between the two, as they already have some, and how much of a disruption would it be to use one that is in favor of our board, in particular to utilize organizations with the MWBE status, along with the county commissioners?
Certainly. As the scoring indicates, MVP is a highly qualified and very capable entity. And if it's the pleasure of the board that we pursue them, we certainly can. The overall experience and proposal from Systems Works, again, from our overall scoring metric, scored higher. But certainly if there's a recommendation to weight them differently, we can absolutely move that path.
And that's what I was looking at, because it is only a point difference. What would weighting look like? And because they do have a higher number of MWBE status, what is their status? Do you remember or have any information?
I don't offhand. I believe that they have partners that they've recommended that they will work with, but I do not believe they themselves have MWBE status. I believe there's some of the partnerships that they bring in, and I can certainly look at that.
Okay, yeah, and just looking at that rubric, that has been very important to this board. We talked about that several times. I would be in favor of considering MVP for discussion from the rest of the board.
I have a question within the commissioning services. You mentioned, equipment and equipment sequencing. I'm wondering, warranties on equipment, that's a big thing with HVAC systems. We've had, some failures, we've had to replace some, and, I'm wondering about what is the role of the commissioning and to what extent will they be supporting us along the lines of the equipment, and just a little more about equipment sequencing. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, absolutely. So warranty and all those in terms of quality of items are in our design guidelines. And through our bidding process, we can accept what comes to us and we can create alternates. So if we have equipment that our HVAC staff prefers to work on, we can provide them as alternates as well to ensure we get the equipment that we want, that we know how to work. And again, warranties and quality issues are laid out in our guidelines. In terms of the role of the commissioning agent, beyond design, they make sure that all the equipment is installed properly. is installed according to the drawings, according to what was spec'd out, according to our guidelines, and then they make sure it's functioning properly. So sequencing particularly speaks to the controls process, and they will run scenarios where they will turn up the outdoor air temperature on the computer system as if it were 90 degrees out, and make sure that the equipment does exactly what it's supposed to do.
Like diagnostics kind of analysis.
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
Yep, they'll make sure all the dampers open, that they open to the right amount, that it's represented properly on the control system, et cetera.
And now that we have commissioning, I know that we're doing this for elementary school F. So is this going to be the standard for any, moving forward? I know that it takes time for us to build new schools, and we're already doing quite a bit right now. It may take time, but this is going to become kind of like a standard to have commissioning as a part of.
Yes,
any constructions?
through our design guidelines, enhanced commissioning for major renovations and new construction will be the standard.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Beyer.
Thank you all for bringing the recommendation today, and thank you for thinking about new ways to do schools. I know that our community is so excited about elementary school F. They will be even more excited when it has a name, and those meetings have been wonderful just to let people know that this is going to be a new state-of-the-art, environmentally conscious, sustainable kind of school and a new model for Durham. Folks have asked about our possibility for solar in the future on the roof. Is that something that will be taken account into the design and commissioning of this project? I know we've talked about sustainable building, but also does it go all the way to that notion of solar for folks in the future?
Absolutely. And it goes beyond solar. Looking at geothermal and solar, again, for all new construction and major renovation is part of our standard. For this project in particular, geothermal was quickly wiped off the table because of the rocky terrain and steep slope of it. Solar continues to be an option, but realistically for this project is unlikely, in part because, as we know, it will be a 2-story building. So that will severely limit the roof space available. Some of that roof space will be taken up by HVAC equipment. So it will be severely limited. But again, according to our standards, it will have to be looked at and assessed as an option or an opportunity.
Thank you.
I have one question, but your response on the solar just made me think of another one. When we're looking at, I'm guessing that we kind of discounted the capabilities of the solar based upon our technology now, and I guess the ability to utilize based upon the kilowatt per hour rates on the standard solar equipment right now. But I'm just wondering, with the advancements in that, is it feasible that if we at least have that infrastructure and already have it in place, that by the time that we do have to maybe redo our roof, people at homes have to redo their shingles, but by the time that we have to refresh this, even though we have a limited amount of roof space, that should be enough to cover the amount of usage based upon that school, especially if it's already being constructed with green energy usage in the back of our mind. So hopefully that's why you all are still having that as part of your consideration and something that we could be mindful of.
Absolutely. We've specifically asked, again, in all new construction and major renovations as the category that our design guidelines apply to, that a line item must be included in the estimates for being solar ready. So the right type of roof, running the right conduit, sizing the inverters and transformers properly. So we always have that option. If we reach a budget issue, we can look at value engineering that piece out, but it's going to be upfront to know what that cost is, and we would have to actively make that choice. Realistically, it's not that large of an expense upfront for new construction. And so likely this elementary F and future renovations and new construction will have at least the infrastructure in place for when technology maybe makes it more financially feasible for us to do. We don't have to run new conduit. We don't have to add new transformers, new switches, et cetera.
Perfect, thank you. And my other question is just looking at the criteria checklist and the scores that were presented again. I'll go off on or follow up on Ms. Lewis had also mentioned. Can we discuss the clarity of proposal and plan of action? Because I see the system work CX versus the MVP. One was 12 and one was 9. And I just want to be able to have a little bit, can you add additional clarity to what the clarity of proposal and plan of action kind of entails? Because it looks like they're both capable and have the capacity to manage this project. So I just want to get an idea on, how it was reviewed or kind of like what was the criteria within that?
Certainly. Again, I believe both companies are absolutely capable of doing the work that needs to be done. Specifically, clarity of proposal and presentation is about when you read over what their plan of action is, it's clear what percentage of units they're going to look at, for example. So they can't look at every single VAV box, every single unit, or they could, but it gets incredibly expensive and the marginal value just isn't there. So in terms of clarity of what their plan of action is, what their step-by-step approaches, how many meetings they plan on attending, what their relationship with the designers will be throughout the process. When reading systems works, we felt it was just very clear that we know exactly what we're getting. And it was packaged in a way that you could tell when it gets priced that this is section A, this is section B. MBPs was a little more convoluted and just takes a little more work to ensure we know what we're getting and that we're going to get what we want.
So just as a follow-up on that, because it sounds like what they're proposing is, of course, is going to be what's included in the contract,
Yes.
correct? So theoretically, we could hold both of them to the same requirements and the expectations if we decided to contract with either one. And the only reason I'm asking this is just making sure that we can mitigate the risk if we did decide to go with another one, that we could still go ahead and have those same requirements for whichever vendor we chose. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I want to just take a point of privilege and explain to the millions of people, or 84 that are watching our YouTube feed, that the board has additional material on the selection process that was emailed to us. I do think it would be helpful moving forward if that were included in the packet so that the public could follow along with us. And that has been the case in previous administrations, so it's not out of the norm. We did have a request from 2 board members to consider the MWBE rating. We can have additional discussion on that, whether that pertains to this particular item or something going forward. I personally am not comfortable overturning a decision that the administration has made today around a particular vendor. But again, I'll open the floor back up for discussion. This is for action, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I just had one quick follow-up question. Where are we with commissioning on the new Northern and Lions Farm?
Dr. Monk, do you have that information?
Yeah, so those were already pretty much designed before, but we will have commissioning services on them.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
So
this is enhanced commissioning. So this is actually looking at the design as it's going forward. Typically, how commissioning is done is once the project is done, what the commissioning agent is doing is saying that it's performing as it was designed.
Right.
So those services are going to be on all of our projects regardless.
Right. So is this is a pivot from my 7 years on the board, and is this an administrative pivot or a new way of looking? Has the industry moved in this direction?
Yeah, so in my previous district, it was where we were headed, was doing it during design. By the time you start doing commissioning at the end of the project, you're typically already in the building and things are already happening. You already have room 100 saying I'm hot all the time, and then people start messing with the controls, and it's way different than what it was designed for. In this case, there's no ambiguity about what it was designed for because the commissioning agent is right there along with the design process. So I think when you have the ability to do it this early, you should do it this early. Commissioning, I mean, it's an old thing to do, but doing it in partnership with the design process is relatively new.
And would I be correct to say it's more expensive upfront, but cheaper long-term?
So I don't look at it as expensive myself, but I do see that it does save you. Whether it's monetary, that's going to be your utility costs are going to be lower because your equipment is performing like it should be performing. And then it's going to save you on time, your maintenance staff having to go out and tinker with things. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Umstead?
Thank you all for this presentation. Is there a cost associated with this yet?
No, so what you're doing tonight is giving us authorization to negotiate with one of these individual firms, and then we'll bring what that cost is back. Typically, it's around 1%, maybe a less than 1% of what the construction cost is going to be.
And I do think exploring the other option that has a higher MWBE participation would be nice. But timeline wise, if we were to put this into 2 weeks, because I do think having that clarity of plan and action feels important. Would that put this project too far off track if we did this at our our next board meeting in 2 weeks?
So yes, is the short, because we're going to continue on with designing. I mean, we're into design development now. That's when things start to get a little bit more crucial, because you're starting to add in what the exact systems are that you're going to be doing on the project. I didn't sit in on the proposal interviews, but these firms wouldn't have made it to the short list to be interviewed if they weren't qualified, right? So what you're seeing here is just degrees in which staff listen to what they were proposing and believe what kind of fit they would be for this particular project. I would say that staff would take either one of these firms, right? It's of no consequence to us. As a matter of fact, you probably will be here before you asking for all of these at some point in time to be a part of a project. They looked at this particular project of this size and of design and said that System Works fits best. But if you said that, hey, we want you to try to negotiate with MVP first, we won't have any problem doing that. The key is to start negotiating so we can get someone on the contract.
Ms. Vitaris?
Thank you so much, Dr. Monk. I think that, it's definitely very reassuring that you are all having the criteria that this board, wants to have, like MWBE is very important. Clarity is very important, all these things. So I do appreciate that. When you were mentioning that even with that criteria of MWBE, that it's, there are more details that we can have, like including working with partners. Like the firm could be all, not as diverse, but they're working with different partners. Is there any way that we can encourage System Works, which was rated higher by admins, by you all, to improve on that front? Is there a way that we can ask them, to work with more partners, if that is the case with all of them, that, that they're actually fitting the criteria by partnerships, not inherently that their entire company is as diverse as we want them. Like, is there a way that we can, whoever you all feel more comfortable with working, that we can make that recommendation? Secondly, I think you all kind of hear from the board that we care about sustainability, right? And we care about, planning for the future and trying to reduce, trying to reduce reliance on the kind of fossil fuels and all kinds of things that are definitely not helping us. And so when I'm thinking about like HVAC systems, in our district, we have gas HVACs, we have electric. We kind of have that, some of our older buildings have setups that are not all electric. One of the important things about having all electric is that they are set up in a way that when we want to go solar, if we want to go solar, like they're ready to go. We would not be able to do that with gas HVAC systems. And so when it comes to sustainability, I care about LED lights. I care about, HVAC systems that are electric, trying to avoid the gas, equipment. Is that something that, I guess that would fall under capacity? I mean, I'm looking at clarity proposal, comparable experience, MWBE. Where would sustainability, and even also keeping in mind that within the context of Durham and how the city council and the county, they both passed resolutions, 2030, we want to be 80% on renewable energy, and we want to be at 2050, 100%, right? So as we are thinking of the context and where we are headed as, as a city towards 100% renewable energy in 2050, I mean, where does sustainability fall within the criteria, and how can we kind of push them towards helping us along with those goals?
Yeah, in terms of where it falls into the criteria, it's with comparable experience. So what we really looked for is schools, companies that work with schools, they all have building size. This is not out of the ordinary for them. And again, either LEED or WELL certification and aggressive energy goals, so that they understand how systems interplay with each other and can really look at things on a systems level. So that's the criteria that would fall in. And certainly we are looking at similar as we are to solar. Right now, it doesn't make sense to run our kitchens and our heating off electric. And we have a lot of work to do before we would be ready to go all electric throughout the district when we look holistically at it. So we are looking at, or we've at least discussed the opportunity to similarly run conduit to the kitchen. But the truth is, if we get to that stage, that's relatively small cost to make the changeover compared to what it'll be to go all electric. So we're confident that if we're ready to go all electric, we can turn over systems as need be.
Ms. Lewis.
Thank you for this. Thank you for the discussion, and thank you for the confidence, Dr. Monk, in all four that have been presented. I think that as we just again have another set of eyes on this and looking at that one criteria, I am confident and feel reassured that a company already has partnerships that takes into account the NWBE, and that, again, you all will be comfortable with anyone, but you're wanting us to make a decision today. So, yeah.
That would be preferable as we're moving forward with design development. I hear you loud and clear. And as we go through these future criteria, I'm happy to add more information that outlines reasoning for some of those scores that are of great importance to this board. And similarly, I'm sorry, I will follow up with you as to what MVPs, why they scored higher. I just don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay, board, is there a motion?
Yeah, I guess, so would I make a motion that we move with elementary F commissioning services tonight?
Naming the specific vendor?
Yeah, allowing the
Yes.
staff to negotiate with Systems Works for commissioning services.
Allowing the staff to negotiate with System Works.
So, yeah, so what we need to do is, if we have them in rank order right now, 1 through 3, so that if we can't reach a negotiation with System Works or whatnot, then we can move to the next one and then move to the next one, right? So if you all are proposing to switch any of these, you need to do that and then authorize us to negotiate with that first one. Okay, just want to make that clear. But if you want to stay with staff recommendation, we would appreciate that as well.
You don't want authorization to negotiate with all 3 in order? You just want authorization to?
Right, yeah, I can't do that. So I
Okay.
gotta negotiate with whoever you all, we have ranked System Works first, but I'm
Okay.
hearing conversation that you may want to change that ranking. If that's the case, I need you all to do that. And then authorize us to negotiate those contracts. If we can't come to an agreement with that first one, then we automatically move to the next one and so on and so forth.
Dr. Monk, I hear you on that one. I was, under the presumption that each of these has already been vetted for that, and that even the criteria, ideally, I would want the firm to have, diverse staff and especially prioritize women business owners, but it seems like it's partnerships, which is something that I think it's partnerships. So at this point, I'm kind of cautious to attribute more to any of the others that you all ranked second, third, or fourth, based on the mere virtue of the partnerships. I think they can always increase more partnerships. If you all, personally, if you all want to work with System Works and kind of encourage that they, make sure that they increase those partnerships, I would be fine with approving System Works tonight. I mean, that's just me. I rely on my other board members to see. I think that you have all done the diligent task of, checking all the contracts, checking for clarity. I think clarity is important to see what they are delivering and what they can do. So I do trust, your analysis. I just think we definitely want to, continue to share our values, right, as we are a Durham board. But I would be fine supporting what you're bringing forth right now as you rated them. And my motion would pretty much just be, supporting the elementary F, motion to approve elementary F commissioning services with your number one commissioning service company, System Works. But I'll break over the rest from other board members.
Mr. Raven, did you have something you wanted to add? I'm sorry, apologize.
Was that the official approval, or, I mean, the official motion, or?
Yeah,
were you
that would be
asking
that
for-
would be
okay.
the motion.
So I'll second that.
It's been moved by Ms. Valladares, seconded by Mr. Raven, that we approve the administration's recommended, give them authorization to negotiate with their first choice. Additional discussion, if there is any.
I think if you all heard loud and clear from this board, though, that we do want to ask them to increase their MWBE partnerships and status, or not, I guess they can't change their status, but their partnerships that they are working with. So if we can make that a part of the negotiations, that would be great.
Absolutely.
And I was just gonna say, what I heard was that the MBP already has those partnerships in place as well. So I was more in favor of going with them being the first choice and Works CX being the second choice. I know you have to negotiate one way or the other, but that's why I was leaning. Of course, they already have those partnerships that are already established. So I was hoping we could have done it the other way, but the motion is on the floor. That was just my point of discussion.
And I would ask Dr. Monk, I think there's been this board has long been committed to MWBE high percentages of participation. And I think we've typically outperformed the county, outperformed other local entities. We used to actually have it on our précis and highlight that more strongly. But if in the future you can bring, or if you want to speak to that now about how we're doing, because I think overall we're doing well and working to do better. I don't want to not give you the opportunity to clarify that if there's anything you need to add.
Sure, yeah. So just want to remind the board that we haven't negotiated a contract yet, right? So there's no participation to report. So what they said was, so for instance, they could say, I'm going to work with Miss Lewis. She's a woman-owned business. Well, then come to find out they're only giving her $10, right? That's not really participation. We haven't even got to that point yet. So if you look back at our previous précis that we've been providing, once we get people under contract and there's a dollar amount associated with it, we do report on the précis what the MWE participation is. So when we come back with the actual contract negotiated, and they say, I am giving Miss Lewis X amount of dollars, that's what we'll report to the board. So at this point, they're just saying, these are some people I want to contract with, but they hadn't told me what percentage of their contract that individual is going to get, if that makes sense. Okay.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded that we approve the administration's recommendation. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously.
Thank you all.
On to outdoor learning.
All right, we get to do it all over again. Okay, so this item is to approve the designer for our outdoor learning spaces. We received proposals back in July, in May, actually, interviewed in July, and now we have Hobbs that we want to recommend to do the design. We also have a presentation for this, and Mr. Snitcher is also leading the outdoor learning initiative for the district, and so I'll turn it back over to him.
Thank you. And you'll recognize a format in the presentation. Went through a similar process. An RFQ went out, request for qualifications went out in May, and 8 firms responded. If the presentation's available, we'll pull it up. And as that's getting ready, I'll just walk through the process. The 8 firms were reviewed by a committee that included members from construction and capital planning, curriculum and instruction, maintenance, and CTE. Thank you. We can roll forward to the first slide or the next slide. There we go. So it was a cross-departmental group that looked at the 8 firms. 3 were scored and selected the highest for interviews, and interviews happened in July. And again, those 3 were scored. And Hobbs Architects out of Pittsburgh scored the highest of the 3 that were interviewed. Next slide, please. And this criteria was also pretty significant. It included both experience working with schools, working in outdoor spaces, but also a vision. We want these to be permanent spaces that are inspiring, that are centerpieces of our campuses, and that inspire the creativity that we want from our students. We looked at capacity, similar to commissioning. This is a long process, going from design to implementation in multiple schools and many schools. So we need to make sure that they can manage multiple projects at multiple stages of design and construction at the same time, along with creativity. Part of that, what we're looking to do is a balance between something that is not only functional, but aesthetically beautiful, but also that can be scaled. So a school that can fit a large structure can get a large structure if the budget allows, and schools that are more limited in space, the same model, the same design can be scaled down. So Mr. Davis has referred to it as a kit of parts, which is kind of the design philosophy we're going with, where you can simply add on, let's say, a 10-foot bay as space allows for that. Again, we looked at MWBE status and partnerships, as well as other partnerships and expertise in the area. While the field of engineering is somewhat limited with MWBE participation, the field of architecture is even more so. And we continue to do outreach in that area. And then alignment with district goals and district vision. So what are we trying to do? We ask them a lot of open-ended questions to pull from them what they think the value of education is in general, what the value of education, outdoor education is, et cetera. Next slide. The 3 firms that we interviewed were Hobbs, Weinstein Friedline, and Perkins and Eastman. The image there is one of the outdoor structures that Hobbs has designed and constructed. We felt that in particular just really spoke to us in terms of openness, flexibility, aesthetically pleasing, and very scalable, and a relative level of simplicity that goes along with it. And so Hobbs actually scored, I don't want to say significantly higher, but noticeably higher than the other firms. Next slide. So similarly, the recommendation is to allow the staff to negotiate with Hobbs for design of outdoor learning spaces. The image on the screen is one of the other images that they presented in their proposal, which just very much spoke to the team of the thoughtfulness that will go into their design, as well as the environmental understanding and environmental goals that the district has in general of being thoughtful with our constructed spaces, whether they are 800 square foot shade or 160,000 square foot new schools. And we'll take questions and discussion, please.
Mr. Raven.
If we could go back to the recommendation image that we just had up on the screen, I'd like to point something out. It's something that I was, I guess, naive to the fact of when we're looking at infrastructure and we're looking at building. So if we take a look at the outdoor classroom, I'd always assumed that the slanted roofs were done in a way that, like, let's say if it snowed, the building was structurally sound and it's able to essentially be able to repel more of the snow. But if I'm looking at their design, they're specifically showing how they would have the building, I guess the roof of the building slanted, so that regardless whether it was during the summer or the winter, it would still be able to offer shade to the children under that. So I definitely think that's impressive. I mean, even looking at the wind circulation over the water, I think that's impressive, and it's something that I never thought of. So this image alone has sold me on their thoughtfulness. So it sounds like it's a good idea.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis.
Thank you for the presentation. Where are they based out of?
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh. Today I went to the wire cutting ceremony at Durham Tech. And I got to hear from an architect, a student architect major, and it was just amazing. And I saw that in their proposal that they work with 4-H as a part of it. I think it's amazing. There's another community college. I would just ask if we're going with this, that you also consider our students and our partnerships with Durham Tech.
Absolutely. That not specifically Durham Tech, but with Southern, that conversation was part of our interview process. We'll add Durham Tech to that list, as well as NC State's design program. And Hobbs was very enthusiastic about working with students, not just through the imaging, visioning and design process, but potentially through construction as well.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Ms. Byer.
So thank you all for this inspiring work. Thank you for reaching out and envisioning something new for outdoor learning. I know the images are exciting. I know our community's already been excited to see the images. Two questions would be, one, when would these come online, which is going to be what I think people are going to be most excited about? And then how is this firm gonna, you talked about this like a kit, how are they not gonna over design it, but do something that the roof doesn't rot out in 5 years or something? Like, what materials are y'all thinking about that will be sustainable and long living, have longevity, that we don't have to keep investing in? Yeah.
Certainly. To the first question, realistically, as we get through the design process and then work with the county on permitting and hopefully being able to do them in batches and sessions, not one at a time, realistically, I'd expect that we can start construction close to next summer. And we'll have to work with them and choose construction companies that have capacity and figure out how we're going to phase them in. But I don't have specifics as to what that's going to look like, other than to say 30 of them will not be going up at the same time. We'll be working with curriculum instruction on a prioritization list that'll be based on school needs, school interests, school readiness, et cetera. And we'll keep refining that list until we're ready for implementation. Yeah, in terms of materials, when we talk about sustainability, it's not just the reduction of energy and planting native plants, et cetera. It's low maintenance, it's low ongoing costs, et cetera. And they're acutely aware of that. So while we are not anywhere near the specifics of what specific materials, I can assure you that will be a topic of great discussion and great thought. And when it comes down to pricing and scaling all of these, we are going to have to look at upfront cost, as was mentioned earlier, versus long-term maintenance costs.
And if I can add to that, to be clear, I know y'all see this picture, it's very pretty. This won't be applicable to all schools. Okay, so the schools where permitting is not going to allow us to put up shade structures or stuff like that, you may see them come online a lot quicker, because that's literally just going to be seating and things like that. So the whole purpose of having a designer, though, is so that we can get permitting and to see what extent that classroom can look out there. But this may not be what all sites look like. We have sites ranging from 4.5 acres to 80 acres. So just to measure your expectations.
Dr. Monk, is there some way to expedite permitting due to pandemic with our city and county leaders? Like, are there colleagues that would help us expedite that and understand that this is a public health issue?
Yeah, I think that we would certainly appreciate it if permitting, in particular for schools, can be expedited. That would help with the design process from start to finish. It doesn't necessarily alleviate other ordinances they may have as relates to impervious surfaces and things like that. So that's why I caution people with the shades and canopies and permanent structures, that if the ordinance doesn't change for impervious surfaces, which means how much hard surfaces do you have, how quick does water runoff, then we'll still be having sites that'll just be seating. Okay.
But like, if our chair and vice chair could have a meeting with colleagues, like to kind of emphasize the importance of this, there could be, I feel like there could be a Durham solution that is not a year out. And I hope that we can explore all those and help in any way that we can.
I'm happy to partner with you, Dr. Monk, to have those conversations.
Ms. Valladares.
Thank you so much for this presentation and also for the clarity that you're bringing to, the difference in sites and permitting and zoning, more permitting, impervious surfaces. Since we will have some schools that have, space is more restricted in some sites versus others. I guess my question is more about how we are involving the planning department to think very strategically about, providing every school site with shaded areas. I mean, if they can't be permanent fixtures, then we have to think about, the kind of things that can be put up and put down as needed, right? Tents, I know that the city has, the code enforcement office, they do temporary use permits to put up tents for different uses, if there's like flea markets or if I've had a few conversations with Sarah Young, and they do have these different types of permits that they do for different kinds of activities. So one thing is the permitting side and thinking about all the possible solutions, and especially for schools that don't have the space or, don't have all the amenities that others do, and keeping in mind equity. And the second question is, we have partnerships with DPS Foundation, and I understand that they, have provided some funds and provided support along this line. How are we, the partnership is existing, but I'm wondering, like, to what degree can they help us, especially address the equity concerns that some schools may not have, what other schools get? What are some of the current conversations about putting shaded structures, and maybe some of the caveats and maybe even some of the things that you're all working through?
So it doesn't matter the entity that's putting up. So like if you're talking about temporary canopies or whatnot that would need to be put up and taken down, we could do that. Some schools have already applied for with DPS Foundation and received those. As a matter of fact, some of them have some of the seating already in place that they got through the grants. What this item is for permanent structures related to outdoor learning. I think later on in this meeting, we're going to talk about tents and doing exactly what you just said, getting temporary use permit, and Dan's worked with the fire marshal to get approval from him to use these tents that we're going to use for outdoor meals. But to create a classroom, not only for the pandemic, but even into the future, to Ms. Byers' point, and making sure that it's something that is sustainable, is going to require some level of permit. And so I do believe that the better route would certainly be to have those conversations. And if elected officials can come together and give staff some more flexibility and direction on expediting permitting, I think that would be useful. And not only for this, but for all these projects. We were here a couple of weeks ago saying, hey, construction prices are going up. And the longer that it takes us to do something, the more those prices go up. So any help that our fellow governmental agencies can lend to us as it relates to permitting would be extremely grateful for, and would help move these projects along.
As a follow-up, may I suggest it could be a meeting with you all, but maybe just figuring out what schools we're talking about, because of course we have other factors in terms of like the time that it's going to take for these structures to be built, and temporary things, even as you're building this, even as you are going to the more permanent route, what we can have in place in the interim. And then, what schools are we talking about? Some of those schools may not have, the PTAs that can fundraise and provide temporary fixtures while we are building the permanent ones. So I just like to keep the schools in mind, like to know which are the schools that are going to be the ones that are not going to have this sooner based on, space, based on the acreage, the number of acres, based on permit,
And if I could just add, one of the things we are working with the foundation on in the short term is site assessments. So walking the sites to see what's already in place. Sometimes it takes a new set of eyes for a teacher or principal who's been there for a few years to look at what is available. And that's everything from trees that provide shade that are close enough to the building to covered walkways. Depending on how the building is oriented, a lot of the courtyards have shade as the sun crosses through the day. And as it's getting warmer or cooler into fall, shade actually becomes less desirable. So we're doing walkthroughs, we're marking up maps and just helping to open the eyes to what is currently available with some much lower level implementation, such as some basic seating. So there really is a short, medium, and long-term approach to this.
Ms. Umstead.
Thank you all for this presentation. I'm excited about this work and I appreciate you giving some clear expectations for us around when this may or may happen for some of our schools when we'll start seeing movement. I am curious, I know that we'll be using some of the federal funds for this. If you all could explain a little bit about that process. I think we know we've had questions and concerns around why aren't we moving this quicker or sooner? And I just would love to make sure you can kind of explain the process we have to go through with the federal funds.
If I could ask Mr. Lesueur to speak to that.
Yes, the complexity of federal funding. The real critical part to the federal funding is having budgets approved by the state, allowing us to move forward with the select plan. When we in June submitted the original budget to get the ESSER funds in place for the summer programs, that was really what it was for, getting it in place for the summer programs and some other things. They needed more detailed information as we went into July, August, for the purpose of defining these projects and types of expenses we were going to be incurring. So they needed more in-depth information. We have submitted the budget, but we haven't had approval yet. Well, they have 115 school districts that are doing the same thing as us. And they're strapped for staff as well. Their Title I area people are really the ones that are looking at these. They've never dealt with capital construction. I asked in many of the meetings we've had with the state, are you including your capital project team in there? They're not. So everything's a delay on getting these things moving. We're going to start moving because we can't wait any longer. They should have provided us the information and allotments back to us. So it's like any other federal program, dollar you spend, it's hard to start up. We just moved forward with the summer learning. Of course, we just went ahead with it because they knew, and that was their focus as well. So in the next few weeks, we hope to have those items back. We have to submit the plans to incorporate more information and move it forward from there.
As Mr. Sears, we have our bus drivers here. That's they really wanted to come in. I'm not gonna let them be able to speak. At least they want you to know that they're here for the presentation that we'll be presenting tonight, and they're seeking for your support. So if you don't mind, I'll let them come in just for a minute. So that they really wanted to see you to know that they're here, they're advocating for all bus drivers.
Did you say they did want to speak?
I don't know. I can ask if you allow them for public comment. Some of them will love to make some comments.
We can do that. So we're going to put our current presentation on hold so that we can respect the time of the folks that are here. And we'll ask our team to allow them to come in and we can
Are we
take.
ready for a motion on this one? Like, did we have all questions answered to just go ahead and close this? I didn't.
Is there additional comment or questions?
I thought we were going to put this on hold and come back to it. Is that what we're doing?
Or we can just quickly pass it.
Yeah, so thank you, Paul, for the answer on the federal funds. I would move that we approve working in negotiations with Hobbs to start this process.
Second.
All right, it's moved by Ms. Umstead, seconded by Ms. Valladares. Any further discussion?
I did just want to add one point or one thing that I'd like to ask. I heard from Dr. Monk that he would, that it would be helpful in furthering this process if there was a way that the elected officials could actually work with the administration in order to push some of this stuff forward. And I'm wondering, and I'm going to ask this as a question for our chair, both of our chairs as it stands, is there a way that we can request a list from the administration of everything that we think that may be in the pipeline so we can be able to present this to our city council in an expedited manner so they can at least have a full list of everything that we're going to be requesting in the future? And maybe it could be prioritized so they could at least start having the opportunity to put that in a pipeline as opposed to doing it site by site and waiting.
I'm happy to work with Dr. Monk and his team to figure out the best way to move forward. So.
Thank you.
All right. Any additional comments? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. All right, we would welcome some of our most dedicated and hardworking employees to join us in the boardroom. Thank you. Yep, there's a little more space if we want to wrap around in front of this area over here. Not at all an interruption. So we're
This is just a handful of minutes.
okay. We're very glad you're here, and we're very intentional about speaking into the microphone so that the folks that are watching can hear everyone. So I was informed we have at least a couple of representatives, two that would like to speak. And if you'll come to this podium here and hit the bottom of the mic, we're glad you're here. Yep. Please.
Well, first of all, good evening to everyone that is here. Thank you, board, for having us here and all of our local officials. We really do appreciate this. As you can see that we got 3 divisions here, Southeast, Southwest, and Northern Division have some of the drivers as well as monitors that are here. And we did this because we wanted to project numbers, but one voice, to let you see that there is no division amongst us. We just wanting to have a good quality life. That's all that we are asking. There are so many things right now that I know that you guys are having to deal with this Delta variant, kids getting this variant, and it's no longer just the older ones, but it's young kids. So I know that you got a lot on the plate, but we have to have some type of, and this is going to sound kind of strange, but some type of unseen contract between the school board and the bus drivers and the monitors, so that we know that we are being appreciated. We are told that. But I've been here for almost 16 years. And when you start hearing the same thing over and over, it doesn't have any effect anymore. It only becomes words. It's almost like if your mom is still living, your mom tells you that she loves you. But until she hugs you, you don't know the effect of her love towards you. In other words, we got to see some action, some way. I've spoken with Mr. Mobingo when I was on his board. And I think that I think I was the only person that he ended up asking, who is that guy that's talking? It's only because I want the best for us. And I know that you want the best for yourselves. But there again, in this COVID right now, one of our major concerns is not knowing who on the bus contracted COVID. We are told days later. I had one gentleman this week to come up to me. He said, Mr. Cherry, can I talk to you for a second? I said, yes, by all means. He said, I was just told that there was a child on my bus who had COVID. And he said, it's been days later. He said, and what really bothered me, it was this. He said, I have a daughter who is home who has cancer. And I don't know if I have taken the germ to her, the virus to her, because no one told us or told me about the student. I likewise had a student on my bus, elementary student. I didn't know anything about it whatsoever. What we are doing is too much time that is lapsing before we know it was on our bus. Anything can take place between day one of finding out and 4 days later. I was sharing with this same driver. I said, you know what? By having little kids, when they get off the bus, they kind of pushing each other. So they're all up on each other. They are grabbing the handrail, but no one didn't tell us that the child had COVID. Is there any way possible that we can be told, you don't have to give us the child's name, although it'll be easy to figure out if the child is not on the bus, but I understand the HIPAA law. I respect that, being an ex-investigator. So I respect that. But we just need to be told within a certain time limit. So this gentleman won't stress out, which that's where he's at right now, because he don't know if he have taken this virus home to his daughter who has cancer. And I think that is not a lot to be asked for, but it's something that needs to be addressed, because if he's going through this, I went through it, who else is going to go through the same thing and we not knowing? Right now, you wouldn't want to find out 5 days later that he has COVID. Your concern would be, how come nobody didn't tell me? That's how we feel. And I think that's a legitimate reason for us to know. And I'm seeing everybody's head nod, and I appreciate that. But we got to come to some form of legal documents or policy, procedure, because while I was sitting outside, I was listening to the mask thing that was going on and that y'all were talking about. COVID needs to be addressed the exact same way. Let us know. Secondly, we are working our tails off as drivers. A driver came to me today, Mr. Cherry. I said, yes. I already have 4 routes. Now I was told I got to do another route. That's 5 routes that she had to do. Some drivers have 6. When you have that many kids that you have to transport, stress is going to happen. Concerns are going to be there about COVID because you don't know these kids like you know yours. But we show it. And then if we were to say anything to our management staff, they're going through the same thing. They driving a bus every morning. And to me, they are just a high-paid bus driver. That's what they are. Because when they come back in, they still have their other responsibilities. They are still there. They still have to respond to emails. They still have to call parents back who are upset about their child not getting picked up or being picked up late. It's a chain reaction, and something has to be done. Now, I know that a lot of you all that are here are saying, I know he's going to say something about money. Well, the Bible says that money answereth all things. When we are given a decent salary, you guys wouldn't have to worry about bus drivers coming to apply. You know why? Because we'll be talking about it. Yes, you want to be a bus driver. They take care of you. They have wonderful incentives. I had shared with Mr. Mobinga prior to the pandemic, we were talking about the bonuses that we were getting. But when COVID came, it just knocked everything out. But I was sharing with him, we can work so many days and get a $50 bonus. After taxes, between 27%, 33%, how much are we really taking home? That's no money. It's easy to dictate what needs to happen when you live in a pretty good life. But when you got people like this that's standing all around this room, some having to work 2 jobs. I know a lady that worked 5 jobs. 5 jobs just to try to make ends meet. Because the money, $16. $16? And then they have a pay scale now, or a new projected pay scale that states a driver who have been with us for 30 years gets to make $23 plus an hour. And when the driver brought this to my attention, I said, wait a minute. That's less than $1 a year for their service. I said, that's just the way that I look at it. $23, you've been here for 30 years. How can we talk about being a bus driver is a wonderful job when we working our tails off, watching the management working? We don't want to be a manager. Why? You got to drive routes. You do. You have to get out there in the morning and drive routes. If we had a decent pay that'll make us feel good about ourselves, that will allow us to articulate to others who are unemployed, be a driver for the Durham Public School System. They will take care of you. They will meet your need. Yes, they want you to work. They want you to come to work. But if you come, they will take care of you. I can't say that now. I'm 63 years old. I can't say that we'll be taken care of. I'll say, well, if you're a good budgeter, maybe you can make ends meet that way. But if not, you need to go and find another job. One driver came up to me prior to the $16. Mr. Cherry, I'm only making $14 and some change. They hired a monitor who was right there behind me. How do you think that driver feels? And the driver been here for 5 years, and when she brought that to my attention, that hurt my heart. I felt bad because I felt like she's coming to me with a concern, but I don't think that anything is going to be done. We are the best ones. Well, we are told this. Without you all, we wouldn't have any schools, no students. If we are that important, please just grant our desire to increase our pay that will make us feel like that you all care. Even if you fake it, but at least we get money. You see what I'm saying? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cherry. And I want to thank our drivers who are working 12, 14 hours a day, who've chosen to come here this evening over time with their families or time to eat dinner or rest for the next day. If we as a board and administration can give them a round of applause. Please. We had tried to get as many voices in as possible. This was extra public comment. We realize that as well. So with that, I'm going to ask the drivers, please join me back in the hallway. I know the board has an entire agenda item.
We have one more speaker.
Are we going to do both? Okay.
Yes, both speakers.
All right. Well, with that, I'll hand it over. And after that, we'll have to head back into the hallway.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer.
Hello, how you guys doing? My name is Cynthia Brown. I've been with Durham County for 3 years. My biggest concern and my biggest thing, like Mr. Cherry just said a minute ago, is the COVID. We not knowing when the kids come on the bus and who is attracting what. That's a danger to us. Number one thing, I drive from Wake County every single day. To be exact, Zebulon, North Carolina. to cross over to Durham County. When you have a driver, not just me, but other drivers that drive so far, that meant we got to care at least a little bit to cross the county line when I could have stayed in my county and drove for Wake County with no ifs and buts about it. All we want you guys to understand and know that when a child walks on that bus, the first person, not even the first, but the second person they see in the morning is us. We makes a difference to a child. So that means if you don't have us, you don't have no children to teach. We're not asking for a big thing, but we are asking for at least anywhere between $19 to $20 so that we can live comfortable, so that you can at least step on that bus and we can say, hey, I'm sweeping that bus today because I'm at work. Or I'm going to clean these windows because I'm at work. Or I'm going to feel like getting up in the morning because I'm at work. I'm going to sing with a joy in my heart because I'm going to work. But when you're getting underpaid, you're not being told anything. When you're getting told one thing and you have a manager that's supposed to stand behind you, I'm not even going to say the manager, but the manager over that manager that's not even here tonight. How do you expect to come to work when it starts with the leader? Because if the leader is not behind your back, then you have nothing. We got to know and feel that we are important, not just told. Because I can hear that from my kids in the morning, how much they love me, how much they miss me, how much they glad to see me back. But when you have Miss Brown now, Miss Johnson out, Miss Stephanie out, Mr. Cherry out, then that puts a toll on me. I get calls at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, the minute that my feet hit the floor, from my supervisor to ask to say that she needs help. That's a big thing. So you got us put in a position whether we want to help her or not. But that's a toll on her because you got little babies out here at the bus stop that's in the 4th grade waiting on the bus by themselves because you got a parent that has to go to work. And then people try to figure out why are drivers walking out? Why are drivers not showing up to work? But you got to ask yourself, why? Why should they show up? When you are underpaid, that's a job you don't care about. Because the same thing that you are paying me to do, I can go to Amazon and make more. I can go to Chapel Hill and make more. I can go to Charlotte, North Carolina and move my family and make more. See, in this world, the day that we live in, it's sad, but it's true. The money makes the world goes around. When I don't have the money, you don't expect for people to stay. You expect for people to come here to get a CDL and you see the things that they do, which is walk out that door. Because it becomes a pressure. When you put pressure on me, like I had to do today, I had to run someone else's route because someone else is sick. Then turn around and put my kids on hold for 30 to 45 minutes before I get there to get them. But because I didn't want to put Tammy in a bad situation, we help out to do that because these are babies. My son goes to school in Wake County. So therefore, I want my child to get home like I want these kids to get home. But at the end of the day, if I'm not paid properly to be here, I can be in a line in Wake County, dropping my son off and picking my son up. And it's a lot of us that can be doing that. But we choose to pick other people's children up and drop other people's children off before we do it before our own. So all we want y'all to do is understand that what we are doing, it's not a small job. It's a big job with a lot of people. But you won't have a lot of people if you don't treat your people right. And all we asking for is just an increase. And we feel that we shouldn't even have to beg for it because we feel that you guys see what's going on. But until you are put in my shoes and take the time out, even if you feel that what we're doing is not important, I tell you what you do. You step yourself out your suit You step yourself out your heels, you put on these jogging pants, how we put on every day, and a t-shirt, and you go deal with Baby, Day Day, and Ray Ray. And tell me how you gonna feel when you get home. Let me know the conversation that you gonna have when you get there. Let me know, and the next thing that we're concerned about, you got kids that don't even keep these up. So we fussing back and forth with the children that this is important. This is like an outfit for everyone, not just me, not just you, but for the safety of them. So when I take you to a principal and a principal slap him on the back with it, I didn't tell you that he just was just standing up. I told you he didn't have on a mask. That's a protection for me and for you. Because if I contract COVID, who's to say that I'm going to live through it? We are not all promised to see tomorrow. But while we are here, at least let us know how important that we are. Don't just speak to us and tell us that oh yeah, you're important. We love the job that you do and this, that, and the third. Like I told Joe, when it came down to our $5, he said, it's coming. It is not guaranteed in there until it's solid in my check. So if we don't have the money, and you keep telling us you're going back and talking about it, what's going to happen is the more you talk, the more drivers going to walk. And then you're going to be back online with school, which is a bad thing for kids because a lot of them can't learn online. They have to have that in-person learning because I know my 7-year-old do. So he's not the only one. A lot of kids miss being in school. And this is how they learn. So in order for us to help them, y'all got to help us. Because if you don't help us, the door going to help us. And we're going to be out that door. And that's the last thing that we want to do because a lot of us has been here for a long time. Like I said, I started doing this 3 years ago. But I love my job, but I hate with all capital letters, my pay.
Thank you all, everybody, for being here tonight. We really appreciate it. And we're going to get onto this agenda item that's going to relate to that pay.
Can I
Thank you
add
all.
one more thing, Mr. Sears?
Please.
Can I add one more thing before you all leave? This was on our agenda on the August 31st meeting. It was not we did not want to move it. We couldn't move it because legally, our attorney told us it was not originally on the agenda. So it is on the agenda for tonight. Our hope is to have it retroactive so that it can start when we originally wanted to propose this on August 31st. So please hear, we had to move it off the agenda. It was not because we didn't want to do it, because our attorney told us legally we needed to make sure it was on a right meeting notification. So I just want y'all to hear that we are thinking about you. We're looking forward to this agenda item tonight.
Thank you.
They did. Board members, I'm going to propose we take a break after this item. But let's get to this. Administration. Okay, Dr. Monk.
I'm going to turn it over to Mr. LaSure.
If you can bring up the presentation, please. As you've heard from the bus drivers, there are a lot of issues in regarding bus driver pay across the state. All school districts are grappling with it, and we're bringing to you tonight an update to make some changes to the bus driver pay to ensure that we can retain as well as have our kids coming to school on a daily basis. Next slide, please. So as we look at the presentation, this chart shows you the small orange dots are Wake County as we start up from the bottom of the presentation, moving up, there's an orange bar, orange dotted or dash line. That's our proposed pay. And then the gray dotted line is where we are currently. So there is a gap beginning at 10 years, moving forward to 30 years between us and Wake County in that regard. So what this is to address, which you've addressed the beginning pay over the past years, going from $14.75 in 1920. You brought it up to $16.25 an hour for the beginning drivers in January of 21. So you addressed that because we were concerned about those beginning bus drivers at that time. Now it's time to look at the rest of the scale and bring it in line to ensure that we maintain our bus drivers as we move forward for those critical years 10 and above. So what this does is it increases it starting at the $16.25, but moving it up from $20.50 to $23 an hour for that 30 years of experience. This will put us right there with Wake County, not necessarily always above Wake County, but for the most part, right there with Wake County. So we're looking at a $260,000 cost with this proposal that we're talking about tonight. Next slide, please. All busy slides. Yes, busy, busy, busy. So the first two columns, if you look at those, that's the years of experience in gray, as well as what our current pay is. As you can see, we go from $16.25 to $20.50 an hour for 30 years of experience. What we're proposing is to continue the same level at the beginning salary at $16.25 and go all the way up to the $23 an hour at 30 years of experience. This will be an increase for those individuals that are years 9 and above from that standpoint, trying to retain those individuals that have dedicated service with us. As we look at the blue column is the increases. And what we're really saying is we're looking at increasing it starting at 10 years, 20 cents over what it is currently, and 10 cents every level thereafter for the purpose of getting us to a point of through 19 years. And then we go to 20 cents, going up to 15 cents additional rather than the 10 cent, moving it up all the way to 30 years of experience is what we're trying to do, is increase those latter years. Then we have in the pink or the orangish, we have the Wake County Public Schools pay scales. And from that standpoint, what we have is in the last column, the differences between our pay and Wake's pay. So as you can see, we start off significantly higher at $1.25 more. It weans down to even, and then a little bit of a reduction moving forward. And then towards the tail end of the scale, 25 years and above, it goes back up a little bit. In doing that, we're trying to keep the sequencing of the increases and not making it jagged in nature. But from that standpoint, this would make us very competitive with others around our area. So what we're asking you to do tonight is to accept this proposal and move it forward so that we can begin paying our bus drivers higher hourly rates.
Thank you, administration. Mr. Lee.
Thank you for that analysis. So my question here is, based on that graph there, it looks like we are bumping up to meet, for the most part, Wake County. And then on the chart that you had here with the different colors. There's a period 12 years through 24 years that were slightly behind Wake County. At year 11, we're right at equal with Wake County. Why, is there any reason why we wouldn't attempt to pay more than Wake County? I mean, because all Wake County has to do is bump up a couple cent and then we're behind again, right? Is there any way we can, well, I don't know, any way is not really a question. What I'm trying to say is, why wouldn't we consider making a statement or making a charge to push up to where we're not behind Wake County, even if they raised it just a little bit? You know, we are putting our money where our mouths are. You know, we've heard our bus drivers. Why wouldn't it bump up a little bit so that we are leading in the triangle where our competition is, instead of just meeting Wake County for them to jump up again? Is there any reason behind that?
That would be your determination. If you would choose for us to do that, we were just trying to make it incremental in nature, but the more we increase it, the more it's going to cost, of course. And from that standpoint, we're already paying higher on the lower end of the scale for bus drivers coming in than Wake County is. And it's the offset as we move forward. For us to continue to bump it up, and if you wanted to bump it up $1 more than Wake County, so that when they do something, it's all about the expense that moving forward. This can quickly jump up from 260,000 to 400,000 and so on and so forth, based on adjustments that you would like to make.
Well, so, I mean, I'm not necessarily talking about, you know, the 1 to 3 where we're $1 ahead, right? I'm talking about the ones where we are 2 cents ahead, right? The ones that we're 8 cents or something like that. I don't know. I'm simply asking a question of strategy here, a strategic question of, it seems to me that with other positions, you know, teachers, principals, staff and so forth, we work to beat other districts, especially in the area, for pay. I would like for us to consider doing the same here. Now, I'm not saying bump up a dollar, you know, like we're $1 ahead everywhere. I'm not saying that specifically. I'm just saying, you know, there's a period of time where we're 16 cents behind Wake County, 12 cents, 10 cents. I don't want to be behind them. I want other districts to have to catch up to us. That's what I would like to see happen.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I'm watching all board members here as we're having this conversation. I think when we had this proposal last week, a few days later, we've been able to see what other competitions been able to do. So it's pretty much we're playing to catch up here, and I agree with you. We do not want to increase by 25 cents, then come back to you guys again another month and say, wait a minute, we're losing 10 more bus drivers and so forth. But at the same time, I would like for us to acknowledge that any movement that we make financially at this point, we have to absorb it with our existing budget. Traditionally, we'll go to the county commissioners and ask and all that kind of stuff. But I'm feeling a little bit comfortable here with our existing budget with a lot salary. I think this is a time that we have to make that move and send a strong statement. But we also got to keep in mind, whatever we're going to do with this one particular group, we're going to have to reconvene for next year to be able to make some other adjustment for other groups as well. So I'm really in strong support tonight to make really a strong statement to show our bus drivers that we really support them, because I was there in the bus garage. I've seen those managers getting there at 3 a.m. and leaving at 6 p.m. They're all driving. If we don't get ahead of this situation, there are other districts in the country they're closing because of shortage of bus drivers. So I'm really open tonight. I'm gonna work with my CFO to make sure all the different funds we have, that we'll be able to balance the budget. But moving forward, we have to also, we're living in a triangle area. They made a really good statement here. You can go to Amazon, make $20 an hour. That's our competition nowadays. So we have to send a strong statement, and at the same time remaining fiscally responsible. So I'm open to ideas, and I'll be looking at my CFO. I think we can make it happen tonight and sending a strong message, but depending on the proposal that you guys will have. I have one in mind, but I'd like to listen to you guys first.
I'll go to Mr. Raven and then Ms. Valladares.
My first question is going to be, when we're looking at the bus drivers, do we have an idea of what the vacancy rate is?
It's Mr. Monk?
Yeah, we actually do. So of the 293 positions that we have allotted for full-time bus drivers, we only have 160 that are driving full-time. And as they stated, we have all of our subs driving. So if anyone is sick, we don't have anyone to replace them with substitutes. And all of our area managers, all of their assistants, all of the people that create the routes for the buses are driving. And then they're going back and creating routes. So there is a huge, I would say, Mr. Harris, and the reason why he's not here is because he was at the bus garage waiting for the last buses to come in. That's how late our buses are getting in. But they've done a good job up until the pandemic and keeping the district afloat using less and less drivers each year as we have to balance budget considerations. But this isn't unique to Durham. This is a nationwide issue. And it's just, unfortunately all coming to a head right now. But that is something that we have to get back up. We cannot function with 160 drivers when the state is telling us that we need at least 293.
Thank you for that. So this is my perspective, and I've, literally just earlier on this morning, I saw something on news that was talking about the Great Resign. It's happening across the country. It's loads of tons of people that are either resigning or they're retiring through the workforce. And this is a national shortage. So this isn't just in Durham, but at the same time, when you're a parent and you're sending your child to school, you're not really there for the excuses. That's not what you want to hear. What you want to hear is what the solution is. Originally, I was thinking that based upon what we've seen with the $16.25 per hour, even if we said that we wanted to increase that up to $17.50, I'm just guessing on track, it would basically be able to double that amount based upon this on the estimated total cost. It would have been $260,000 if we increased it to $16.25 based off of the original amounts that we had. But I'm thinking even if we doubled that and then increased it to $17.50, that would mean that the total amount would double. It would be $520,000. But once I'm hearing that we're almost at we're 45% vacancy rate, even if you double that amount, this proposed $260,000 is based upon being fully staffed, correct? If I'm reading this right.
Not of 293, no, of more like 230, 40 bus drivers.
So let me ask this, can we, because I'm speaking off of what I'm looking at and maybe people at home can't see this. Can we pull up the chart for the proposed bus driver pay increases? Can we put that on the screen? All right, and there's the chart that shows what Durham County is paying, and it also shows what Wake County is paying. Exactly. So at the bottom, it shows that the estimated annual local cost of this proposed change is 260,000. So I guess my position is, even if we doubled that, even if we doubled the increase and then we looked at 1,750, that would mean at the most, we'd be roughly looking at a $520,000.
No, it would be much more than that. And the reason why is because you have more on the lower end of the scale, 0 to 10. And starting at 1,750, you're gonna bump the whole thing up, which will go to more like $27 an hour possibly. And it's gonna triple and quadruple the cost. That's the situation with that.
Right. But at the same time, we do have an issue where we're understaffed anyways. So regardless of the increases, if we don't have the necessary staffing to get the kids to school, it's gonna be a recurrent issue. I guess that's the point that I'm trying to get across. And I'm wondering, can we do what Mr. Lee spoke about with looking at an increased amount in which we don't have to continuously come back? I was looking at going up to a maximum dollar amount of $25, which is kind of what Mr. Cherry spoke about. I think on our sheet right now, it ends at year 30, $20.50 for 30 years of service. And right now, Wake County is offering $22.83 for 30 years of service. So if nothing else, just to convince people not to leave, to at least make sure that we have $25, which again, it tops Wake County. And then if we're looking at the starting amount, I think 1,750 is reasonable. So that would be my thought perspective of 1,750 up to $25 salary range. And I just wanted to kind of propose that to the rest of the board to get you all's feedback.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Raven. I'm going to go to Ms. Valladares, then Ms. Umstead, then Ms. Byer. Can I clarify something, though? You have 130 vacant positions. That is a lot of lapsed salary, but for a lot of years, because of the underfunding, we've been relying on lapsed salary. Is that the case here? That's not just money sitting around?
I'm not quite sure of
Yeah, that lap salary goes to other.
For other
things,
purposes.
For other purposes, that's correct.
So I'm not sure of what the vacancy rate was in prior years. I think we were over the 200 limit. My caution is to you, because that's what you want me to be, is cautious. If you set a 1,750 rate with the majority of the people being under on that lower end of the scale, you're setting yourself up for a significant increase when you start getting people coming into the district with lower years of experience. That's all. I mean, that's what I'm trying to get to, is that if we've got 100 people between 0 and 90 of the 160 right now. So my concern is sustainability as you move down the road.
Okay. So we have a proposal from Mr. Raven. We have caution from Mr. Lesueur. Dr. Mbega has something in mind, and I'm going to go to Ms. Valladares.
Thank you so much. I have to second my colleague, Mike Lee, when looking at the chart and seeing where we are behind, obviously not in the front, right? Not in the year one, but definitely like by year 11, 10, 11, we're just slightly behind. And I'd like to see us not be behind Wake County. So if any way that we can make sure that we, compensate, work with the numbers, and ensure that our bus drivers see that we are not going below, because obviously those rates are already pretty low. And I think that, they have to get CDL licenses and everything else. I'd like for them to get paid as much as possible with the funding that we have. And of course, we have to also think about the next year, right? Because whatever pay increases we do have to carry out for the years after. We would never want to do anything where we increase it and then the next year we have to go and say, oh no, we have to do like pay cuts, or that is not good practice. So we need to make sure it's sustainable. I want to focus on sustainability. And here is my plea to you all as admins. Here's my plea, because we are moving towards, number one, capacity is an issue, and it's going to be an issue for a while. So we have to think strategically about how to use resources. When we think about our high school students, right? We think about high school students, the age at which they make decisions, including healthcare. 14 years old, they can make their own health decisions. 16 years old, they can even make the decisions that we don't want them to do about like ever leaving us. We want them to carry it out to the end. So, but I'm just naming that because there's something about our bus transit system in the city of Durham. They have right now, they're asking input for $500 million that transportation has towards how to improve Go Durham, how to improve this. And I have seen that we give free passes for buses to use Go Durham buses. And, I think that we need to think strategically. How many can we set up, bus passes for our students? Figure out like with the planning, figure out where they live, that may be given the option to some families that maybe they don't need to be on one of our buses, especially with the overcrowding, especially with COVID, Delta variant. We don't have to have all that. And also another thing that we do need is some kind of mechanism, some kind of form by which families can elect to change some way other than email. Because I know that Mr. Harris gets bombarded with a whole lot of emails. I know Mr. Palmer gets a whole lot of emails. I know Dr. Monk gets a whole lot of, I know all of you get a lot of emails about like bus routes, but there are families who sometimes decide, what, the bus is crowded. My child doesn't feel that this is a viable option. I'm gonna tag team with my neighbor. We're gonna figure out alternative ways for us to figure out transportation when possible. I know that transportation is a privilege. Not everybody has cars and an ability, but the city is moving towards improving transportation for all residents and including our youth. And so my question is a form where, say, for example, I signed up for bus service, but come to find out I have other alternatives. And I actually, as a parent, make the election that my kids who are in high school, can, find another alternative, and that we live within proximity, or they can catch the city bus. And that maybe I don't need to overtask a system that is already overburdened, right? And so I can go on a Google form and update that. I can put my child's school, I can put my child's bus and say, I no longer want bus service. That would be another thing. Another thing that is important is quality control and also the conditions. I hear from the bus drivers that, they want to feel that they show up to work and that they feel safe. Mask wearing, are there buses where maybe one of the monitors needs to have a speech with the students and explain a little bit about what we're trying to do, just reinforcing, the fact that we have a mask, policy that everybody should be wearing masks. I have done that with parents. I have put it on in group chats that parents make sure you talk to your kids at home about the importance of always keeping your mask on. And I have heard from them that sometimes it's about the air quality in the buses, like, they feel like it's hot and all. And like, I understand. And one of the things that we need to do is ways that we can get feedback about, the buses where either we need to address the students not wearing masks, or also like keeping the windows open, which is another thing that I've heard, like all the buses should have the windows open. Whether we have, I know our ACs are not to the level that, the conditions there are as cool as maybe in the classroom. So because because our cooling capacities in the buses don't compare to an enclosed, kind of like being in this room, those windows need to be open. And if, say, for example, for whatever reason, there's like a window that needs servicing, right? How do parents communicate? How do the bus drivers communicate that other than like email trails, which pile on and it actually provides a rating? So a mechanism of feedback, I think, would be super ideal. Parents who want to get off from the bus service, who committed to it and decide that maybe they have alternatives, incentivize bus routes through Go Durham, ensure that, we have schools that have bus stops really close to the schools. Some schools don't. So those are the schools that we prioritize for the bus service. But we need to think really strategically and sustainably about how we are using these resources. Thank you so much.
If I can ask, so you had a lot of questions in there, Ms. Valladares. And some of them are things that we've been working on. So if I can ask Mr. Palmer to speak to some of the Go Pass situations. And you're right, you hear me talk about pillows and windows, particularly inside. On the buses, I say just the opposite, which is what makes it hot, because we're supposed to have the windows down, and it is extremely hard to cool with air conditioning, and we recognize that. But that is a safety measure for the buses, is to have those windows down. But if Mr. Palmer can speak to the Go Pass situation and things we've done in the past, things we're looking to do now, I think that'll be helpful as well.
Thank you, Dr. Monk, and good evening again, everyone. Ms. Valladares, to your point, I just want to thank the IT team because they're recording this, and we'll have the opportunity to take all of the things that are here. This is a very complex topic. To directly speak on the Youth Go Pass, let me point out that we have currently 450 Youth Go Passes that are disseminated in our partnership with Go Durham. One of the things that's so crucial about the Northern High School site is that it is on an existing already Go Durham series of stops. I point out again, one of the things we need to look at with that is not only providing a stop, but ensuring that, remember, those bus routers become pedestrians when they get off the bus. So it's what I hear you speaking quite eloquently about is about multimodalism and planning comprehensively. So, we're excited to work under Dr. Mbanga's leadership to be looking at exactly some of the points you're talking about with regards to communication, looking at all modes of transportation, how they interrelate, and how we can work with our community partners to, quite frankly, relieve some of our yellow buses, because we know that some of those routes are extremely overburdened, as you heard tonight. So we're working on it, I assure you that. And I can provide more information as a follow-up.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Umstead.
Dr. Mbenga, did you want to present your proposal first or? Okay. Thank you all for the presentation. Thank you, bus drivers who came to speak with us tonight. I appreciate you for all the work that you do, and I can't imagine how much additional work has been added as we're dealing with these vacancies. I think we need to increase the pay. I would like 17. All telling me to be cautious. So I would want to know how much that's going to change our numbers. But I do think at least making sure that we're greater than Wake County would be where I would want to see us move. I think I have a couple other things. I think money is important. So I want us to fix this scale. I want us to also, can we think about referral package or referral bonus if you refer someone, or other bonuses? I know that is tricky because it's not in your paycheck every month, but it does allow us to do this, some appreciation of money without taking our budget too far. I think the other thing I want to think about is, yes, money, but also how do we just make sure that working in DPS is a great place to be? So can we make sure that our bus drivers are included in that contact tracing, that they're hearing about if students are having COVID? Can we make high quality masks just available for bus drivers? Like, here it is, it's at your site every day if you need that. What other things, and I would love to hear more from our bus drivers, can we be doing to make sure this is a great place to work? Again, we know money works, but we also know that they are driving for us because they care and they want to be here. So how can we make sure that we're looking at those other metrics and other items that can make sure that this is a great place to work? Those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Byer.
Yeah, I am so appreciative of our drivers coming here to talk with us in person. I wish we had the time to hear from all of them, but I want them all to hear from our hearts, our appreciation. And I want them to know that we've been fighting to get people to $15 an hour in Durham because we want them to be well compensated. And the state is not passing that money to districts across the state. So we're going to continue to advocate. And it's going to take working with our local county leaders to get their pay up in a longer term way. I believe this proposal that administration has brought tonight is the best we can do to start. I think it's a starting place. And then I hope that y'all can go back and look at some of the things that they were real clear about. Referral bonuses. I see, we can do retention bonuses. Other counties are trying to steal our people actively right now. $1,000 somewhere and something somewhere else. We don't want our people to go. Look at them and how much they love our children and how much they are the first amazing hearts of leadership that our children see every morning. So I'm prepared to support this tonight just to get us started, make it retroactive to our last meeting so that folks can start to see a change in their check while we explore other things that we can do with local funding going forward. And I'm just not really comfortable doing a back of the envelope thing right now, but I'm so appreciative for the leadership that they show and the heart that they bring. And we want it to show in their check and we want them to feel safe. So if we need more help from the county on health department folks out there working with us, contact tracing, I mean, we need to get that clear right away. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll add on to a few things, but very briefly, to Mr. Raven's point, this is a renorming of work. And I think it hits at a time when we're looking at what social justice means for this country, and tag that with a pandemic, et cetera, et cetera. I look at our ESSER funds and I'm wondering where we can be more nimble. You know, we know that adding long-term salary is recurring, requires support. But I'd like to see us doing more with our ESSER funding to show that we can care about people. We know that one-time bonuses aren't great. Maybe ESSER gives us 3-year bonuses, and we tackle this, as Natalie said, right, as this is a starting place and where do we go? And $15 just didn't go that far in Durham. I know we fought for it and we're there, but it's we know what it is and what it isn't. So my 2 cents, and I'll turn to you, Dr. Mabenga. I'm sorry, Ms. Lewis, forgive me.
Yeah, a lot of you all asked the questions that I was having as well, and definitely want to show appreciation for our bus drivers. And I want to appreciate those that came and spoke this evening, just really making it real for us. And it has been real. And we know you're working hard, and that does need to show through the support. And I hope you hear that in everyone that's spoken tonight. Ms. Byer, I echo your sentiments and comments as well. I do want to support this plan and getting it off the ground. What I'm wondering, I do have a point of clarification based on what Mr. Ravens shared. If we were to go to the 1750 increase, does that mean every line item would increase? And that's why you're saying it would quadruple? Yeah, okay. And then also, before I go to, well, no, I'll stay here first. ESSER funding, I think, is important also. Is there a way, well, 'cause I'm wondering how many people between 1 and 9 years experience will not be getting any difference based on this scale. So how can we make, I'm concerned, I would like to see how we can make sure that there is a difference there. And is this graph currently what Wake County is paying their 0 to 8 years experience? Is that what they're currently paying?
That is all that they have on their website. We went out there and checked with it, and they haven't posted their 21, 22 because the state's holding on the average and the salary schedules to last year's salary schedules. So it doesn't appear that Wake has moved forward with any of their scales this year until such time as the General Assembly makes a decision.
So our 0 to 8 years is higher beginning pay and salary, but with this proposal, with this plan right here, and looking at the incremental increases, that's fixing some of those with longevity, it still doesn't do more for those with 0 to 8 years starting out with. I would like to see just a creative solution with the ESSER funds, some sort of stipend in this moment for our bus drivers across the board that shows that type of progression based on the number of years. And also wanted to hear a little more about what is our current policy around COVID procedures and information sharing with our bus drivers. What's happening and what can we do differently and better to make sure that they are aware and taking as much precautions as well.
I just want to add one point to this. I think there's a sense of urgency right now because we have a problem now, right? So if we're looking at the 1 to 9, there's no change. I can't see how we're going to recruit more people to work at DPS right now as it stands. Because again, for years 1 through 9, there's no change, right? There's 2 things that we have to look at. We have to look at retainment, right? So you incentivize bus drivers in that 1 through 9 period. So you have to incentivize them to keep them. In addition to that, we have to look at this as a vehicle to recruit. So part of my discussion points were there's a problem now that we're trying to address. And we also want to make sure that this isn't a recurring problem because we don't want Wake County to pivot. So if you look at the proposal and you look at what we're proposing, the range of salaries is roughly a $6 range, right? It's looking at about 16.25 to 23, which is like $6 different amounts of range. If I'm looking at Wake County, theirs goes from 15 to 23. So that's an $8 range. Because again, we have to think about people who are going to be here for the long period of time. So when I proposed the $17.50 to the $25, that is an $8 range as well, right? Because we have to think about the people that are in these roles, they want the opportunity for growth. We just heard them talk about that they're not interested in being a manager, but they want to stay with us. So if Wake County moves and Wake County increases their pay, chances are they're still going to have an $8 range. I seriously doubt that they're going to be willing to increase theirs up to $17.50. They can definitely meet us where we're at and still have that $8 range. So this proposal allows us to already be ahead of it and to focus on the retainment of the staff that we have now and hopefully recruit others. Thank you.
I want to make a couple comments. I'm going to start with SR funds. So we all remember that we have $150 million and $65 million went pretty much for operation. We've been using that $65 million. Then about $50 or $55 million was for academics, and we were able to hire a lot of positions, all right, moving forward for the next 2 or 3 years. Then we had somewhere around $24 million remaining that we're going to use with our schools and how to strategize to move students forward. So that's the money that we have now, $24 million moving forward for the next 2 or 3 years. So with those funds, definitely, our staff been working really hard, and I had a conversation with our chair of the board. We would like to do something for all of them at some point. So October, that's the time that we're planning to bring that proposal. Again, I just want to make sure that we're going to have this fund for the next 2 or 3 years. What we have to play with now is about $24 million only, because the other one we appropriated already. I just wanted to put that perspective there. And I'm going to take the risk today to let you know that I've had a conversation with our bus drivers. I've showed them my proposal, the proposal that I brought to you today. Some of them, they didn't want to see it. They said it wasn't enough. And I know we are comparing ourselves with Wake County, but we also got to keep in mind what Chapel Hill is doing as well. Okay, so I don't want to come back after a month, because we all been receiving emails how our students will pick up after 2 hours and so forth. If we don't act swiftly tonight, we may get to a position where it's going to be really bad. I'm going to propose, and I said this about lab salary. That's where we're going to rely on. And then moving forward, to try to work with our commissioners to see how we can sustain some of these things. I would like for us to start with $17. $17, and then looking across the board, wherever we have less than Wake County, we can try to make sure that those folks are making at least a good 50 cents more. And then we go all the way to $24. So if you guys will let us work with our CFO in the next week to make sure that the range of 17 to 24, we should be able to do that. That's going to be a good message to our bus drivers. And I won't come back to you for another month to say, it's not working, we lost another 10 and so forth. So that will be my recommendation tonight, if you guys would like to support it.
Mr. Chair, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. We can't pay them enough, but it also feels very back of the envelope without having the full analysis of that and without knowing how many of our other employee groups also need to be bumped. So I almost think we need to start looking at taking 17 an hour to our commissioners for every employee class again, just like we got them to 15. Like, so, you know, I'm if you're confident that we have the money to do that, but then we don't have the scale mapped out to actually show people what it would be, and that doesn't have clarity to me either for them until we've actually run the numbers. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Lee?
I actually support that. I actually support Dr. Mbenga in that. I was actually gonna come on, if I was gonna come on and ask that at minimum, at any level, we be at 50 cent above Wake County. At any level, at minimum. But that his proposal did that. I think that we can address discrepancies across the board at a later time. I absolutely think we can. I think we can do this now. I think we can, I trust Dr. Mbenga has thought about this and kind of estimated ballpark what $17 would mean as a starting and moving forward, what that would mean for budget. But at the very least, if we go forward with what we have now, it doesn't change anything recruitment wise, like Mr. Raven said. It doesn't change anything at all. But if we move forward with a proposal of starting at $17 an hour, that's 75 cent, that's 75 cent more at year zero, that can turn some heads. That can raise some eyebrows and maybe be used as a recruitment tool. I like the idea that Dr. Mbenga put forward, but I especially like the idea of at minimum having 50% above what every level at minimum of what Wake County has. And I think that puts us in a position to really be competitive.
Ms. Umstead?
I'm not a mathematician, so I don't know where numbers wise puts us, either one of these proposals. So I would love as a follow-up, if you all could send us numbers for the budget where that puts us. I support this $17 starting there. I just worry about being able to sustain that. Can you tell us a little bit, Paul, what the state supports for our bus drivers?
So currently, the state supports up to $17.45 an hour. So anything above that, we are picking up the cost locally as well. So any of these adjustments to above that, we're picking them up automatically anyway. But that's the maximum that we can charge to the state per hour.
No matter years of service.
And I'll give you a real quick down and dirty for the purpose of understanding. Alex Modesto is listening in. It'd be $1.4 million to bring it from $17.50 to 25 up to the $25 level that was initially proposed by Mr. Raven. So it would probably be closer to 1.2 million, 1.1 if we start at the $17 an hour and go up to the 24.
So, go ahead. Sorry.
I want to come back to that 1.2 number. For the state, you said that it supports us up to 17, I think 60 something.
47. I think it is.
47.
Mhm.
Is that depending on years of service, no matter years of service?
That's just the maximum that we can charge
Right.
for an hourly pay for a bus driver.
So a love for our bus drivers and folks who are watching also to hear that we need advocacy on the state side, because it's ridiculous that $17 an hour is up to where they would support us and support paying our bus drivers. So that means our local dollars are making up any of that gap after that $17. And I believe if you spend 30 years working in Durham, you should make way more than that, right? And so that's my first comment. So please, the bus drivers that were here, I encourage you to talk to our folks at the state. I would love to send this clip of you all speaking to our Durham delegation, and hopefully they can pass that along to others to understand the need that we need for the state to help support us with this effort. 1.2 million, you said, per year, if we go to that 17, right? And then approximately how much lap salary do we know how much we typically have every year?
We normally have close to $3 million in lap salaries on an expended budget on an annual basis, but we have utilized some of those dollars already
Okay.
this year
Right.
for some of the things we're going to do, the $350 bonus for classified personnel, so on and so forth. So we're already cutting into that. I assume, I just make that assumption that we're going to be around the $3 million mark again, because what we do is we maximize our state dollars for the purpose and roll back into fund balance the local.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Just a follow-up question to Paul. The 1.2 is if we based on 160 employees that we have, or up to the maximum of 280?
It's like 200. I think we used in our analysis 232.
Base. Okay.
We had some vacancies that we threw in there as well.
Based on the maximum of employees if we hire
Right.
all 280. Okay, thank you.
But again, it's the sustainability going down the road. Because we will continue to increase salaries on an annual basis as well.
Ms. Vidaris.
Thank you so much for the analysis. You mentioned the use of labs funds, salaries for classified employees. Brings to mind when we're talking about recruitment, and one of our strategic plan goals is to, grow our own, to grow our own folks. So for example, money is one of the ways we can show love, but also opportunities. How many of our bus drivers, if they've been serving us, like I heard from Mr. Cherry, 16 years, at what level are we also like trying to move them up to managerial positions, which, because I imagine that this is for bus drivers, it doesn't include managers, and also moving up even into operations, ways that we can have pipelines so that, they want to become educators, these are folks who have been serving our kids for a long time. Like, there are more incentives, there's money that we need to do and address, but also moving on up, like, moving within the district. And that way we can have more people come in, they hear the stories. I started as a bus driver in DPS, but it hasn't just been bus driving. I've actually TAs in the classroom, like classified, getting into classified status, being that we are using funds for a classified. There are bonuses that the state gives towards certain positions in our district. And I would really just want to hear, this is not for discussion that we, a long discussion today, just something to kind of keep in mind about circulation, like how are we circulating, how are we moving folks, how are we increasing like incentives beyond the money's definitely a key piece to this, but also upward mobility in terms of like being able to get into classified positions as well.
We hear you. I would have to go to my recruitment expert on that as far as moving people into those types of positions. It's about the qualifications for the positions, of course, in that regard that they would be applying for. That's all.
Ms. Byer.
I'm concerned and want to respect the work that our finance staff and Alex have done over the years, doing salary studies and getting us scales that we can start and continue and deliver and sustain and make sure that they're logical, that everybody moves every year. And so that's my hesitancy with just going back of the envelope right now. I would be very interested in moving what we told people we were going to do and then seeing what else we can do with full analysis in 2 weeks. I also heard people talk about wanting to make sure they get full-time hours and that impacts their benefits. I think there's deeper analysis that we can get from giving staff the time to dig in a little bit more. So that's why I would still be interested in going with what was brought this evening and the promise that we will continue to evaluate both internal folks, their years of experience, and the market and what they're offering, and retention bonuses. And I mean, they're throwing money at people in different ways. So I want us to have just a full comprehensive thing with full analysis in 2 weeks. So.
And I want that too. And I just want to make an additional comment. I mean, I'm doing some back of the napkin work here, and my ballpark, you correct me if I'm wrong, a $1 increase in pay is about $2,000 over the course of the year at 40 hours of work and 50 weeks of work. And I know we don't necessarily have all that, but I'm just ballparking a $2,000 salary increase. Is that crazy off?
I'm waiting for my text message.
I don't think it's crazy off.
No,
but
I don't think it's crazy
look-
off, but then you gotta add 30% to it for benefits.
Okay, 30% for benefits, sure. But what I don't like about the chart and going up $1 as a percentage is significant. I mean, I think it's 6%. If the wage goes up $1, I could be wrong on that. What I don't like is when, and one of our folks mentioned it, is when you're losing purchasing power in the economy. Okay, so if these steps are not covering cost of living adjustment, COLA, you're losing over time. And I'm trying to look quickly at the proposed, right, the second column. And a 30-cent increase from year 20 to 21 over $20 an hour. 10% is 20, that's like 1.5%. I'm not sure they're definitely not getting ahead, right? With cost of living averaging at least 2 and more recently, more like 5 this last year, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's what everyone is, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's what everyone across the board is faced with as well.
Sure.
And with the General Assembly not passing bills, but for certified teachers over the last 2 years, it really has an impact on all of our individuals across the district.
Right.
Not just bus drivers.
Right. Am I wrong to say, though, that at lower incomes, that's more regressive, has a higher impact as opposed to, say, a millionaire?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that doesn't feel like Durham to me. If we're talking about principles, that doesn't feel like we're where we need to be. So I would like to see, when you come back, another column that's percent raised by year. I mean, just so I can see how we're doing in that factor. But maybe I need to see that across all the different classified schedules because, this doesn't happen in isolation. And my argument about cost of living, right, goes for all employees. So board members, do we have additional comment? Administration, do you have the direction you need to come back? Mr. Raven and Ms. Umstead and.
Yeah, so I'd
You
like
want to make a motion?
Yeah,
Okay, we'll do some additional
yeah,
comments.
that's what my hand was raised for, to make a motion.
Can I make a proposal before the motion? I think we've given administration a lot to think on and chew on tonight. I wonder if we were to approve what is here, and maybe we just look at the proposed DPS in Wake County where there's a difference and say we want to at least be on the Wake County scale. But then to go back and we're going to do the analysis on a better step increase across the board, that kind of analysis. I do think that needs to be done. I feel like the mama who's got to, we got to look at our budget first before we do all the stuff that we want to do. But I think that is important, and across all of the different folks who might be in a similar pay range. I would also like to see a similar, more consistent step that's a little higher if we can. But I think that analysis is important for us to do. So that would just be my for tonight.
So, excuse me. So the one thing that I want us to think about is that when we're looking at grant funds and we look at how they're managed, each grant has a time end date on it, right? And we have essentially been dealing with 3 different grants, federal grants, that are set to expire in 2022, 2023, 2024, okay? And we also have to understand that what we're talking about dollar amount wise, if we just look at inflation, right? We understand that inflation is automatically going to go up roughly 3% a year. absent of hyperinflation. So what Mr. Sears just talked about the 6% increase, that's essentially 2 years from now based on 3% per year. So even at the $17 amount increase that we're looking at, that's just keeping up with where inflation will be next year. So while it may sound a little bit more radical to even recommend starting off at the $17 an hour, I think that it's not going to impact us as much as we think within these first 3 years, because we're going to have to request increases just to keep up with the cost of living. So I'm going to make a motion. If it doesn't get supported, I completely understand. But I do think that I would like to move that we give the administration approval to go with a salary range that goes from $17 up to $24. And that would be my motion.
I'll second, but I have discussion.
Ms. Fideras, do you have a competing motion?
I support that motion. I wonder if I could put an amendment that that we make sure that we're not behind. I think, you know, it was mentioned about from 10 to towards years of experience, from 10 years of experience. No, sorry. Yeah, we're not competitive and we're actually behind. And so that we amend it so that we're never at any year, we're not behind.
Yes, I'm gonna make that assumption. I agree with that, but I'm gonna make that assumption that based off of how this charting was done, most of the impact, it's gonna essentially straighten out the lines from 0 up to years, you know, the 30 and so forth and so on. So it will always be above wherever Wake County is. Because again, it has a condensed range of $7. So if you're looking at how a line graph is gonna go the entire time, we'll still be above Wake County.
Ms. Pryor, I'll call you in just a sec. I want to make sure I understand the motion. The motion is to direct the administration to come back with a proposal that at a minimum is a range from $17 to $25 an hour, which should, by our back of the napkin, put us above Wake County. Mr. LaSure wants to.
$24.
Not 25. Thank you.
That's correct.
Okay, so we've had a motion. It's been properly seconded. Moved by Mr. Raven, seconded by Mr. Lee. Additional discussion, Ms. Byer?
I love the spirit of it. I love the commitment to it. I don't think it's a sustainable plan until we look at every other job category of our people that would be affected or are in similar situations in this labor market. So while I am so enthusiastic, I've got people texting me about what instructional assistants make. We're putting bus drivers ahead of them. We are doing unintentionally kind of on the back of an envelope, kind of rushing this. And I want us to just take the time that it deserves to continue to think about everybody else and what we're going to need to ask, frankly, of our county commissioners to get us there, because the state's not going to do it. So I want us to do it. We're going to get there. I just want us to start with what we've started with tonight that we've already promised our folks 2 weeks ago, and then see how it impacts all the other job classifications and folks, because we're a family. So that's my hesitancy.
Additional discussion. Ms. Umstead and then Mr. Lee.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ms. Byer, on that. I just really think we need to look, we can't look at one thing in isolation. We have to look at across the board. And if you take 1.2 and start multiplying it, if we were just to say it was the same amount across some of the different sectors, we're easily changing our budget pretty drastically. So I just want to, and I wonder if we can do something better than starting at the 17 and the 24. Like if the steps, different types of steps or something, make it a little more sustainable for folks, right? If we're doing across that dollar. So I'm hesitant because I want to make sure we're looking at this holistically and not just with one group.
Additional discussion. Mr. Lee.
Since I've been on the board, I cannot count how many times we've discussed salaries for other people at the higher end, and it didn't affect the people at the lower end. So I don't understand why, when we start to talk about salaries for the lower end, why we have to take a step back and wait until we do a study for the higher end now. We dropped $1.2 million on ideas here. We've made decisions about trying curriculums, trying ideas, trying something else, and it's $1.8 million. Okay, let's try it for 2 years. But we're talking about salaries here. We're talking about people here. And so all of a sudden, when we have this idea to make a big step, make a big statement for the least of us, we got to wait and we got to understand everybody, everyone who has a salary in Durham public schools, or everybody's salary. How long does that take? We did the classified study, that took forever. So are you guys saying that? Well, what I'm hearing is we want to make a bold step with this motion. We want to make a bold step. But hold up, let's just, because we said this is what we were going to do 2 weeks ago. Let's hold up, keep it where it is, basically status quo. And then let's study everybody in order to make an even smaller step a little bit later. I don't think that's fair. I've seen too many contracts, too many salary discussions on the higher end. And nobody said one word about the lower end, the custodians, the bus drivers, the lunchroom professionals. Nobody said anything about them. So now we're talking about our bus drivers, and we got to wait until we hear about everybody else. That doesn't seem fair to me. So that's why I support this motion here, because we've done this before. We've just done it on the higher end. We've given raises to people outside of the classroom and then not given raises to teachers and people in the classroom. But nobody said, wait, hold on, let's not give raise, let's not think about that. Let's do a salary study. Let's see a percentage salaries and then raise that for everybody. Nobody said that back then. Why is that? Why is it when it goes the other way, we got to stop? We got to study.
I would not say that's what I'm saying at all, but I think we deserve to give people a schedule that has been prepared and they know what they're going to get at different levels of experience, Mike, and we don't have that yet. So I'm not saying take months, I'm not saying take years, but I'm saying actually do that and bring it in 2 weeks. So, we're not saying different things. Nobody's oppositional and nobody doesn't want to take care of our people. So if that was not clear, I apologize.
So I would also like us to be more clear about what we're going to do, just generally. The motion to me does not seem to be too specific. So I can support the motion. And the kicker for me is that the administration has brought this. The administration wants something done to address this. I don't think the administration is saying IAs don't matter, monitors don't matter. Everybody matters, and like damn near everything in this pandemic, we're faced with bad choices, right? And we can't do everything we want to do. So, I'm willing to support the motion because it gives direction, not specifics. But I hear Ms. Beyer, and I agree with it. We don't want to cannibalize our own. We don't want all of our IAs to go apply to be bus drivers tomorrow or quit because now, we do, and we don't. We need more people. But I trust that the administration brought this for good reason. I think we've given them enough direction. Is there additional discussion? Ms. Umstead and then Ms. Valladares.
Yeah, and I don't want people to hear that I'm saying we need to spend a lot of time studying it. What I'm saying is for our other employees who might be within this same hourly rate, how are we also making sure that we're taking care of them? That's what I'm saying. And I recognize without our bus drivers, our students can't get to school every day. It is a vital and important job, as well as our child nutrition workers and other folks who are within our system, our custodial staff, our maintenance crew. So you're right, we're faced with a lot of choices that aren't great, but I just don't want it to come across that I'm saying, I only care about certain groups. I want all of us to make sure that we're taking care of our people. That's why I think it's our money. And we talk about some of the other ways that we can support our staff for this to be a great place to work. I'm not going to vote down the motion. I'll support it, but I just want us to think about too, the ripple effects that happen from this.
I'm going to support this motion, and I think something that is very important is that we have an obligation to provide a sound and basic education for every student. When children don't have transportation and they can't make it to the school, it is a problem because they're being deprived of their due right. And I think that, the case for ensuring that we do an analysis for every position, including our wonderful instructional assistants, everybody the cafeteria workers. I mean, we have a lot of staff that we need to make sure we do a clear analysis of, how we are taking into account increasing pay for everyone and working with the county to ensure that the taxes, that we have, we keep having this conversation about local taxes and including like ways that, there's so many things that we've discussed with the county. I'm not going to go into, some of those discussions right now, but the main thing is that we have to start somewhere. And I agree with Mike in the sense that, or Mr. Lee, when it comes to who are the lowest paid in our district, and where is the biggest need and the urgency. There's an urgency right now because I know I personally have received calls, emails, text messages, and there's a lot of parents, a lot of families that are having to use Lyft and Uber, and they're wondering, are we going to pay their bills? Figuring out, are we going to pay those bills because their child has a right to a sound and basic education, and they are not getting that if transportation is not happening. So we have an urgency and an emergency happening right now. And the analysis for everybody else, like that is our commitment as a board to ensure that across the board, we make that analysis and we write everybody. But we have an urgency right now. If, for example, folks start walking out right now, the bus drivers that we have right now, we saw them come today, they organized and they came here. If all of them walked out, we would be forced to shut down the district. If every bus driver walked out right now and said, you talked, they told us today, we don't want to hear words, we want to see action. So that is the urgency. And I think that, we usually have to start somewhere. We have to go department by department. We work with our HR in terms of, how to write everybody, but I think we have to start somewhere. And I think bus drivers have, again, like we have not had enough discussions over all this time. And this is their turn right now. And it's not to say they're the only ones. We're going to move and make sure that analysis includes everybody, but we have to start where the urgency is. I hear every day. I know you also get calls.
Thank you. Ms. Beyer?
I don't remember who made this motion.
Mr. Raven made it. Mr. Lee.
Mr.
seconded.
Raven, would you consider a friendly amendment that we also begin the analysis of moving all of advocating to the county for raising our minimum in DPS to 17 an hour and them funding that difference?
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
I think that the county is also going to be looking at the same thing. I think I can make the assumption that the city is going to be looking at the same thing. As I stated earlier, the great resign is starting to take place. People are having to work much harder to keep the staff that they had before. People have so many different options available to them now, and there are so many people that are no longer willing to work 2 to 3 jobs in order to support their family. So, I think we are going to have to advocate for an increase in salary, and I think they already know what's coming. And I'm hopeful that us being in this RDU area will continue to allow the property taxes and the sales tax to generate additional revenue that will allow both the county and the city to support other innovative needs and operational needs for the school system. So I definitely think it's something we're going to have to look into anyway. So yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any objections to the amendment? All right, we will amend the motion. My one little ping is that I don't even know if it's mathematically possible to cover COLA, cost of living, going from 17 to 24. Can you even keep up over 30 years, 3% times 3% times 3%? So please answer the COLA question when you come back. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion to direct the administration, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Can I ask one follow-up question? And with that motion, we're directing, so you would bring this back in 2 weeks, is that correct? At our next meeting
Yes, ma'am.
for action to implement the scale?
I was thinking we were moving forward
Okay,
at.
I just
with
want
this.
clarity
Yeah.
for me and for the folks who are watching. What are we doing tonight? Can y'all let me know?
I'm actually not sure we did. I think we approved a recommendation to the administration to go to 17 to 24. We didn't approve what was in the packet.
I thought that was an amendment to change the what they're asking for. So they presented what they recommended. We changed that. We said, no, it's going to be more. And we actioned that. So now the starting salary is going to be $17 and it's going to adjust down all the way through.
So the intent of the
Well,
motion was to
down-
change the administration's
down the chart.
column to 17 to 24.
So
Correct.
17 would be the the entry level, right? At 0. 24 would be the max. And administration will be able to show a chart on what that new pay scale will be.
Okay.
So so that you didn't approve a pay scale, you approved a range. And it's not clear to me, and I may not have been paying attention, what exactly that means. I don't think your administration has enough to go on to change everybody's salary effective 2 weeks ago. I mean, starting salary, that's easy. Top end salary, I suppose, for everybody's at 30 years, that'd be easy, but everybody in between, you guys didn't make a decision. It sounded to me like what you were saying was you need to come back to us with a pay scale that starts at 17 and ends at 24.
That's what I heard.
All right.
But the board tonight made a commitment that the year 0 will be 17, year 30 plus will be 24. And you've got some work to do to figure out the rest of the column.
And that won't be the difficult part. The difficult part is what are we going to pay them next Friday?
That's the issue.
Because what we presented to you this evening is being changed. So it's either going to be what they were paid or what they could be paid.
I think our bus drivers, they will appreciate the intent and they'll be patient to wait for us to be able to adjust that moving forward for next month. So I think the intent is really good. We're not going to be able to pay them this Friday. Let's wait 2 weeks later, then come up with whatever the new scale is going to be. If you guys want to pay retro, I think they will appreciate it.
Well, we had said retro to the previous meeting as well, right? Yeah, I think that was the commitment.
Okay.
And if I can, the retro that you wanted to make back to your previous meeting would get paid next Friday. We have time to make that happen if you choose to go with what we have here and knowing that it's going to increase from 17 to 24 based on a new proposal.
I think we need to finish the whole work and then bring the new scale, and from that point, then we'll go retro.
Okay.
I understand you probably had it queued up to go. And payday's tomorrow.
No, not tomorrow. It's next Friday.
Next
week from
Friday.
Friday. So we would have it available for that purpose.
I think that's up to you guys to figure out how to do that.
I think our bus drivers, they will appreciate the intent, 14 to 24. They'll be patient to wait to get the big paycheck when that time comes. 17 to 24. Thank you.
All right, board members, I would like for us to take a minimum 5-minute recess. I would prefer 10. I do realize that's a burden on the administration. It is 8:41. Could we reconvene at 8:50? And could I also ask that people check their news feed about the president's announcements? I think it's relevant for the rest of our conversation. Ms. Vidaris?
So bus drivers are outside right now, and the question is what we are giving to administration to approve and the scale. There's bus drivers and there's monitors. Our monitor is going to be paid 17.
That was not a part of our plan. That was not a part of our recommendation. So as we are working on looking at the jobs as well, I think once we get to that point, we'll bring that recommendation.
Okay, thank you for that question. 8:52, please. Reconvening at 8:52. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume our meeting with a couple of celebrations, impromptu celebrations. First, happy birthday to our colleague, Ms. Valladares. And a happy growth of the extended Board of Education family. Mr. Raven, would you like to share your daughter's name with the public?
Thank you all. I am the proud girl dad of a 1-week-old named Emerson Dawn. So we were happy to welcome her on September 1st, and it's been a joy. And I have been able to hold her for 3 to 4 hours at a time.
Excellent. Congratulations. All right. Administration, we are at item 8D, tent purchase.
All right. So we did an RFP on August 25th, 2021 for to purchase tents. These are the tents that we're going to be using for our outdoor eating spaces at our schools. The purchase of 45 tents. We did survey the schools to see which one wanted to take part in this. The number that we got back was 45 of them that did. The total cost is $107,243.67. And we are recommending that the board approve the purchase with tentandtables.com in that amount using ESSER funds. We would like to note that I would love to give you a delivery date today, but this is also contingent upon their approval when we get a firm delivery date. If the board approves it today, we'll definitely be giving them a call and letting them know this approved so that we can get that date. And then we will update you all either at the next meeting or one of our board updates. This is for the materials for the tents only. We will be doing a separate contract for the installation. And I will open it up to questions.
I was ready to make a motion just because.
You're
Seems
always welcome to
straightforward.
start with a motion.
I would move approval of the tent purchase from tentandtable.com.
A second.
Moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Mr. Raven, that we approve the tent purchase contract. Additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Item 8E, equity standard for principal evaluation.
Good evening, Dr. Mbenga, members of the board. I'm glad to stand before you today with some information on some adjustments to our principal evaluation process. Today, what we want to talk about, and I'll try to save us some time given the hour, is we want to exhibit the relationship between the equity standards and the principal evaluation instrument as it is, highlight some of the existing efforts that you may not even be aware of that are already connecting to what would serve as an equity standard for principals, as well as how we could streamline the process across all of our superintendents who are supervising principals. While we're still waiting for the presentation to come up, I would like to go ahead and acknowledge the work of an outstanding team on this. If we could advance to the third slide. I want to extend thanks to Dr. Hardy and her team, particularly Dr. Stacy Stewart, Dr. Darlene Ryan, Dr. Danielle Jones, and Dr. Daniel Davis, who supervise our principals and are very passionate about this process. On the next slide, you will see a graphic that just kind of outlines the principal evaluation process. I know that you are very familiar with this process from the planning and the self-assessment stage all the way through the summary ratings that are on the final evaluation for the year. What you will see outlined here is I have a couple of arrows that point to the key points in the process at which we would look at the equity standard across the district. First, you see that when a principal is doing their self-assessment, as well as in the establishment of their performance goals, that is a key point in the process that the equity standard would come forward. And so one of the things that we've discussed among all the area superintendents from the state evaluation instrument, there is a requirement that there is a human resources goal. For DPS, there will be a requirement that there is an equity standard, an equity goal that would be embedded into the process. At that initial meeting, the area superintendents will work with those principals on what that area of focus should be. That could look very different from school to school. And some schools may have a greater need to have focus on a particular standard than others. And so that comes in that initial meeting. The establishment of what artifacts will be used to show evidence of success towards meeting that goal. The mid-year conference becomes a checkpoint on progress towards those goals. But of course, they are meeting consistently with the principals all throughout the year. The summary evaluation, in addition to completion of that PDP and identifying whether or not those goals were successfully met, that is also where they get their ratings on the evaluation rubric. And so if we'll go to the next slide, one of the things that we really wanted to point out in discussion is we would not have a separate equity piece because equity is built into every standard. And so I want to take a minute to talk about that just to give you some examples. I can take every element that is in the evaluation instrument and connect it to equity. So say, for example, strategic leadership, element B is leading change, which means systematically challenging the status quo by leading change with potentially beneficial outcomes. So if we think about that piece and how it connects to what we do here in Durham, systematically challenge the status quo for what we know is best for our students and for our communities. That's a primary area. I would also say that strategic leadership is where your school improvement planning lives. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Instructional leadership, you have element A, which is focused on learning and teaching curriculum and instruction and assessment. The distinguished piece of that element says, encourages and challenges staff to reflect deeply on and define what knowledge, skills, and concepts are essential to have the competence from all of their students. Standard 3 is cultural leadership. We had a lot of discussion among the assistant superintendents about how that is clearly everybody just by the title of that standard can see how it relates to equity, but it's even a lot deeper than that. Element D under cultural leadership, for example, is all about efficacy and empowerment. I personally am partial to standard 4, which is human resource leadership. So I can definitely highlight all areas of that. So for all of the elements, A, B, and C that are in human resources leadership, that is a key opportunity for us to advance our equity goals as a district and really zero in on the needs of our individual schools. For managerial leadership, there's one element, element B, that is conflict management and resolution. And so when we're looking both internally at our schools as well as externally, that is an opportunity. In the interest of time, you can see we can go through each of these, but what I want you to recognize with this graphic that we've created is the foundation that is at the bottom of all of these standards. And that foundation are the pillars that we have established as a district and are part of our policy. On the next slide, one of the things that we wanted to build in as part of this is the fact that we already have things in action. And every area superintendent spoke to the fact, well, really where our equity goals live is in our school improvement planning. And the degree to which those principals are driving that leadership in school improvement planning comes right back to that evaluation instrument. And so as we were sure is still included this year, but the way we have to go in NESIS, once you close out that PDP, it's difficult to go in and navigate it in actual format. And so that will be done a little more informally. So we wanted to come and share these adjustments. We know that this is the work that has been done in the last week or so. but we wanted to share this information with you, get feedback, so we can continue our ongoing conversation around this equity goal. I would like to extend an opportunity, if I've missed anything, for Dr. Hardy or Dr. Stacy Stewart to be able to speak to our work if you have anything you would like to add. Okay. Well, with that, we're glad to entertain any questions.
I'll start with Ms. Lewis and then Ms. Valladares.
Thank you for this presentation. And really making clear how our district overlays equity already in a school improvement plan and the pillars that we have that's listed. There is a lot of overlay, and I appreciate this step in putting it in writing in a principal evaluation process. And I just want to, could you tell me more about the pillars? Is it ideal that equity is in each pillar, or is it written down as a part of the evaluation when you look at the standards?
Okay, restate that for me, please. I want to make sure
You
I'm
said we have
understanding your question.
pillars, and you showed the circle with all the branches from the different standards in that pillar.
If we could possibly bring up that graphic, that may help with the explanation.
And what I'm asking is with that pillar, with the pillars that we have, shows up in every standard, equity showing up in every standard, is this ideal what we want to have, or is this actually written out as a part of the evaluation when the evaluation is done?
Okay.
Based on the standards.
So the way the pillars could inform what we have going on in these standards, okay, is so say, I'm gonna speak what I know, human resources, okay? So one of the goals, if I am a principal and I'm gonna focus on human resources, then when I'm looking at that, then I also wanna look at what we're striving to do as a district by looking at these pillars. So I may go to number 1 and say, disrupt and dismantle systemic inequities to eliminate the opportunity gap. And if I'm looking at the hiring and recruitment, I may tie that to that particular goal, or it may be ensuring access and representation in academic programming in schools. Depending on how I shape that goal, those pillars can help inform what I'm actually focused on for my school.
Okay, I understand. So the goal, you can pick a goal out of that in the standards and bring equity out of it, basically.
Right. So the pillars are kind of areas to focus on, but if I'm really writing a SMART goal, it's going to be much more specific, measurable, or whatever, but it may be informed by the goal and the intent of those pillars.
And the requirement is that every PEP will have at least one equity goal that they can choose from this pillar.
Every principal will have an equity goal in their PDP.
Also, Dr. Stewart, did you want to add to that?
She's doing a great job, and I'm just her backup support. She's doing a great job. Just for example, if you could bring that slide back up, please. As Dr. Lassane has stated, equity is embedded in all of those leadership standards. But if we want to be very intentional, we can specifically ask principals to look at those different pillars and identify one that they would like to address for this particular academic year. When I look at honor and strengthen connections between home and school, we connect that to external leadership development. We're gonna look at school improvement through 4 data types, not just student learning, but demographics of students and teachers in the building, processes that occur within the school, as well as student, parent, and teacher perception data. All of those areas being taken into consideration. And so when we look at that teacher working conditions survey, there are specific questions and statements linked directly to honoring and strengthening connections between home and school. So we can pull it all together, ensure that we have artifacts and specific actions aligned to improving and focusing on equity in our schools.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Having artifacts and specific actions, because we want the school improvement plan to not just be written down on paper, but follow a process so that we are following it and that we're creating areas of possibility. When we talk about equity and changing a culture and a climate and a culture, it takes time. And we're not going to have these leaps and bounds that we see year over year. We would hope so, but how, again, is this being evaluated year over year, that we're being intentional in the planning, in the evaluation process? And it's, to me, this is where we're looking at the accountability with this PEP. Once it's done, once you have your goal written for the year, you have your mid-year check-in and your end-of-year check-in to see where you are, does the PEP end up in the HR personnel file at the end of the year, or is that separate?
So the PDP, and I want to make sure I'm clear on this with these masks, is PD, as in door, PDP. There's a portal that's known as NESIS, okay? And that's where all of the evaluation documents are housed. That portal is part of the HR evaluation record. So even though it's held in an electronic place, it is still an official HR file.
And to that point, what tends to happen is at the end of the year, we do a summary evaluation of all of the standards. And then we begin to identify specific areas in need of improvement. We look at the artifacts that they have. We consider classrooms and school walkthrough visits. We also look at heavily that teacher working condition data. And so we look for an alignment in terms of which areas can be improved upon, because that instrument is all about growth over time, even for principals. So there is a triangulation of data to ensure that they are focused and they develop their goals for the upcoming year based on multiple data points.
Thank you. I have one last question, maybe. With the, when I initially brought this up with HR and personnel, wanted to make sure, I wanted to really look at what the standards were and having an equity standard. And I definitely understand equity being embedded in all of our standards. It just feels like I'd like to see a both and. I think this is a good first step in being intentional about setting these goals that's being tracked throughout the year, that we're really being intentional about equity. But I think it's also just as good as the people who are implementing it at the time. And I'm still wanting to see what can we do to see about it being a part of the standard. And looking at the way we did the equity policy, where there was a committee of diverse folks coming to the table, saying these are things that's important, this is what's important. I like to still see a committee coming together to see how we can make sure our standards are even above DPI's standards that they set for us. But I definitely think this is a good first step and an approach, but I still like to see if it's possible what that would look like, how that could be executed. I know that's going to take more time. Getting people to the table, getting to consensus that aligns with this policy that we have, but that we're increasing our standards above what DPI is asking for. But thank you for the presentation. I guess this is definitely want to support this effort.
I would like to give voice to that also quickly, just before moving on. First of all, I want to point out, thank you, Dr. Stewart. Dr. Stewart is one of the assistant superintendents who has already completed her PDPs, her beginning PDPs, but she can clearly articulate how she is going to work with her principals on the equity piece. So I wanted to acknowledge that part first, because you had the opportunity to even hear her speak here. I hear exactly what you're saying, Board Member Lewis, and we are making that commitment. I think that if you could hear the intricacies of the conversation that actually took place with the assistant superintendents, I would like to see us use the work that is going to be done with the PDPs this year to guide the very work that maybe you're talking about with future discussions, and how I think we're already stepping out in innovation with making this a required goal in the PDP. And I would expect to see some things from that that would really help move exactly the type of work that you're talking about forward.
Okay, Ms. Valladares, and then Mr. Raven and Ms. Umstead.
Thank you so much for all this work. This is work that doesn't happen in isolation. So a lot of the work that you are bringing forth, as you showed, it's work that is, the whole entire district is working towards this. And we have a system of governance, right? Just as to say it, where sites, are managing employees, retention, quality, like, even the atmosphere at each site, recruitment, right? They're doing hiring practices. So there's a lot of that is happening at the scales, at the sites. And then of course, like, district wide, we have a strategic plan and we want to be able to move towards that plan. My question, I have two questions. One of the goals that we're trying to meet is by 2023, we said we would have 10% Latinx bilingual educators. We want to make sure we increase representation of educators, increase capacity in our school sites to serve all our families. You don't want any family to feel like, communication is an issue. We're grateful for the Multilingual Resource Center that does centralize services throughout the district. However, at the site, it's important to continue to build that community, right? And to ensure that families feel that there's representation. So that goal is very important to have in terms of like hiring, in terms of like how we're taking into account equity. And I love how, you talk about representation. It was listed on there. I continue to applaud that effort. It's going to take more than just central office, right? Like bringing in folks and bringing in talent. We also need to grow our own. So I'm wondering about the grow our own and how we can incorporate that, because we definitely have people who might start in a certain role. I make the plea that sometimes you have custodians who have a background in teaching in their countries. And if they're able to go through the pipeline, we have a program at NCCU, right? That does help with our TAs. And then from TA, they can, I've seen a lot of stories, of TAs who get their certifications and move along. So that's very important to me. And I'd love to see, that kind of more like highlighted, how we grow our own, how we build capacity in the district. The other thing is that we have some schools that have very innovative ways of incorporating the school improvement teams into something that is more community-based and inclusive of community-based leadership. So for example, some groups, because the school improvement teams are mandated by the state, right? And their goals, and they have to put them in Indy Star, right? That's kind of like the database. I've seen some schools do PDFs on their websites, and kudos to those schools, you know who you are. Like they will actually like put the PDF and say, here are the goals that we have for this school, so that parents don't have to worry about going into Indy Star and putting in the code and putting in that, making it more accessible. So that's something that I think should be a standard practice, because these goals should be visible to anybody who's a part of that school community, anybody who wants to care about any of our, 54 school sites, but especially like, Ignite is just starting off. So at least the 53 schools that, have been working with SIT teams and doing that. It would be nice to kind of have the SIT teams, the planning, the school improvement plan visible and accessible to folks. And along those lines, also, we appreciate the engagement. And I have to give shout outs to my colleagues who are part of, we all represent so many different constituents, and some of us are involved in different groups outside of, the work that we do. And we're continuing to work with leadership around the community. So I know, for example, that some of our board members, I know a board member, Javania Lewis, and board member Frederick Raven have been a part of the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People, and how there's policy recommendations that they sent to us. And one of the things that they shared with us was ways to make the planning more accessible to families. So they said that, for example, they wanted to have a board, they wanted to have more of a committee that would meet at the schools. And how can we integrate that into the SIT? Because SIT is mandatory. So how can we ensure that, number one, the times of that are not like in times when people are working, because we need, there are some schools, kudos to those schools, I've seen it too, where they've moved it to like 6 p.m. versus some SIT teams that are happening at 11 o'clock. And, there are a lot of people who cannot participate in those meetings. They also asked for definitely they had recommendations for hiring, training, and also like the racial equity audit for each school. They wanted to be, have us provide transparency about the demographic data on educators, including race, gender, by site. So at a school that has, and I know that each school is different, but there are schools that have 80% of one demographic. That just seems like that school would need an improvement plan to ensure that they are increasing representation and including as many people and working towards those goals. So they asked us to do more of the audits, to look at demographic data on educators, to incorporate community feedback, especially from those who demonstrate the greatest needs. I'm actually reading it from their policy recommendations. There's a whole list, and we all met with Dr. Rhonda Taylor Bullock, and also addressing the equity gap. So I'm wondering, I guess all of this is to say that there's an importance of like having access, using the current structures that we have and making them maybe like a sit combined with community. If the sit structure has like staff and some parents from the school, but there are community leaders that are tied to that school or are partners with that school, for there to be more inclusive leadership integrated into that. So those are some of the things that came up as you were presenting.
So just in processing what you've said, I think you covered just about every standard that is in the principal evaluation instrument. And I saw Dr. Hardy taking furious notes. So heard firsthand the policy recommendations coming from the Durham Committee on Affairs of Black People. And so definitely all of those things are key opportunities for how we can take this PDP process and be an example, not only for the state, but really for work across this nation around equity. And so we welcome that opportunity and challenge. And I look forward to sharing with you the results that will come for that process.
Mr. Raven. I'll just start by thanking you again for the work that you all have done on this. I think it continues to show the innovation and the thought that you all put into developing this. The questions that I have, it's very few because you've already been able to answer most of them. I think originally I was going to ask, are some of these pieces that surround equity, are they more or less like self-described from the principal, kind of being able to detail the work that they're doing? Is it more internal or external? But you all did kind of communicate that. But I would like to get an idea of what is I'm a resident of Durham, right? And I want to make my preference and I want to make my thoughts known about how I feel a principal has either been effective or not effective. When communities are speaking on principles, where is that going to fall within there? Because that's going to be the question. Is a community, maybe one community, they don't feel that type of synergy with the principal that's in place. Not saying that they're a bad principal, but maybe for that specific school, it may not be well aligned. So where would that show up, and how could we make sure that we're reassuring the community that we're allowing their voices to be heard when we're doing these appraisals?
So my initial thoughts on that question is it shows up in how we respond when things arise. So say for instance, and I'm gonna have you come forward, but let me get, say for instance, when you get a complaint from a school and you send it back and we're processing that and it's going back, there are a team of resources that are working with that principal to address whatever that issue is. That issue could be in one of those standards, and that's where it would show up. I think that how those things are addressed is very, very important and showing progress towards meeting that goal. So in the process, the supervisor may actually, if it gets to that point, have the individual develop a goal around that. So goals, to your first question, sometimes can be more described and sometimes they're chosen. It really just depends on where that principal is in their growth process.
I'd just like to add that there is a requirement through Title I that a survey is completed at each school level in terms of how parents are informed of their rights through Title I, and also they are able to give feedback. But I think there is an opportunity to grow a survey to gather more specific data that can be quantifiable.
Thank you. Because from everything I heard and the way that you all are having it essentially interface with the strategic plan, I can tell that it already has the quantitative data points that you're looking for. You know, that only question was when we're looking at these qualitative measures, and when I say this, I'm saying this under the assumption that there's always going to be negative comments, right? So I'm not saying that I want every single negative email from a parent to be counted against the principal, but there should be some way of where data could be collected in some capacity, and it could be reviewed in you know, down the line. Maybe if the board has been received a lot of information, principals renewals are coming up, and that's the time in which we're able to kind of look at all the data, all the information that's available towards us to continue making decisions based upon data. And I think you all's process is going to allow that. I just wanted to make sure that we can also allow the community to know that we want them to be able to provide that feedback so that we can be able to use that information as well. So thank you.
We want and welcome that feedback. I do want us to remember our context, that every single principal is in a different place with their growth process. And so with the volume, we just want to be careful with, particularly just like we have recruitment. We've talked about bus drivers today. We've talked about other classified personnel. We also have those same issues across our organization. And so really how we are processing and supporting growth of every employee is extremely important. Now, you have crucial things that just need to be addressed, and when they need to be addressed, they have to be addressed. But keeping in mind that this is a growth instrument so that it doesn't end up turning into something that folks feel is a got you process, if that makes sense. I think it's very important that we keep that in mind.
It does. Thank you.
Ms. Umstead?
Thank you all for the presentation today. I have some questions that may be answered tonight or may just be things for us to think about for the future. I was wondering how this interacts with our strategic plan. So we have the strategic plan that has goals, and I'm sure that principals have goals because they're working to meet some of our strategic plan goals. And they have their evaluation and their school improvement and the equity. So I'm just wondering, are we also seeing in our strategic plan goals that equity is a focus? Because I'm assuming so. And yeah, like, do they interact?
So my answer is yes. And now I'm thinking of a graphic that I can do to show you how they're all interacting. But I do think that that is something that we could definitely work to make that more well-defined than just a yes. And so that, I think that's a very good question. And I think that that would be a good part to add to this process.
The other question I have is thinking about how we coach and support not only our principals in their equity goals, but also our assistant superintendents who are supporting them in these equity goals. And I do think this is a process. Working towards equity is a practice. It's not something that you do in one training or one evaluation where I feel like you've achieved, right? And so I just wonder, as we're working through this, how do we continue to set up a plan to help people uncover where there are spaces that they might see inequities and then support and coach them along the way. And I think that goes for our principals, for their supervisors, for us, as we're all looking at these tools and evaluations. I think that would just be something that'd be really important for us to consider. And then I also think if when we put this up, I think, or a follow-up maybe would just be helpful for us to see the principal standards in that tool to understand how these all link. I've seen it before, but I just think it would be helpful for the public also to have a sense of what we're looking for in those pillars and those
Absolutely.
standards and how this could be embedded within them.
Ms. Byer?
Yeah, I appreciate the team that worked on this, and I appreciate you guys understanding that everything that we do is centered in equity. I guess I'm concerned that the McCrell instrument that we're required to use, I assume by state law, is not a very equity-focused instrument at all. It's a pretty dry tool that I don't think has been revised very often and really focuses on what Durham values. So I wonder as we go forward, whether we can work with our principals to actually deepen that or change that. Are we required to use McCrell? Could we do a Durham?
We are required, but we have our own Durham spin on use of the principal evaluation instrument. And I think that that's the purpose of what we're really trying to show, is how we align that even more across our assistant superintendents and how we really have the Durham stamp on it. I think that with the focus on the equity standard, it's one thing, but I think it's also just something that brings us together and helps define what we stand for. So I understand exactly what you're saying about the instrument. And I would also say that because every place is not the same, there are pieces of the instrument that are intentionally vague. And so I would say that there's a call for every district to put their own stamp on it, just as you have those individualized goals that come out of a PDP or anything like that. And so I think that that's where our challenge is with this work and how we make sure it happens.
Yeah, I guess I would say this feels like just a starting place. And I look forward to like deeper conversations with our principals and our school leaders about how we can continue to lead this effort, you know, not just in the state of North Carolina. And I also value 360 evaluations, and I know that that is a really important way for our folks to hear heard, not just in teacher working conditions, because I feel like that hasn't been revised in so long. It just is kind of dry as well, the data we get from it. So I appreciate y'all bringing this as a starting place. I also am hearing from principals that they are stressed beyond all directions. What is it when you're more than burning it at all ends, right? I mean, they are juggling. And so even the notion of keeping school running safely, keeping children doing contact tracing, all kinds of things that are not in their job description, but have been put on them this year. I'm hearing that they need us to take some things off at the district level. So however we go about that, pulling back unnecessary district meetings, central office kind of stuff that is weighing them down, I think we need to be really liberal in giving them the space they need while they lead us forward. And I appreciate y'all listening to them with their pleas about that.
So I just wanted to add and tie together a couple things. I'm probably more at the end of Miss Lewis, and I don't want to, correct me if I'm misstating, but potentially having an add-on to the actual instrument is more the direction that I would like to go, but I'm excited to see that this has started, like Ms. Beyer, and excited to see where the work leads. You mentioned not having it be a gotcha. Just to be frank, that's what I'm worried about, is that we clearly articulate to our administrators where the goalposts are, so that there's no gotcha with you, the administrators, or with this board about what the expectations are when it comes to their evaluation or when it comes to their contract renewal. I want us to set the goalposts. So that's my lens on this. And I'm hearing it from, as Ms. Vidar has mentioned, the Durham Committee's Education Committee. I'm hearing it from the PA Education Committee. And those are two of our, strong partners in this work to try to put the Durham stamp on education. So I think there are some pretty obvious things we can agree upon pretty quickly about what those goalposts are. We did a heck of a lot of work around student conduct and discipline practices. I'm pretty sure we could set some metrics today that we don't want to see this, we do want to see this.
Absolutely.
I'm pretty sure we could set some metrics around, we do want to see this kind of training, and we do want to see it so often. And that's the kind of clear, just coming from my educator lens, that's what I'm looking for to know that I'm on track, is I've done it. The PDP goal, I think that's an interesting tack, and it's definitely customizable. But there's also a lot of wiggle room there. And then there's 5 different evaluators of our principals who are all just a little bit different. So I see it as actually protecting the principals to go more with here's our equity scorecard or standards, right? Item 9 or item 8 or whatever it would be, so that they can feel like, okay, I know what this board and what this community expects of me. And it's not going to be a negotiation between me and my supervisor. That said, that's just one voice, and I look forward to seeing where this goes. A lot of work, no matter which way we go, and I'm really appreciative of the administration for taking this on. This is a very Durham thing to do, and I know not everybody does this, so thanks for that.
Well, and I would like to connect what you just said with what Board Member Lewis said. So I think starting at this place with the PDP, it also gives us the opportunity to engage principals in that work and in that conversation. So when we're talking about setting the goal post, I think getting that feedback of where it's difficult to tell where the goalposts are. So if we're going to create some committee work, being able to even have some principal voice in that committee work, I think would be important.
Great, I agree, absolutely.
Mr. Sears, in reference to Mr. Raven's question in regards to how we're gathering information from our community and our families, I did just want to lift up in our Office of School Relations, and as we are getting feedback and contact either from the board office or directly to board members, that is an office that helps us not only resolve things that may be brought to us from the community, but we also monitor and track that information. And that's regularly shared with our assistant superintendents. And although often it is a situation that needs to be resolved, there are often times where we get messages through Ms. Foster, as well as through that office, that are really celebrating the work that our principals are doing that are happening at the school. So you're seeing both of that. And then on a monthly basis, we share that so that we can look at trends that helps our assistant superintendents as they're coaching and guiding them specifically to the area of external development, but also with micro-political as well.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Umstead, sorry.
I want to echo some of the things that I already said. This feels like a good starting place for this year, but I do think we might want to think about a committee who can spend a little longer time doing a deeper dive. I wonder if we wanted to include any of our university partners who also think about principal leadership. I think the state is thinking about adding equity around the principal standard as well. So I think this could be I think this is a good starting place, but I also want us to continue to think about like getting a committee and refining the process to make sure it looks really good. And I think the balance too for our principals of creating a really clear goalpost and also recognizing all the factors that are outside of their control, right? Yes. So how do you create really clear goalposts of where we need them to be and also honor, I mean, let's say we were talking about this last year, we were in a pandemic, or the other social issues that are connected with our school. So how do we make sure we do that in a really clear way? And that takes a lot of brain power, I think, and time and space to think about that. So I do think it's a starting place, but I could see us getting a committee working over the next year to have something really clear for the continuing this effort for the next school year.
My 2 cents, I agree. This is a starting work. Having a task force to work on those goals, that'll be helpful, but we just gotta keep in mind the work that principals do is not in isolation. It's with teachers as well. So if we're gonna have to revise the evaluation instrument for principals, that needs to be across the district so that the work of equity is not only done by principals, but teachers, counselor, everybody else well. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, so I hope this was good for a little over a week with a holiday.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much
Yep.
for your feedback.
Thank you so much. Okay. Elevator.
We're joined by Dr. Anderson, and I'm just going to go ahead and turn it over to him.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Won't be here long. We need to repair the elevator in Fuller Building. It is currently down, and to be ADA compliant, we have to make repairs. We have 3 bids from different vendors in the elevator industry, and not a whole lot of vendors in the elevator industry. The bid that we are suggesting we go with is with Otis Elevator Company. The current elevator is the Otis elevator, and also the bid that they are providing is a turnkey delivery, as well as all new parts for the major mechanical components. The other vendors would like to use refurbished parts or will require DPS to do a significant amount of upfront work. So we're proposing to go with Otis Elevator Company at $158,515, and we need action.
I move approval of the Fuller elevator replacement with Otis Elevator Company.
A second.
Who said that? Thank you. Moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Varadaris. Further discussion, what was the total again?
$158,515.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you, administration.
Thank you.
Okay, board, we're going to move on to the added item 8G, general COVID update and discussion. Ms. Byer, you made the motion. I think Dr. Mabega is reviewing something, but he said he may have some comment also.
Yeah, I actually prefer to follow Dr. Mbenga and hear his update if possible. That would be wonderful.
Thank you, board. Last time when we met, your expectation was very clear for us to be able to start collecting vaccination status for all our staff. As of last Tuesday, we're able to launch a survey requiring all our staff to be able to submit their vaccination status. As of today, we are somewhere around 2,600 employees already completed. That's over 50%. Over 2,700 now, corrected by Dr. Lesen. So we hope by next week, we should be able to collect all the data, all the required vaccination status, and that's going to help you as we are moving forward of making any decision regarding vaccination. So I just wanted to give you the update as well as our community that we've been able to move forward with that. Then the second update is about testing, COVID testing. We're able to opt in with NCDHHS. We were approved. We have a vendor that we've been working with. We were able to meet with this particular vendor. Couple of board members were in attendance. I think Mr. Sears, as well as Chair Lady, Ms. Armstead was a part of the conversation as well. So we are gathering all the information that they requested. So we hope to launch COVID testing on our campuses by the end of the month, maybe a little bit before then. So I just wanted to share this with our community to know that it takes work, logistic as well, to make sure that we're planning this all accordingly. I don't like to comment anytime there is a public comment, but I will make an exception tonight to say this about one concern that we heard from our principals. Yes, they are overworked. And I said this before, that having those testing on our campuses was a challenge last year, but we are willing to move forward with that. And we have the logistic that we're gonna work with, and having some of our central office folks will be supporting that endeavor. And at the same time, we are going to bring a proposal of hiring more contact tracers to be able to do the work. So we are planning this. I know our community really wanted us to act on that like yesterday, but it takes a little bit logistic to get to that point. So 2 updates I just wanted to share with you about vaccinations. We're moving along with that. And then the COVID testing. So that's pretty much the comments I wanted to make.
Could you restate the timeline on the testing, implementation?
Implementation, we plan to start by the end of this month.
Thank you.
I had a question, just really quickly on that. What does testing mean? I mean, who's being tested? Is it every child, every staff member? every week? Is that what we're saying?
We're still working with these vendors. They have the capability to come to our district and be able to test whoever need to be tested once a week.
That's what I'm asking, like, what is whoever needs to be tested? Is that every student, every staff member, every faculty, every principal, every board member? Like, I'm just.
Every
what
person that works for DPS, I know Dr. Hardy will jump in as well. We're talking about student, staff, and I will assume board members as well, if they are part of DPS.
Parents will have to provide permission for the students to participate in the weekly testing.
Okay.
The number I heard in the presentation out of the gate was 50% of our people per week. That's what if I'm incorrect, being students, staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Did you hear?
That answers my question. I appreciate
Yeah, that's what I heard. Okay.
it. Thank you, Dr. Hardy. That helped as well. Thank you.
Dr. Mbenga, I really appreciate the work and the logistics and the tremendous effort that has gone into these initiatives. And I think those will alleviate a lot of community concerns. And just to hear about them, I think it really helps our community. I have spoken with our chair and I may be the only board member that feels this way, but I think we should have back to like last year when we started and had, health department data and our dashboard and kind of a call to specific actions as part of every meeting, at least once a month, just where are we? Because it does feel like we're at those rates like we were back in January where things are accelerated with Delta. And I think that the transparency that we provide is super important. One of the things that I heard huge calls from our emails, and I know you've seen them too, Dr. Mbenga, and I don't know where my colleagues are on any of this, but I do want to bring it into this space, is the idea of having students eat outdoors. And the draft that I wrote up, and it's just a draft, and I pulled a lot of language from some of our neighboring counties that lead in this areas as well. In accordance with health recommendations from the ABC Science Collaborative, outdoor eating will be expected, weather and space permitting. If adverse conditions require eating indoors, procedures should maximize physical distance while students face the same direction and limit talking. And I wondered if there was time for discussion and feedback on that concept, because we have heard so many comments from our community.
Ms. Umstead?
I just want to ask Dr. Mbenga, like when we talked about the COVID protocols a couple of meetings ago, now we just, I think, strongly encouraged that that's what we wanted to be the norm, to be outdoor eating. So I just wanted to hear what we're currently doing and what might feel different. I think if we were to the draft that kind of what Natalie proposed, what might feel different.
We had a meeting with our principals last week. I clearly stated to them the clear expectation from our board to use outdoor as one of the options for lunch. We got to keep in mind, I visit several schools. I was in Mangum. They have a good facility there. They have leeches there and all that kind of stuff. They're doing it. Other places, they are really doing them as well. Then we have some school, they still facing the challenges. As you know, we came here, we're trying to buy some of these tables, and some of them are still adjusting with the logistic. But I'll say this to our communities. Our principals has been very creative. We understand the issue was pretty much eating in the classroom, those students 3 inches, that was not enough. We understand that. But our principal has been really creative to be able to look at some auditorium as an option where they can spread out those students. Gymnasium as an option where they can spread out those students. Hallway, media center. Then at the same time, they're also using the outdoor facility to be able to accommodate those students. I know logistically, it's not easy. As you can say, if you are looking at an example of a Creekside Elementary, 800 students, let's have 2 lunches, 400 go outside in one time. It can be a logistic nightmare as well. That's the reason why I'm calling a principals meeting next week. I'm inviting a couple board members just to be able to listen also to our principals that are still struggling to use outdoor as the only option. They're still struggling with that. I really want you to hear their concerns before you guys can make it as a policy or as a mandate. But out of respect, I knew it was really a challenge, but I've communicated with our staff, our principals. It's the clear expectation of the board to use outdoor facility as one of the options. So if we are not, I understand with Delta variant, one day can make a huge difference. But be able to listen to our principals as well. They are the one that's going to implement this. I think that will go a long way. Some of them are on the edge, but just telling them, take all the kids outside for lunch, that can be not good when it comes to morale for our principals. I really wanted to be able to be clear today just to share that we have been communicating outdoor as one of the options, not the only option. So I just wanted to pause right there. And if it will be the pleasure of the board, I have a meeting with principals on Monday. I have 2 board members here that I'm inviting at least to be able to listen to the voices of those principals.
Thank you, Dr. Mavinga, for that update. I think what I understand our principals are managing a lot. We're going to add a testing at the end of September. That's going to be another thing. But I wonder how we can support them by bringing maybe some fresh eyes, right, to the conversation to help do some problem solving. I think in some ways, if we do a mandate that is just like, y'all got to figure it out, we're not actually supporting our leaders and being able to do this and do it well. And so my question would be, how can we support our leaders, the people who, because I know that there's some schools that aren't doing anything right now outside. If we continue, how, I know we have partners in the community who want to help, like how can we help walk around with principals and say, okay, let's do this together in a way that is supportive of them and not punitive in what we need to do. And I think we ordered tables, they'll be in mid-October, I think was the date. We're gonna need to get those assembled. So we also need to make sure our schools have the supplies to be able to do what we're doing. So I want us to move on this quickly, but I also want us to get creative and be supportive about how we do it. I think another thing for community to recognize, especially for some of our larger schools or depending on how the school is situated, there may or may not be a lot of outdoor space. So I do think that's why we have to get creative, have some fresh eyes, walk around with folks to help think about how we can do more outdoor as much as possible.
And I would add, I mean, we hear constituents screaming at us in person, through public comment, through emails. This is obvious. The ABC Collaborative said you do it. I mean, it's the second best thing you do except for mask mandate. Giving the principals choice, I understand it may affect morale, but it also puts them in a tight spot. I don't talk about my kids very often. The 2 little ones are in an elementary school that has an exterior door in every classroom. Sorry, on the interior side. And the other half of the building, 70% exterior doors. They're eating 3 times inside. They're not going out at all, even on the 10-minute snack. They're not, and the weather's been better. So I can't answer the community on that. And my middle schooler is doing everything inside also. So it's not matching up. Like we can't say we believe in the science, we're going to follow the science. And then, so I realize it's hard. This is not me throwing under the bus. And I've got a note for morale for a later part of this discussion. I know morale is in the toilet. So you don't need to respond. I just wanted you to hear that. Mr. Raven.
We've all been talking about this for a while because the reality we're all having to deal with, we're all having to face. And when we talked about how we should open the schools back up, we looked at it as a phased in effort where certain schools will come in, then we bring other schools in person. We need to do the same thing with this. I heard Mr. Lee previously talking about it. He made some good points. Some kids don't want to go outside, and I understand that. So my perspective is focusing on the children who would be the most impacted, that have the least ability to protect themselves right now, which is the elementary schools, right? So we need the picnic tables for middle school and high school just the same, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to make sure that they have that same access day one, because right now they at least have that one variable where they have the opportunity to be vaccinated, right? The elementary school kids do not. I feel like even if we're looking at where should these tents go to first, where should these tables go to first, they should go to the elementary schools first. That allows us to at least be able to communicate to the community. You know, if they come in on October 14th, we could let the community know that by November 1st, we will be able to guarantee that all of the elementary schools have the ability to eat outside. But even before then, we know that we have tents coming in as well, which won't take until October 14th, hopefully. And in that instance, we're looking at having a tent outside. We've all been outside as kids. You know, if they were able, and I know logistically asking kids to carry their own chair outside is not realistic. But even if we're looking at taking a mat outside, there's one thing, we're really looking at first world problems. We're really talking about, can we have our kids go outside, sit on a mat and eat their lunch? And I don't want to trivialize it, but that's really what we're talking about. And I know that we can convince our kids to do that. We know that our kids that are in elementary school have to have that level of protection, because ultimately, just like we're seeing at least one cluster at elementary school, it's a trickle down effect. They'll probably have another sibling at another school. And we now have the parents that are, in order to isolate and quarantine these issues, we have to focus on the prevention to make sure things aren't spreading. I feel like we have to figure out a way to at least state that by November 1st, we'll be able to have all elementary schools able to eat outside. Whenever we get the tents, we can at least be able to make sure that parents know this is coming. We could do it earlier, but we have to be able to make sure that elementary school kids first can still be able to eat outside, because again, they are the ones that don't even have the opportunity to be vaccinated.
I'll go to Mr. Lee. I'm sorry, Ms. Lewis.
This discussion is, it's difficult. It really is difficult. And also, like Mr. Sears, Mr. Raven, Ms. Valladares, Mr. Lee, we have kids in the school too. And we are experiencing it firsthand. It would be my desire for every child to eat outside, knowing where my principle stands and our values. And I'm trying to balance that also with allowing principals to decide what's best for their community, and power sharing with the teachers and determining if they have the spacing that's required on their grounds. And I wouldn't want to take those liberties away from them. I do like what you're saying, Mr. Raven, about having a plan that I just don't think we can do it across the board. But I think that the district is aware of which schools are doing what, and that there is a particular parent that has the issue to working that out with the school. For instance, with my school, I know there are 11 outside sites designated for eating outside. And my child doesn't eat outside, his classroom still eats inside. I'm trusting the principal leadership and that teacher to evaluate that situation. But if it really became an issue, I would say, hey, what is this an option, and how can we work this out for parents who do need that, going to that next level? But I still just feel like the power, the control, trusting that our principals want their staff, personnel, children to be safe, and that they will continue to keep the distance, use the different space that's available in their individual places. I also like Chair Armstead, because we had so much conversation. I really appreciate what you said about having another set of eyes. layering that process into place too, because I don't want to put more on our principals, on our staff. They are past staff capacity. And we will be adding the testing on at the end of September, adding on getting the structure set up in October. It's a lot. So again, I think as much the value thing for me is I want every kid to be outside, and I want our principals to do what's best in their community. They know their community best with getting that support. I don't know if that was helpful for anybody, but I just feel like there's a lot of creative solutions that we can use. And I think I still lean more towards, I trusted our principals, and sharing power and decision-making with the teachers will keep the distance safe and following the safe school standards guidelines.
Mr. Lee.
We keep ending up here. What we're talking about here is creating a mandate for outside lunch. My position hadn't changed on this. I want us to think really closely about what this means as a mandate, what a mandate actually means. Means, you know, there's really no option here, right? Everybody eats outside across the district. We've even had comments saying, you know, I don't care if my kid gets a little wet while they're eating lunch, at least they're safer. I don't care if it's cold outside. I don't care if it's blazing hot outside. I work downtown. I work down here. And when it's blazing hot, adults ain't sitting outside of these restaurants eating without some sort of something blowing on them, some cool air blowing on them. If it's raining, nobody's outside. Adults are not outside, even though, yes, it's best not to eat inside in a restaurant because you have to take your mask off. Adults aren't eating outside. And I can bet you any amount of money, if it's freezing cold outside and you walk around these restaurants that have this seating outside, nobody gonna be outside eating. But you know what? In all of those situations, we're mandating, and I wasn't pointing at you, Natalie, I'm just pointing in the air. We're mandating that our students go outside and eat. We won't even do that. We won't even eat outside in those weather situations. And yes, the guidance that was proposed says in weather permitting. But what does that mean? I know some folks from New York City, they always come down here and they say, this ain't cold. And it's like 10 degrees. I know some folks from Jamaica say, this ain't hot. And it's 101 degrees. I know some folks from Seattle that don't care about the rain because it always rains up there. What does that mean? What does weather permitting mean? And if you're gonna mandate something, that means they need to be outside, because what we're saying here, and the weather, I mean, the science, I do agree with that, you know, what the ABC collective says, that's a good idea, eat outside. But that means there's no exceptions really, because anytime you eat inside, you're raising that risk. So you have to eat outside at those times. Now, let me just speak really quickly about some uncomforts that I see us experiencing if we mandate eating outside when it's even drizzling. Some people's hair don't deal well with water. And that's not a blanket excuse. I'm just saying as an example. Sometimes my son, when he gets hot, he gets rashes all the way up his arms. So he doesn't go outside. I wouldn't want him to be forced to go outside to eat when it's blazing hot. So if we're gonna do this, and you know, we talk about mandates here, I seriously doubt we're gonna end up mandating shots for kids, at least in the short term. It's gonna be a little while before that happens, even when it's available. There's gonna be opt-outs. I mean, we're already talking about opt-outs with this survey, you know, religious, medical, or any kind of opt-out. So what I'm asking here, and it's, I'm one person on the board, I know majority rules, but if we go with a mandate to eat outside, what I'm asking here is the ability for parents to opt out of forcing their children to eat outside. Or maybe even the other way. You know, we hear from public comment, we hear emails, but how many people are they representing out of our 32,000 students that we hear from emails? Yeah, we get a ton of them. A lot of them are duplicates. But how many people are they representing out of our 32,000, just about 32,000 students? If before we made a decision, if we're making a decision to mandate vaccines, we had to survey all of our staff, why can't we survey our students or our parents if they want to be forced to eat outside? I mean, the CDC says vaccination is best, right? The ABC Collective says the vaccination is best, but we're surveying before we make a decision to mandate a vaccine for our staff. If we're going to take that those same steps, why don't we survey our parents and our students if they want to eat outside before we make some sort of mandate or relieve principles of the choice to allow teachers to eat outside? Why don't we survey our teachers? You know, we talk about, we want input, we want community input, we're talking about this vaccine, we want to get input, see who's vaccinated, see who's gonna be vaccinated before we make a mandate. We should do the same thing. Maybe something can be learned, because what we hear are the loudest people. We may have had, out of all of this, we may have had 200 families. I'm just, that's a little overestimating of the emails and the public comment. 200 families speaking up. Okay, 300, let's say 300. We got far more families that hadn't spoken up than actually have spoken up, and that's on every single issue. So before we go down the path of removing choice or forcing people to eat outside and putting more on teachers and principals to figure this out, why don't we study a little bit more? Why don't we survey before we do that? Why don't we understand what the true sentiments of our district is before we do that? Thank you.
Ms. Valladares, then Ms. Byer.
I think, you know, we have heard from our constituents, our parents, we have heard from our partners. We have heard from professionals who are working in clinics. I want to give a shout out to everybody who has reached out and engaged us around these two critical pieces, you know, which is the outdoor eating, learning. I don't limit it to just eating. I think that even outdoor learning, like we have to figure out ways that if the eating time is a short window and we can't logistically do it because of, you know, the time constraint, short period of lunch and having to navigate that, we have to ensure that, you know, there's capacity for outdoor for schools, and we're doing that with infrastructure and all that. So I'll say outdoor eating / learning. The second piece is the vaccine mandate. We have seen at the federal level that the vaccines are now FDA approved. I mean, we have, they have gone through all the rigorous things. I mean, as much as any vaccine can be examined, tested, all the trials, all the data, all the things, it's gotten full FDA approval. We have seen all, so many universities implement vaccine mandates. We have seen public schools also moving with that. And I think that we have seen also Supreme Court rejecting challenges to vaccine mandates. I mean, it's to that level. So I wholeheartedly support a vaccine mandate with the provisions that we talked about, the legal, HR, exemptions, medical. I mean, that's how that's how institutions are doing it. I mean, Dr. Mbenga, you can tell me that number again about how we are already addressing staff and we're sending a survey and we have gotten responses so far where we are inquiring vaccination status and the results are still coming in and there's still more days for it. But what is the number today of staff who have replied?
We have over 2,700, which is more than 50% of our staff.
I think both numbers are important. I think the survey itself gives us a good glimpse. So what is a survey number and who, and also vaccination status? Okay, so these numbers are encouraging.
Could you repeat that into the mic? so it's
Yes,
on the
I'll
record?
repeat that.
Thank
So Dr. Elvira Lassane says that we have received, and the survey hasn't closed yet. I mean, it just got sent out like 2 days ago. Tuesday, it just got sent out Tuesday, and already we have gotten 2,700 employees who have responded, and 90% of those employees have been vaccinated. They have provided proof of vaccination. So, the 90% out of 2,700, and we still have that survey available, and they can fill it out until September 13th is the cutoff, right? September 13th. And I did see that email, and I thank you so much because the messaging in that email makes it very clear what our intention is and what we want and what we expect of the staff. So that is encouraging. So with that context, I want to reiterate my support for a vaccine mandate. Also with the provisions for exemptions, whether it's religious, medical, as it has been done, and it is being done. We are the second, my understanding is also we're the second largest employer in this area in Durham. Are we the second? Duke would be the first? We're the third? Okay, IBM, it's Duke, IBM, and then DPS. I don't know about IBM's vaccine mandate. That would be, if anybody knows, you all know how to reach us, please keep us up to date. But for large employers, the consideration is, one of the biggest things during this time is retention. We already know that when there's a COVID positive case, there's a need for quarantining anybody who's a close contact. And what we are hearing in emails is that our staff, they're feeling like they have to cover, because if folks were not, there's two areas of protection, the mask and vaccination status. And if they have been masked and have vaccination status, that will cut out, that will allow us to bring people back, based on exposure. There's all this, analysis that is being done on a case by case basis when there is a COVID positive. But that is one of the ways that we ensure that we don't stop operations and that we can actually have our employees, our staff, not having to fill in for other folks for the 10 days, for quarantining for all that time. So in a way, I do see it as a vaccine mandate would help us along those lines, because we would know, we would know that somebody who has gotten their vaccine and is masked has a lower risk of getting a breakthrough, a COVID breakthrough. So even from that standpoint, we talked about the difficulty that we have with subs. We talked about the difficulty with all that. So that's why I support it. I also have heard from folks talking about, we don't want to lose employees. We don't want them walking out. However, we stand the same. The latter is the same case. We could lose employees who get tired of having to, fill in for other folks or having to quarantine unnecessarily. And they're like, if we increase vaccination status, that would also be. So it's both ways. Like, there are people who might leave because there's a vaccine mandate, And there are people who will leave because we don't do a vaccine mandate and they're getting tired and they're having to, they feel stretched. And I've heard from all your emails, we read them. We do get a high volume of emails and we do read them and we do hear you and understand. I really appreciate the staff reaching out. The other thing is that we are exhausting our resources in the community. I have heard from clinicians at some of the areas that serve low income community members, and the rates of children that are getting, getting COVID-19 at this point with the Delta variant. I mean, they are the ones that first told us. A lot of them were telling us reopen the schools, right? They were like champions for reopening, based on what they were seeing with the kids coming in to the to their primary care, checkups, and also for sick visits. But now they're also we're hearing from a lot of clinicians who are reaching out to us, telling us, no, this is pretty bad. Like we wanted you to reopen, but we want you to reopen and ensure that you put these safety protocols like outdoor eating and vaccine mandates. And I hear how we are working towards outdoor eating and providing structures for that, providing that opportunity. And we can continue working on that, teasing out, how to best do it. But I think the vaccine mandate is something that we can do. We can do, I don't know for other board members, but I'm ready to support a vaccine mandate with the necessary exemptions.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go next, and then I'll go to Natalie and others that want to speak. I'm ready to support a vaccine mandate now. And I, administration, if you want to chime in, because I'm afraid of a very gloomy picture. Number one, I want to echo that I'm hearing from folks I haven't heard from in years talking about the stresses at sites, the stresses in our schools, the coverage gaps. My assessment of what's going to happen when we start testing is all we're going to do is identify that there's more virus than we thought. We're going to have more close contacts. We're going to have more quarantines. We're going to have more staff at home. And when you're a staff member that's a close contact and you're vaccinated, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't have to go home, right? You monitor, right? You monitor your symptoms. And so that's where the vaccine mandate can help us. For once, we can do something to help us when we got people that are so stressed out. We've got to do that. And okay, I'll just quickly go down the list. The ABC Collaborative said, you will be healthier and safer if you do it. We're the city of medicine. We don't need a lag on this. I mean, LA just required it now for 12 and up, and I'm sure they'll get challenged in court, but we don't have to lag. Okay, we got Orange County did it, Chapel Hill Carborough this week did it. We can say we believe in this, and we redid the mission and vision. We get to set the policy, the direction, the values for this community. I think we believe in this, and I want us to do it.
I'm glad we went around the table and got to vaccine mandate, which is something that I think we all agree on when we've talked about it before. I saw that Chapel Hill's date is October 31st. I would even propose that one if people were ready and wanting to talk about a date. I want to be clear. And when you talk to principals, Dr. Ribbing, I want to be clear, as crystal clear. The language I wrote, which I will read again, about lunch and eating outdoors is not a mandate, never has been a mandate. It is in accordance with health recommendations from the ABC Science Collaborative. Outdoor eating will be expected, weather and space permitting. It has exceptions for weather, and it has exceptions for schools that have space issues. If adverse conditions require eating indoors, procedures should maximize physical distancing, which we already say we're doing, while students face the same direction and limit talking, which we already say we're doing. I am trying to have language that reflects what the ABC Science folks, who are our community members, have brought to our attention, because it is critical. The analogy on Twitter that I saw is, it's like you've been masked all day And they had compared it to a bunch of kids going in a pool and everybody pees in the pool at the same time. Taking your mask off inside is putting a lot of viral load into the air. And just moving, when I talked with them, I said, what if we just move different groups around the cafeteria? They say the viral load is there. It hasn't had time to have air exchanges to clear out. So you're just exposing more children to risk by eating indoors. It's not forever. It's not whatever. And I think our principals know how to handle children that have allergies or other exceptional needs that need to stay inside. And I think they know if we can go out for recess, we can eat lunch outside. That they know, they make those distinctions already about weather permitting kind of stuff. So I would be interested in taking action on both of those things, and just moving us forward, because this is what's letting us stay in school in person, and no one wants to go back to virtual. No one. So, I mean,
Ms. Byer, I'm happy to move on your outdoor eating statement policy draft. I don't know what exactly we want to name it. So I would move that we approve that. I think for the vaccine, I would look over to our attorney to make sure, to see if we need to have some more things in place before we were to vote on something like that tonight.
So just in the interest of preserving Nicole's sanity, is there a motion, and what exactly is the motion?
All right, I would move to approve Ms. Byer's statement on outdoor eating.
Yeah, and just so can we have the statement again then?
in accordance with health recommendations from the ABC Science Collaborative, outdoor eating will be expected, parentheses, weather and space permitting. If adverse conditions require eating indoors, procedures should maximize physical distancing while students face the same direction and limit talking. I think I borrowed it from Orange County.
There's a motion by Ms. Umstead. Is there a second?
Second.
And seconded by Ms. Byer. So, Mr. Sue, we'll treat the vaccine. Ms. Umstead has questions around the vaccine mandate that we'll address in a moment. Is there further discussion on this before we do a vote? Ms. Lewis?
Yeah, I just want to be clear. You're saying this is not a mandate, this is a policy that that the schools will have to follow. I'm wondering if you would accept a friendly amendment that it will be expected at the discretion of the school personnel. Sounds like we're making our statement stronger by having this as a policy, but still giving the discretion to the principals.
Everything I do, I assume it always is at the discretion of the principals. So I don't know.
So when you read the statement, it said it will be expected. So I was adding the line at the discretion of the school personnel.
If that helps us get moving forward, I mean, yeah, who else would make it? Yeah, sure.
Are there any objections to the amendment?
Where does that discretion of school personnel fit in this statement?
Can we get a revised statement with the inclusion of that amendment? In accordance with health recommendations from the ABC Science Collaborative, outdoor eating will be expected at the discretion of the school personnel, parentheses, weather and space permitting, or, yeah. Does that make sense in that?
Okay. Is there further discussion on this topic?
My only other discussion, I think it feels like there's a gap between what happens here and then maybe what's happening at school. And so I would like to see, as we do this, that we help our school leaders close that gap, that we can see, like we're hearing from parents, my child is going outside, there is more stuff happening. So I just want to make sure that that's clear too.
Yeah, and not to interpret something that hasn't even passed, but this feels stronger than the previous urging to me, for what that's worth.
I would still like to survey our parents and students if applicable, but I'll support it, but I would still like to do that. I'm not adding that to this motion, I'm just putting it out in the atmosphere.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously.
Mr. Sue, I just want to remind a board, we talked about this a little while ago. We asked the administration to gather information around vaccination status and use that data to help inform, might be a policy for us. So I just wanted to ask it, we don't have a draft of a policy or something like that for tonight. So Mr. Sue, do you have guidance on what that might look like?
Well, so clearly, I mean, I was at the Chapel Hill meeting last week. I mean, you have the authority to say that there's a mandate. The question is, when you say there's a mandate, what are you saying? You know, it's important to be precise on these things. And to use an example with the salary schedule for the bus drivers, it's to give precise guidance requires some time. It requires consideration of the circumstances. As I say, you can go ahead and say, generally speaking, administration, we expect that you're going to implement a mandate that requires people to get vaccinated by October 31. I mean, there's a whole lot of detail to that, and that's where the devil lies. And one question is, it's like, so are you saying anybody who doesn't have either an exemption or full vaccination status by October 1 is fired? So what you're saying? You're not saying that. I mean, you know, some of the details are going to be important. And so you are the policymakers on this. If it is your view that this has got to happen one way or the other, and we're going to build the aircraft while we're flying it, then so be it. That's your decision to make. Another option would be to get whatever the recommendation is back from your administration based on the information that they have about the numbers of people, where these people are working in the school system who require vaccines. That's really out of my lane from the lawyer point of view, but just from an implementation point of view, one question to ask yourself is, are you ready to give specific enough guidance to your administration so that they can implement a mandate that's going to make sense, that's not going to add more stress and confusion to your already overworked and overstressed school staff?
I would really like to see us give direction to the administration for them to come with the plan. Because whenever this goes into effect, it's going to trickle a lot of other things when it comes to implementation. A system for exemptions, a system for religious, like there's going to be a whole host of other pieces. So I want to give our administration time to prepare for what that might look like. With that being said, everyone who's listening, and if you've been listening, our board is behind mandating of vaccines. All of us have expressed a support and appreciation for that. So I feel like it is coming. So if you have questions or concerns about that, email us. But I do want to make sure that, because once we do this, the other balls are going to start rolling. And I want to make sure our administration is ready and prepared for that. So the survey is out. We'll gather a lot of information. I do hope we are able to see who replied to the survey. So we'll have an analysis on what the answers might be, you know, whom this might affect if we were to put this into place, so we can have a good and robust conversation around that.
Okay, Ms. Valladares.
Thank you so much. I think that, you know, I appreciate you saying that, Chair Umstead, when you were speaking about the fact that this board definitely supports a vaccine mandate. We're figuring out the how, right? We're figuring out all the legal provisions that are in place. And I've seen a lot of these provisions out there, like people have to submit paperwork, but for religious exemptions or medical, all that. So we know that there's some work that, you know, our admins are going to have to do along those lines. I will say that in terms of providing direction, I am encouraged by the responses so far. It's been 2 days and 50% of staff have submitted their vaccination status, and 90% of the responses say that they have gotten a COVID vaccine. I think that, you know, those numbers are definitely encouraging. I look forward, you know, to more updates about where we are. And I really want to thank Dr. Hussain for, you know, providing this information, you know, right now, like on the spot. You know, we definitely put you on the spot with this. But the other thing is that I would like to provide a little more guidance in terms of like the testing. So when you do have folks who don't, who have exemptions or, all that, how do we include a safety provision on there that they get tested weekly? It's something that I've seen in some institutions where it's like, okay, we will take your documentation for an exemption, but then we need to make sure that the staff, around our district, that they feel that all the, all the steps are being taken care of, that at least there's testing that is happening, showing that we don't have any symptomatic cases. And so that's one direction. I mean, I would love to include for the cases where they're not vaccinated, if you would consider, adding a testing provision on there.
And I'd like to add quickly and then see if there's other discussion. One other piece in this initial data is that of the 10% that are not vaccinated, again, initial, 44% of those say they do plan to get vaccinated. So now we're up to 19 out of 20 people heading in the right direction, 95%. I have concerns about waiting 2 weeks because I'm worried about when we start testing by the end of the month and we start sending everybody home, what that delay of vaccine mandate does for our staffing crunch. So I mean, just to give one more input to Mr. Sue's point, it sounds harsh, but I mean, this is a value statement. I would say whatever the date is, if it's October 31st, and we have partners in this community, Duke being one of them, that have said that that's a termination date if you do not comply with the vaccine mandate. So that's my perspective on that. Mr. Lee and then Ms. Byer.
Just a really quick question. It's just a clarification. So if we issue a mandate tonight and we say October 31st, does that mean the mandate starts November 1st? Or you have until the 31st, right? And so the mandate will then start after that, right? So
You'd
that
want to be
gives-
clear about that.
Yeah, so that means the administration has, if we said October 31st, the administration has until October 31st to notify everyone, get all the details in place, like if on November 1st you're not vaccinated, you're no longer employed, that sort of stuff.
So the usual date you would set would be for full vaccination status. So
Okay.
is it 2 weeks after the second Pfizer, or is it 3
Right.
weeks?
It's 2 week, 4 week.
No, that's
Oh,
Moderna.
after the second shot is 2 weeks.
Well, so, I mean, but you would just be specific about what you're expecting, and
Okay.
then administration would come up with the plan. And then, as we've heard from Dr. Weber in his excellent presentation and other presentations, all the things about vaccination clinics and time and leave for people to recover from the effects of vaccine and all that sort of thing would be up to your administration to manage. But you get, the point is that you want to be specific enough in your motion that everybody understands exactly what has to be done by when. And just to, again, go back to the point that I talked about and that Matt talked about, I mean, the mandate is not really for administration. The mandate is for all of your employees.
Right.
You are saying to each one of your employees that unless you have an exemption that's approved by administration, you will have full vaccination status by X date.
Okay. Or. Okay. I would be open to a motion tonight and figuring out a date, all that kind of stuff.
Here's the language I drafted if it's helpful. Work with DPS legal counsel to develop and implement DPS's vaccine mandate for all staff, including incentives, vaccination clinics staffed by BIPOC physicians and health professionals, and procedures for medical and religious exemptions, and a thorough appeal process for employees.
But does that address a date we want to compel the administration to do this by?
I'd be open to adding a date.
Also, it needs to address what happens if they're not vaccinated, according to what Mr. Sue said.
I don't,
It'll also need to add what would happen if it's not done by the date, according to what Mr. Sue shared.
Yeah, I was winging this without the benefit of Mr. Sue's expertise, but that's where I started. I don't know if it's helpful or not. I just read it.
So honestly, I mean, that was a point to illustrate, again, that there are a lot of important details, that being one of them. I don't think you have to say exactly what's going to happen to everybody. You'd probably want to leave some flexibility because with the number of employees you have,
yeah.
there are going to be a lot of individual cases and circumstances to consider. But if you are setting a date by which all of your employees who don't have an exemption must be fully vaccinated, then that, I guess that wouldn't let everybody know what you're shooting for.
Just a clarifying question to Ms. Byer. Incentive, that's for those folks that's going to be vaccinated from this point moving forward, or everybody that's been vaccinated?
I don't know if it's a valid use of ESSER money, but I would think that it's fair to incentivize everyone that's been vaccinated. So I mean, yeah, I don't want to take us down the rabbit hole and do what the work of your administration. I want like the most simple motion that Mr. Sue says that gets us moving and actually taking action. And I don't know what that is, Mr. Sue. I've tried to do it, but.
Well, that's, I mean, it's what you want to have happen. And so the question is, does the board, and I mean, this is sort of the process. You put a motion out there. If people want to amend it to add a compliance date, then I guess that could happen. I think your motion, you know, it would be adequate to start the ball rolling.
We'll go to Ms. Valladares and then Ms. Lewis.
Thank you so much. I think we're definitely moving on this and I'm very appreciative of it. Now, I do want to offer like an amendment to the way we've written it, because I think all those clauses in terms of incentives, in terms of BIPOC, and everything else, there are things we can aspire to. However, logistically, the administrators, they have to figure out, and I wouldn't want them to be limited by any of those factors. I mean, I want them to have discretion and maybe adding to the degree possible, you know what I mean? Or something like along that line, like a little clause that just says to the degree possible, the list of, you know, the things that we would want, but not constrain them in a way that if they can't meet any one of those criteria, that say, for example, we can't give incentives, or say we can, but we can't find, you know, the third or fourth thing on there, that at least they have the ability to do to the degree possible.
Is that next? Well, we're trying to get through these details on what it looks like. I know that Mr. Sears said 2 weeks feels a long time to wait to do this mandate, and Mr. Lee was saying we could support it now. I don't think 2 weeks of getting a good plan and getting a recommendation from the administration would be far off, and still having an October 31st date. If we're looking at October 31st being our date, whether we say it today or we say it 2 weeks from now, we're saying it today, but we wouldn't actually vote on it until we got a good plan that the administration could vet out for us to make a motion on in 2 weeks. Would that be sufficient?
In normal times, I think so for me, but the pandemic and if we take action tonight and become the third district to do this, that message alone gets people moving. And I do like to check. We're down to like 54 people watching now. So I don't think the message is really, I'm not monitoring Facebook, but I would like us to at least take a vote on something if there's the will of the board to do it, so that the message moves, and perhaps keeping it simple so that they can still do what you're suggesting, put together a more robust plan would be my preference.
Ms. Byer, can you read your statement out again?
Well, I've been changing it. I went simple to see if this got us somewhere. Work with DPS legal counsel to develop and implement DPS's vaccine mandate for all staff by October 31st, 2021. Is that?
Clarifying what what needs
Yeah,
to
I
happen
was
by
looking
October
to-
31st.
That's exactly what I was trying to figure out what word went there and looking for help.
Because the by sounds like it could be for the plan or.
Yeah, I was thinking if you just add mandatory vaccination, that would settle it. The part that she started, say it again.
Work with DPS legal counsel to develop and implement DPS's vaccine mandate for all staff to be, I don't know, vaccinated by
For-
October 31st. What
Yeah,
do you
for
want?
all staff to be vaccinated by.
Fully
October-
vaccinated.
Fully
Yeah.
vaccinated.
Fully vaccinated and the 2-week waiting period.
Yeah, so that's what I was just about to ask, because we're pushing. Yeah, yeah, so that's what I was about to ask, because we're pushing up against that's a really close timeline, October 31st, if we're looking at 2 weeks after the second shot.
That's 5 weeks because you got to wait
Right.
3 weeks in between them.
Right. So, you know, is it too much to ask to say, you know, like after Thanksgiving, after the Thanksgiving break?
Or the
Is that
second,
too far?
or this, I mean,
Is that too far?
I think that's too far. The other thing that we also need to keep in mind is not
Exercise.
everybody is going to take the Pfizer or the Moderna. There are some people that will take the Johnson & Johnson because they just want to take one and
Right.
one and be done with it. So I think the October 31st timeline is reasonable. I mean, we're in the second week of September right now. So, you know, as
So,
long as they get that first shot within the next 3 weeks, they'll be able to fall in between it, or they could still make that decision to only take the one Johnson & Johnson shot, even if they wait to the end of October. They just need to be vaccinated by the 31st of October.
Let's say it takes 2 weeks after the second shot. That's what I'm saying. It takes two.
I hear Mr. Raven saying that the regimen will be complete. The actual
You have
injection
to have the
will
second
be
shot by the
complete.
31st.
Yes, but
Okay.
that's cleaner.
Okay.
Second shot or the J&J one shot, whatever the regimen is.
Because you didn't say fully vaccinated in your statement.
I did add to be fully vaccinated, but you know, I personally am okay if one J&J or 2 Pfizer Modernas are in our employees by October 31st. Like, so you can't take it back out, right?
You want to just state that? Good motion.
I mean, I do like fully in that, like, because then you don't end up with one shot. That's the other right. Like you could have people with one shot who aren't fully vaccinated yet. So if it means extending it 1 more week or 2 more weeks to make sure that people can get fully vaccinated, that I think that is cleaner than doing it the other way, because you might have folks that have only one shot by the 31st.
Thank you so much. I do want to support this. Now, Thanksgiving is pushing it too far, and I hear that. Now, my only thing is that, you know, we have staff that may want like the provisions, like the HR provisions for time off to do this, or even like our own setups to have like, you know, vaccination sites in our own schools, and also the emails and all the communication coming out of HR, which, you know, is already tracking all of that. And I would want to hear from Dr. Lassane and, you know, your team about, because we're definitely moving in this direction. There's no question. But I really just want to hear from you in terms of logistically, October 31st, if we add, or if we go into November, what would your like, what, I just want to hear from you about a date, because we're doing it, but you know, we're also wanting to hear from you.
It's a tough decision to make. I hear from employees all across the spectrum. I know that at any given point in time, there are employees who have medical things going on that, you know, we would have to work through with them through their timeline. I think the devil is in the details, and the date is only one part of that. I think being able to communicate what happens if you are not, whatever is defined is where the devil is in the details for me. If whether the terminology is fully vaccinated, whether it's having the second shot of a 2-shot regimen and you have this hardcore dates, the devil is going to be in the details of if you're not. And so I know that that's a non-committed answer, but that's truly where we are standing in the discussions that we've been having in HR, whatever the date is, even if it's October 31st. Our concern is focused on those employees that are not for whatever reason.
Dr. Hussain, really appreciate that input. I mean, there's definitely like some discretion that we are giving your administration because, you know, I mentioned testing. Like if somebody says, I would want to see weekly testing. That's me. I'm speaking for Alexandra Ray, that is one board member here. And, you know, those are recommendations that you all can come up with about what happens next. I don't think we're making that, including that in the actual statement that we're making, but we definitely want to have a mandate that talks about vaccination and then figuring out what happens after that. Does your administration require, you know, a follow-up for those folks who like for the exemptions, for the medical exemptions or the religious exemptions, like the criteria and all that, that's a lot of work I know that your department is going to have to do in figuring out what exemptions you're going to approve. And then what happens after that, like, you know,
and I think what happens after that is actually our decision and for the administration to implement. So they can come up with the logistics of medical and religious exemption. But the question is for us, if someone does not get vaccinated, what happens next? I'm personally not in position to say that ready to be like, we're going to terminate folks, because that doesn't feel like it's going to set us up for success at all. So there needs to be some more discussion around what would happen on that day.
I know it has already been mentioned, the number of vacancies we have. We are still having a hard time with recruitment. I need us to remember that in our positioning here in Durham, our competitors are not only other school districts, they're other areas. So if there is room for consideration for weekly testing, I do think that that is a viable option, but I think you also have to be aware of the logistics, just like from our principal's perspective, you know, who is going to keep up with all of that testing, tracking that. I mean, that would literally be somebody's full-time job. And so we would just ask that that is considered when you're thinking about it, but I do think that that provides some options.
Dr. Hussain, if I may, so I do hear that there's a lot of work that's going to have to happen about the how we're going to do it. I think what we want to establish as a board, and you all can you know, say otherwise, but I think that we want to start with a vaccine mandate. Now, the provisions for exemptions, the provision for what happens, that's definitely something we can follow up. We can add more. And as you present to us, as you bring your recommendations and we look over that, we can definitely work with that. But I think the main thing that we want to do is make a big statement about how the vaccine mandate is for DPS. It's about all the 5,000, the exact number, it's more than 5,000 staff.
Around 5,200.
5,200. And it is about people having to quarantine because those two factors, like the mask wearing and the vaccination status, are two of our biggest safeguards against, you know, spreads and clusters and all that. So we just want to get started with the vaccine mandate and kind of put it to you all to bring recommendations about the other pieces. And I guess we'll have to.
So we already have drafted religious exemptions, medical exemptions process or whatever. Those things we have plans for. Okay. We just need to vet them and tighten them up based on whatever guidance we're provided. Again, our biggest concern are those who refuse, and making sure that we have physicians covered and that we are providing as many options as we can.
So I'd like us to move towards a motion. Personally, I'm not in favor of testing as an opt-out, testing only as you've got your religious or medical. Mr. Sue.
Just to, in interest of putting something out that I think was what I've heard, although you do have a motion on the floor, I think that's been seconded, has it?
No.
Perhaps not. Okay. So a motion that the board require all DPS employees to complete a full course of COVID-19 injections no later than October 31st, and direct administration to develop a plan to implement the requirement, including vaccine accessibility, time off for side effects, a process for considering medical and religious exemptions, including an appeal process and other details.
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Lewis. That is our motion. Further discussion.
And just to be clear, we still need to answer the question of what happens if
Yes.
folks do not. That's correct.
Right. And the other thing that we're trying to pull in, we haven't had time to evaluate this because we're not going to do it till all the data is in. We have to make sure that we don't have any clear lines, and Mr. Sue can speak to this, across employees. Like, we have to pass that test to make sure that we are not even having the appearance of discriminating against one group across race or any other factor. So I did just want to point that out because that's something that we're trying to keep a keen eye on when all of our data is in.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
I'll send it.
At the risk of further discussion, can that close out our COVID general discussion? Great. Moving to number 9, Academic Services Day 1 proclamation.
Mr. Sears, happy, given the time to, with the board's pleasure, to move that item to the September board meeting.
Are there any objections? We do love these proclamations and we will be happy to make them later on. Thank you. Board of Education, redistricting of school board election districts. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, everyone. Let me know if you can't hear me, but I will be brief tonight because you heard a long presentation at your work session in August about redistricting. The board does need to redistrict to comply with one person, one vote, to make sure that your electoral districts are substantially equivalent. I believe there is a map in the materials that has the precincts shown. That was a map that was developed at the request of the board and sent later. If we could get that up, it might be helpful. I'm not going to go through the whole presentation again, but I think it would be helpful for you to see that map with the current districts and the voting precincts. Again, the requirement for your redistricting is to make sure the districts are reapportioned so they're substantially equivalent in size. That means plus or minus 5% of the ideal size district, just as a reminder. Based on the 2020 population from the census as of April 1st, 2020, the districts, an ideal size for each district is 81,208, which means a range from 77,148 to 85,268. You have 4 districts, 2 of them are out of balance. District 1 is in balance at 2.35% above the ideal. District 3 is in balance at negative 3.4% of the ideal. But District 2 is 6.63% below the ideal size. And District 4 is 7.68% above the ideal size. So that doesn't mean that just District 2 and 4 will need to change, because it's like dominoes falling. When you move one, it might affect the other districts. I will point out, so this is the current map of the current districts. All of your electoral districts are comprised of whole voting precincts. Those whole voting precincts have been the building blocks of your electoral districts since the beginning in 2000. In 2010, the redistricting processes were able to complete districts with full voting precincts. And in fact, in 2011, we only had to move 2 precincts in order to balance the population. So precinct 4 and 21 were moved at that time in 2011. So new maps need to be adopted by this board before the start of candidate filing, which is December 6th. Last time at the work session, this board expressed the desire to complete the process in November so that the Board of Elections would have at least several weeks to complete the processing of those new maps. That would mean that we are sort of have a short timeline. The action that's going to be needed by the board tonight that I would ask for is to give some guidelines to Blake Esselstyn, the demographer. So what are the board's priorities? And we provided previously a list of guidelines and examples of things that the board might want to keep in mind. Obviously, it's required to comply with 1 person, 1 vote. So we've got to have that substantial equality be within that plus or minus 5%. We cannot dilute minority voting strength. They have to comply with the Voting Rights Act, make sure there's no intentional or discrimination or disparate impact that would violate the Voting Rights Act. Districts can't split census blocks. But other than that, it really is up to the board what criteria and what priorities you want to have. Like I said, in the past, you've had the priority of using precincts as your building blocks, so you don't split precincts. That has the benefit of limiting voter confusion. In the past, you've also, I think you have some somewhat unusual shaped districts, but that's because they've used the voting precincts as building blocks, and those don't have nice straight lines. But sticking with the basic outlines of your current districts as a starting point might be one that's very important to you. You might want to keep in mind that you're not going to put 2 incumbents in the same district, double bunking.
Could I ask a question?
Yes, yes.
If we could see the map, so I just want to make sure we're not violating something. If we said that starting with the current districts was a priority, okay?
Yes.
And then take that down another level. If we said that, take GK Butterfield's former district, which had these huge tentacles, right? The first
Yes.
congressional district. If we applied that here, there is a 2A tentacle, precinct 48, that comes down. I know I'm being very specific. There's a green tentacle that comes down into the red. Precinct 48 is saying that we don't want tentacles. Do we then have to say, okay, but now we need to analyze the demographics of that tentacle and ensure that it's not violating someone's, but it's not going to put us in out of compliance with the Voting Rights Act?
The Voting Rights Act is, you have the Equal Protection Clause, which means you can't intentionally discriminate. You can't use race as a primary predominant factor that's going to discriminate against minority voters. The Voting Rights Act under Section 2, and again, Section 5 is sort of off the table. It's been declared unconstitutional, but Section 2 says that when you have a minority group of minority voters that is compact enough that votes cohesively, that could be forming a majority voting power within a district, and you make some effort to divide that up so that that no longer is the case, you may have a Section 2 violation.
Okay.
So I don't think that saying we want compact districts is in any way violating the Voting Rights Act, but you would have to keep in mind whether there's some potential disparate impact. And I don't know what the population is offhand of that particular but certainly saying that we want to use whole precincts. We want to keep the basic outlines of our current districts, but we would also like to have compactness as a criteria if possible. I think that's a perfectly legitimate criteria to use for voting, redistricting, sorry.
Thank you for explaining that.
Sure. And again, some of the other criteria that we talked about is incumbency, considering areas of potential growth in the future, so that 10 years from now, if you know you're going to have an area of the county that's fast growing and you want to keep that in mind and perhaps have that district a little underpopulated, still within the ±5%, but so you don't have such a large swing in population in 10 years from now. That's something you could direct Blake to look at. And also, if you want to have particular number of schools or keep in mind what schools are in what districts, again, that's not required. It's not, some people think it's important. Some counties I've been to want to be sure there's one high school in every district, for example. So what I'm here tonight is to get some guidance from the board on those criteria to give to the demographer. The next step would be to have a work session to present the maps and have some interaction, some feedback and opportunity to ask questions. Blake would come with at least 2 alternatives to show the board based on the criteria that we get tonight. And then based on that feedback, whether there's any changes that you would like to see, we recommend a public hearing. I think the board was in favor of having a public hearing and then adopting the plan. So the sort of the timeline, the schedule that I would propose is the work session to present the maps be at the 7th of November. I'm sorry, 7th, it's late. The 7th of October work session, regular meeting, perhaps have a public hearing on the 21st, or you could have it on a special meeting and then adopt the plan either at your November 4th or November 18th meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I'll take some direction from the board.
Ms. Lewis.
If you're just talking about a list, I'd say keeping the precincts intact is something that the board has done. I'd like to see continue. Looking at potential growth and looking at the 2 that's overpopulated and underpopulated, I would like to keep it compact, keeping it compact, whereas I don't know what that means. Well, where the 4 and 2 are already touching it, that if one has to lose and one has to gain, that would just keeps it together. I don't know if we have an overlay of which schools are in which districts, but I have not heard that to be a priority for our board because we just support all the schools.
Right.
So just want to put that out there.
Mr. Lee.
Yeah, I think that's what I was initially thinking, is that where 2 and 4 touch. However, we have an incumbent who lives in one of those districts, one of those precincts that is in 4, right? So Natalie is in 24, and that would exclude her from, it would put an incumbent against an incumbent.
And so if you want us to take incumbency into account, we need to get that as an affirmative direction from the board.
I do.
Yeah.
Ms. Lewis and I both live very close to a district line and
Right.
could easily be pulled out.
Yeah. So, so I'm in 23, so that's an
I think
interesting one.
protecting incumbency
Yeah, incumbency is
is a
important.
direction the board would.
And again, just because 2 and 4 are the ones that are out of balance doesn't mean there wouldn't be
Right.
changes to the other districts if necessary to meet the other priorities. And I will say some of the voting precincts, some can have 1,000 population, some can have 5,000 or 6,000 or 7,000. So it can be quite a significant change to move even just one whole precinct.
Just a quick question. So say there, so I'm in precinct 23, which is at the top of 1, very top. If that were to turn into 4 in this redistricting, I'm currently in the seat for 1, but I would turn into 4. Would that immediately dissolve my seat? Like, so would I, or would it have to, it'd have to do with the next election, right?
Right. So
It'd take effect.
redistricting doesn't bump any current sitting board
Okay.
member out of a seat.
Okay.
But it would mean that when the next elections came around, you would be running in a different district if
Right.
you decided to run again.
Yeah. 23. Right at the top.
Yeah, and I was going to highlight the same ones that Ms. Lewis highlighted. I think she got all of them, especially the notion of where there's going to be growth in the community to try to plan ahead and looking at that. And, I like Matt, I don't like it when we have those tentacle looking things. 48 looks especially wonky to me. I'm just sticking out there.
42.
42, yeah, it happens.
But
Yeah.
I do wonder if, every precinct has a different number, so you might end up with a wonky tentacle because the numbers,
Right.
added up. So, yeah, preferably not, but if that's how it works, then that's how it works. I think I agree with what's been laid out already, thinking about the growth of our city. Absolutely. I feel like we will grow probably exponentially in the next 10 years as well.
And I'm just looking at the numbers from 2010 when we did the redistricting, and I had the printout of all the population of the voting districts at that, the precincts at that time. And there was one as low as 835 population, and there was one that had 10,000, 11,000 population. So moving one precinct can have a big impact or a small impact, depending on which one it is. So I'm hearing keep precincts intact, protect incumbents' seats in their districts, plan for future growth, and then compactness if possible to get rid of some of the strange shapes. Is that the consensus of the board?
Are there any other guidelines from board members?
I mean, if the demographer really wants to think about growth and present a map that's just got that, because he likes doing that, and it might be interesting for us to look at.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to spending an extra couple of minutes looking at it, but 2030 is not that interesting to me.
And I did want to, one of the board members, and I forget who, I apologize, had asked for maps that compared change in racial demographics from 2010 to 2020. And Blake had said, sure, we can do that kind of a heat map thing. And he then followed up with me and said, after researching it a little more, because the census collected racial demographic information differently in 2010 than it did in 2020, it's not an apples to apples comparison, and it makes that kind of map preparation more difficult. So we'll have demographic information for the board when we bring back the maps at the work session, but that type of comparison, it won't be exactly equivalent because the questions were different on the two census. So
Do you know if that is because I believe on the census, they have different slots for ethnicity, which kind of broaden the question set that wasn't originally there?
well, they had, I mean, there was ethnicity, so it's Hispanic, non-Hispanic in the 2010 census, but there were many more racial categories in the 2020 census. People had more options to choose from, and they don't necessarily line up exactly so that you can't compare them exactly to 2020.
That makes
2010.
sense. Thank you.
But, all right. All right, well, thank you. And is the 7th of October for the work session? And again, I I don't want to dictate your agenda, but I think it would be helpful for some time to be set aside to give it some attention, and when you are fresh and can pay attention to it. So just maybe keep that in mind.
So Deborah,
And we would also get these maps to you ahead of time, and also get them to your public information folks so they can be posted on the website ahead of time. And then obviously they'll continue to stay on there before the public hearing if there are any changes made.
Ms. Lewis?
And that's what I was going to ask. Do you need our precinct numbers, and will we get it ahead of time?
Well, so we will get from someone in the district, we will get your home addresses so that we know where to locate you on the map. And then make sure that we get the maps ahead of time. I think, well, we'll get them as soon as Blake has them ready. But
Mr. Raven?
Can you, at the very beginning, you mentioned the percentages again for each of those districts.
Sure.
Can you tell us those again?
So District 1 has 83,117 people. That is 2.35% above the ideal population. District 2 is 75,820. That is 6.63% below the ideal. District 3 is 78,450. That's 3.4% below the ideal. And then 4 is 87,446, which is 7.68% above the ideal.
Thank you. And I didn't realize that slide was also in the presentation. So thank you again.
Sure.
so Ms. Stagner, oh, sorry, jump in there.
Go ahead, ma'am.
When I was asking about racial stuff from Blake before, it was really just if there was any way to be sensitive to the notion of gentrification in 1 and 2 and the changes that have happened in the last 2 years. And I don't know if there's any data point he can get at, but that's something that concerns me in the last 10 years in Durham.
When you bring the sample maps, will it include the 4 districts as well as A and B as far as?
Yeah, so they're, they're labeled 1A, 2A, 3B, 4B, so you can group them together.
Okay.
But we can do another line on the chart to have the A and B populations if you'd like.
I assume if we balance the 4, they'll be close, but just.
Well, right, so if you balance, we will be looking at when you take, 1A, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 all have to be within plus or minus 5% of their ideal, but A and B also have to be within plus or minus 5% of the ideal size of the 2 combined districts. Yes, that's right.
That's helpful. And I think when we get the demographic data with the maps, I just want to make sure we are following the law as we're
Yes.
doing this. So I guess whatever guidance you all bring would be helpful for us to make sure that we're not steering away from what we're bound to legally.
Right. So Blake is drawing the maps. He's keeping in mind the demographics. I'm working with him to review for Voting Rights Act, issues. Just if we see anything, it is not as it was 10 years ago, although Durham wasn't under the Section 5 preclearance requirement, but that's something that had the districts that had an affirmative burden to show no retrogression. In this case, what we're doing is keeping an eye to make sure there's no apparent challenge to the districts based on Voting Rights Act. All right, thank you. Just to make sure, precincts intact, protect incumbent seats, compactness and future growth to the extent that those 2 are possible to keep in mind as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Summary of follow-up items. There's just a few.
I ain't doing it tonight.
Just a few.
Came down. Okay, so I do have a long list. The first is in regards to item 8C. And sorry, the first is in regard to item 8C, directing the staff to bring back the salary schedule beginning at 17, ending at 24. The next is in regards to item 8E, ensuring that our expectation is beyond the expectation that we have from the Department of Public Instruction with regards to NESIS, how we think about growing, considering how we think about growing our own staff, community involvement in regards to the school improvement plan, inclusivity such as posting those school improvement plans in the PDF rather than going through Industar, thinking and including referencing the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People and their ask that were provided to the board at the previous board meeting. Alignment and connection between NESIS and the strategic plan. Considering developing a plan for those who supervise principals as well as central service staff in regards to equity. Ensuring that the public has an opportunity to see explicitly the principal standards in NESIS. Developing a committee or principal task force in regards to leadership. Considerations regarding more clarity. This was from Matt Sears, who used the example of the gold post or potentially an equity scorecard. And making sure that we continue to consider the Durham stamp on NESIS and consideration of 360 feedback. The next is in regards to, I think it was item 8G, which was in regards to COVID, that we consider providing monthly reports and updates regarding COVID. And then the next was in the same area. How will we respond to staff that are exempt? Consideration of regular testing.
Can I add one follow-up item? On our last school board on the redistricting, can we create a section on our website that just kind of has the maps and information about what we're working on right now? Thanks, Chip. I'd move we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we go into the closed session for that item stated on the agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. We are in closed session.
We are back in open session. Dr. Mabenga.
Madam Chair, I'm here to seek your approval for the personnel report as discussed at the closed session.
I move approval of the personnel report dated September 9th, 2021.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Mr. Raven. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. And with that,
We're adjourned.